Rebuild World, Chapter 95, Tank Tarantula. Akira was able to locate the tank tarantula sooner than Shikarabe and his friends. It was all thanks to Alpha's detection ability. Alpha pointed her finger toward the vast wasteland. Akira, the bounty monster is over there. Akira grabbed his binoculars and looked at the direction where Alpha was pointing at. He quickly spotted a huge monster in that direction. That's the 800 million orum worth bounty monster, huh? It's huge. The tank tarantula was a spider-like monster as big as a 3-story house. 16 legs extended out from its abdomen and its whole body was covered in reinforced plating. The upper portion of its abdomen was equipped with 2 big cannons that you would usually only find on tanks. There were wheels and caterpillar tracks outfitted on the bottom part of its body. It used one of his legs to push a scorched half-destroyed vehicle into its mouth and munched on it. The hard vehicle frame was easily crushed under its gigantic teeth before getting swallowed into its huge body. It's eating a vehicle. Is it in the middle of a meal? It might be one of the vehicles of the hunters who tried to hunt it. If you approach it carelessly, your vehicle will meet the same fate. So let's be extra careful. If it only eats metal, did the hunters escape? Or did they get eaten first? Monsters like that are usually omnivores. Moreover, hunters' weapons and equipment are usually made of metal, and I'm sure it won't even bother to separate them. Well, that's true. Even if it's not an omnivore, I have no plans to feed it my vehicle. Akira spent a lot of money on his vehicle. Thus he had no plans to let the tank tarantula eat it. The amount of food that monsters eat is usually proportional to its size. If you leave it alone, it'll only grow bigger and bigger with time, and with that, the amount of food it eats will also grow. Usually, monsters will get eaten by the other monsters before they can grow that big. But this one came from Yonezuka Station Ruin where it had an abundant amount of food. Akira remembered when he went to Yonezuka Station Ruin, he found a hallway filled with the leftover of battles but no corpses. When it was still small, the tank tarantula must have eaten the corpses and grown to a size where it could still fit the hallway. It then must have escaped the hallway to the surface and eaten all the wreckage around the area as it grew even bigger. They approached the tank tarantula carefully while closely observing it. Its metallic exoskeleton body looked extremely tough and its huge powerful legs looked strong enough to crush a vehicle. Not to mention that the twin cannons on its back looked extremely powerful. Akira looked completely amazed by the appearance of that powerful-looking monster. But then again, if I can defeat that monster, it would earn me 800 million orum, huh? I wonder how strong of a monster it is to be worth that much. The amount of the bounty prize is not decided based on how strong a monster is. But at least, there's someone who wants that monster dead as soon as possible to the point that they would even pay you 800 million orum. It might be because it's sitting on an important trading route, or it might be because it attracts strong monsters to gather in that place and worsen the monster distribution. There are basically a lot of factors that decide how much a monster is worth. And when you add the fact that it's a strong monster that hunters can't easily kill, then it would be identified as a bounty monster. Think of it as a monster that's way stronger than any of monster that you've fought until now. You don't have to tell me that, it's rather obvious from what I can see. Like hell I would stand having monsters like that roaming the wasteland. If you go further to the east, you can find a lot of monsters like that, you know. I see. And there are a whole lot of hunters who can defeat that level of monsters without having much trouble. That's why, even if there are monsters like this in that area, those monsters would not be identified as bounty monsters. I guess there are still a lot of things out there that I don't know, huh? Akira sounded contemplative as he mumbled those words. Shikarabe's voice came out from the communication device, he told everyone to start the battle. Akira quickly pulled himself together, Alpha smiled at him invincibly. We'll start the fight against the bounty monster soon, are you ready? Of course. Alright then, let's start. Wait for a sec. What's wrong? Alpha seemed a bit curious. There's one thing that I want to make sure first. Akira turned to Togami and said. I won't follow orders, I fight the way I want. Shikarabe had agreed with that too. I won't try to work together with you, if you want to board off, then this is your chance. Togami, who was already in a bad mood, quickly exploded when he heard Akira's words. Ha! Are you kidding me? So you're staying, huh? Got it then. Akira then turned to Alpha. Let's start. Roger that. If he gets thrown off the vehicle, it would all be his fault. So there's no need to help him and just leave him alone. Alpha smiled when she said that as she took over the control of Akira's vehicle and immediately turned up its speed. Togami could not help but shriek as the vehicle suddenly accelerated and pushed his body deeper into his seat. Since they were going to fight a bounty monster, Alpha's driving was rather rough. Akira, who was wearing an augmented suit with Alpha's support, could move around with no problem. But that was not the case for Togami. Akira moved to the back seat, took his CWH anti-material rifle, and aimed at the tarantula tank that was still quite far away from them. Although with its big size, the tank tarantula looked just like a blip with naked eyes from that distance. Not to mention there was the shaking and swaying from the vehicle too. Akira aimed at the tank tarantula through the aiming device on his rifle. Alpha added a lot of extra information in his vision. Akira fixed the TP line created through Alpha's support such that it accurately targeted the tank tarantula. He focused his concentration and compressed the time as much as possible. The moment he felt the shaking from the vehicle slow down, he fixed his aim and pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced through the air and flew straight to its target. It pushed against the air barrier formed on its tip due to its velocity, which reduced its power on its travel before hitting its target. But when it did, it just ricocheted after hitting the hard metallic exoskeleton of the tank tarantula. The tank tarantula had already noticed Akira and the other hunters. But since it was in the middle of its meal, it chose to focus on its meal rather than the hunters that were still rather far away from it. Now that it received an attack, albeit a harmless attack, it quickly shifted its attention to Akira. The huge cannon on the tank tarantula's back started to move. It was as if the tank tarantula was trying to aim its huge cannon. Akira noticed its movements through his aiming device. Did that one hit? It did, but it didn't inflict any damage. It won't do any damage no matter how much you shoot at it unless you go closer. I see, then I need to get closer first. My job is to keep it occupied as a diversion, so let's do my job properly. Well, you're doing fine. It's already focused its attention on you. My driving will be a bit rougher to evade its cannon, so be careful. Roger that. Akira shifted his left hand from the rifle to grab his vehicle. The tank tarantula already fixed its aim at Akira. Its big cannon spewed out huge warheads with a loud bang. The kickback shifted its huge body, but not enough to throw it off balance. It was able to hold off the powerful kickback using its multiple legs. But it did not stop there as it shot multiple warheads in succession. The huge warheads drew multiple parabolic lines on the sky as they flew toward Akira. They rained down and created craters around Akira. Alpha quickly finished her calculation and predicted where those warheads would hit the ground. She then ignored the people on Akira's vehicle as she controlled it to move away from the fallout area. The sudden acceleration threw Akira and Togami off balance. Akira used the power of his augmented suit to get a secure grip on his vehicle and avoid getting himself thrown off the vehicle while still standing. As for Togami, who was sitting on the driver assistance seat, he got himself pushed between his seat and the door, thus he was also able to avoid getting thrown off. The explosions from the warheads that rained down from the sky threw dust, smokes, and rubbles to the air. The shockwave and the pounding from the explosions shook Akira's vehicle. It even threw the vehicle off the ground, but thanks to Alpha's driving capability, it was able to land safely and all its luggage was also undamaged. Alpha smiled casually. It seems that it has a bad aim. In this case, we can safely approach it. That's good to hear. By the way, can you keep us further away from the warheads? Akira could feel the shaking transmitted through his legs. If he was not grabbing on his vehicle with his left hand, he might have been thrown off the vehicle by now. Don't worry, with that level of firepower, we can at least take one direct hit. You're talking about the vehicle, right? Well, even if you're using an augmented suit, there's no way you can handle that warhead, you know. That's unless you buy a better one. Don't be crazy, just how much do you think it would cost? If you can defeat that tank tarantula alone, you should get enough money to buy one. I don't have that kind of money. In that case, you should gather more money. Let's work hard to earn that much. Yeah, I can't agree more. Looking at Alpha, who was smiling like usual, Akira got a bit worked up. Shikarabe looked at that exchange between Akira and the tank tarantula through an onboard camera. The scene of Akira fighting against the tank tarantula that was borderline reckless was shown in a big monitor inside Shikarabe's vehicle. Shikarabe, Yamanobe and Varga, who were looking at that monitor, seemed to be enjoying the show. Yamanobe smiled and said, "Not bad at all. As expected of a hunter worth more than 100 million orum. He's doing pretty good there." Varga smiled casually. "He's doing a good job as a diversion. It might be sooner than we planned, but we should head out too." Shikarabe, open the door. Shikarabe pushed the button on the terminal and opened the rear door of the APC. He then left some words for Varga and Yamanobe. "No need to be reckless, return back as soon as you finish your job." Yamanobe smiled and answered back. "I know. Even for me, I can't help but get a little excited after seeing that. But I have no plans to put myself in danger just to show off my skill." Varga laughed mockingly. "I have no plans to crash and burn in glory, that's the job for another person." Looking at how both of them reacted, Shikarabe looked relieved. Number 2, Operation Start. Number 3, Operation Start. Yamanobe and Varga jumped out from the vehicle on their bikes. They accelerated their bikes while still on the air, the wheels were spinning furiously as they landed on the ground. Both of them left Shikarabe's APC behind and separated into two teams as they headed to the tank tarantula. Akira kept heading toward the tank tarantula while avoiding the warheads. In the middle of that, he also kept on sniping the monster using his CWH anti-material rifle loaded with CWH special ammo. Thanks to Alpha's driving skill and her ability to predict the warhead's trajectories, Akira's vehicle was still doing fine. When the CWH special ammo hit the tank tarantula's armor, it bent and eventually stripped off that armor plating of the tank tarantula. As that armor part fell down to the ground, another undamaged armor plating was exposed under it. It was then pushed out and replaced the stripped-off armor plating. At the moment, Akira realized he could not inflict any meaningful damage to the tank tarantula. Akira tilted his head while still looking at the tank tarantula. "My shots did hit, right?" "They did. It at least inflicted some damages, enough to strip off the armor plating from that monster." Akira made a long hum. Until now, he was able to defeat anything that he met with one shot using CWH special ammo. The only exception to that was the powered armor that he fought in Kuzusuhara Ruin the other day. But even when he was fighting against that powered armor, the CWH special ammo obviously affected the powered armor when they hit. Unlike that powered armor, the CWH special did not seem to have any effect on the tank tarantula. It reminded Akira that it was indeed an 800 million orum bounty monster. "I really have no other choice but to get closer, huh? It's dangerous to get any closer than this. You've done your job well as a diversion. I'm sure Shikarabe has some kind of plan, so let's keep our distance while keeping it occupied." "That's true. All right then, I'll leave the driving to you, please drive safely." "Roger that. It's kind of weird to say this myself, but you do get the drive safely part, right?" Alpha smiled mischievously. "Oh my, I always drive safely, you know." "Or like, did you get hurt somewhere?" "Well, no. Alpha was not lying, Akira himself knew at least that much. It was just a matter of standard between her and the people on the vehicle that she was controlling. Moreover, Akira himself was rather preoccupied with the monster, so he had no leeway to worry about other things. Togami was desperately grabbing onto the blazing vehicle. Both of his arms and legs were used to keep himself inside the vehicle so that he would not get thrown off board. He kept his mouth shut since he felt like he would bite his own tongue if he tried to say something. As for Akira, he was able to adjust his posture before the vehicle swayed thanks to the support from Alpha, thus he was able to stand without much trouble in the intensely rocking vehicle. But that was not the case for Togami. Alpha's rough driving and the shockwave from the warheads threw his body around. He desperately grabbed onto the vehicle as he felt like he would be thrown off board the moment he loosened his grip. He did not even have the leeway to aim at the tank tarantula. Togami finally understood why Akira asked him if he wanted to stay. Just like he said, Akira did not care about Togami. Even if Togami got thrown off board, it did not seem like Akira would stop to pick him up. Togami understood that fact very well. And if he wanted to complain, he felt like he would bite his own tongue the moment he opened his mouth. And if he lowered his guard even for a second, he felt like he would be thrown off. He already had his hands full making sure that he would stay inside the vehicle. Togami faced a lot of trouble in just turning his head toward Akira from the assistant driver's seat. While Akira only looked a bit challenged as he kept on sniping at the tank tarantula. What the heck is with this boy? Is this really the power of a rank 21 hunter? You gotta be kidding me. Like hell I would accept someone like him as only a rank 21 hunter. What the heck is going on here? How the hell did I get roped in this situation? He was utterly confused and kept on cursing his situation, that was all that he could do there. The tank tarantula did not stop spewing warheads toward the hunters who interrupted its meal. After all, there was nothing more obnoxious than those people who kept attacking you although it was barely effective at all. Its first priority was Akira, then Shikarabe. Shikarabe was also shooting at the tank tarantula using rifles fixed into his APC. Although each shot was enough to blow a monster into minced meat, for tank tarantula, it did not have any effect at all. But at least it was able to prevent the tank tarantula to stay where it was. With those continuous shots, the tank tarantula could not get a good aim. Among the hunters, the number 4, Nergo, was a hunter with a battle cyborg body. It was obvious from his appearance that he was a cyborg as he raised up all his 4 arms equipped with powerful weapons and released a volley of warheads at the tank tarantula. Nergo joined the hunt not for the prize, but he was aiming to make a connection with the hunters from Drankum. The only thing that he asked in exchange for his participation in that hunt was to credit his name in that bounty hunt. As such, unlike the other hunters who joined the hunt for money to pay for their debt, Nergo had to properly contribute to the hunt. Just like Akira, Nergo exchanged shots with the tank tarantula in a rather close range as he kept on shooting at it with his huge guns. With his advanced driving skill, he evaded the warheads from the tank tarantula's big cannons, readied his own big guns, and released huge warheads back at the tank tarantula. The other hunters started shooting at that tank tarantula too. They were contributing to the fight just like Shikarabe expected them to, i.e. they were not helping at all. As warheads from the tank tarantula landed around those hunters, they repositioned themselves in panic and started shooting at the monster again, but their attacks did nothing other than revealing their position to the tank tarantula. Since the tank tarantula was shooting at them, it at least recognized those hunters as enemies. Or it might be just trying to immobilize them and eat them later. Yamanobe and Varga kept on heading toward the tank tarantula without even shooting at it. Although they had prepared themselves to face some bombardments, it seemed that the diversions were working better than they expected so that they did not have to worry about the warheads. After Yamanobe got close to the tank tarantula, he stopped his bike and looked at Nergo. There are other hunters who are working as hard as Akira, huh? If he's that powerful, he should have been able to strike a deal with the Drankum management instead. From what I heard yesterday, he doesn't seem to be in so much trouble anyway. And with that power, there's not even any need to hunt for a bounty monster, right? He can still acquire some money on his own like that, right? Or is it that he doesn't have the money to do that? Although it bothered Yamanobe a bit, he decided to forget about that for now. Hey, remember that we're in the middle of a job. It's all thanks to the diversions that we're not having a hard time, so let's quickly finish our job here. Yamanobe was still on his bike as he raised up his rifle, aimed it at the tank tarantula, and pulled the trigger. The bullet-like projectile spewed out from the rifle's muzzle, hit the tank tarantula, and stuck on its body. It was a small device wrapped in strong sticky glue. He did not stop there as he kept on shooting at the tank tarantula. Since the sticky projectiles were completely harmless, the tank tarantula was ignoring him while more and more of those sticky small devices got stuck on its huge body. This is number 2, marking done. Varga's voice could be heard from Yamanobe's communication device. This is number 3, roger that. You can go back first. It would be bad if you miss your shot, so I'll stay. Yeah. Varga laughed and said that in response to Yamanobe's joke. Varga was approaching the tank tarantula from another direction. Thanks to the diversions, he was able to get pretty close to the tank tarantula, and the tank tarantula would not attack him as long as he did not attack it, but the tank tarantula might aim at him if he got any closer. After that short exchange with Yamanobe, he then decided to get closer. While still on the top of his bike, he quickly closed the distance to the tank tarantula. He then aimed his kickback-less cannon at the tank tarantula and pulled the trigger before the tank tarantula could aim its huge cannons back at him. The projectile from the cannon exploded before it hit the tank tarantula's body and covered the area in thick smoke. With the help from the automatic reloading device in the back of his bike, Varga kept on shooting that smoke warhead while still moving around. He shot some of the bullets to thicken the smoke around him while the rest went straight to the tank tarantula. After that, Varga sped his bike out from within that thick smoke. The tank tarantula tried to shoot at him, but it could not get a good aim due to thick smoke. As such, the warheads just landed randomly around the area away from Varga. If it was only normal smoke, the tank tarantula would not have any trouble aiming at Varga. The smoke not only blocked the visible light but also dulled all light spectrum as well as sound, thus preventing any information to be perceived correctly and completely throwing the monster's aim off. The smoke that Varga used was an advanced jamming smoke. Varga then contacted Shikarabi. This is number 3, I'm done here too. Now that their victory was almost guaranteed, Shikarabi smiled and said, Roger that, get away from that place. You'll also get blown off if you guys stay too close. Varga and Yamanobe swiftly replied back. Understood. Just start the barrage. Shikarabi then changed the broadcast to all the hunters there. This is number 1. You guys can use the rocket launcher now. Make sure to get close enough to get a lock on the tank tarantula. Pull the trigger together on my mark. And don't be late. Akira looked at the tank tarantula that was covered in smoke. Smokescreen, huh? I can't spot the monster at all now. That's jamming smoke, you know. Since they gave us the information about the smoke beforehand, you can still check the insides of the smoke. Alpha then enhanced Akira's vision. Thanks to that, he was able to see clearly the tank tarantula inside that thick smoke. Akira was a bit surprised by that. Whoa, I can see it very clearly though. And it's not like it can look at us too, right? Jamming smoke is really nice. It seems that they're using a pretty high-quality jamming smoke. It blocks as much information as possible for the tank tarantula while suppressing its effect on the information-gathering device at the same time. There are many cheap jamming smokes out there that are nothing more than just normal smokescreen. It seems that they spent quite a lot of money on this hunt. I just hope there will still be enough money to share after subtracting the equipment expense. It would be okay, right? Akira sounded worried. Shikarabi then contacted everyone again to get the rocket launcher ready. Akira quickly put down his CWH anti-material rifle and started preparing his rocket launcher. Due to the jamming smoke, the tank tarantula shot its cannons to a direction where there was no one present. It did stop shooting and tried to escape the smokescreen, but since some of the smoke canisters were stuck on its body, it did not take long before it got wrapped in a thick smoke again. Since it was unlikely to get shot in that situation, Alpha stopped the vehicle. Togami was finally able to stand up. Hey. Togami actually wanted to complain to Akira, but Akira misunderstood him and threw a rocket launcher and its ammo to him. Togami was somehow able to receive it, but it did throw him off balance again. Akira quickly finished preparing his rocket launcher. The aiming device on the rocket launcher already indicated that it had locked on its target and that the homing feature was already on. Shikarabe's voice then could be heard from the communication device. "We'll start the barrage in 15 seconds. This is the reason why we brought you guys here. So if you don't join the barrage, we'll reduce your share of reward." Togami started preparing his rocket launcher in panic. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Akira was ready to launch his rocket launcher. Togami was barely able to catch up with him. 0. Together with that count, Akira and the other hunters pulled the trigger. Countless missiles soared and flew towards the tank tarantula. When they got close enough to the tank tarantula, they flew up to the sky, gathered up, recalculated their trajectories, and then hit the tank tarantula almost simultaneously. They exploded with an amazing bang and blew everything around the area away. A blinding light flashed through the wasteland followed by a huge raising smoke. The shockwave finally reached Akira and the other hunters. Akira stood against the already weakened shockwave as he looked at the explosion with a dumbfounded face. That was amazing. So you need to go this far to defeat a bounty monster, huh? Alpha then warned Akira, who thought that he had already won. "Akira, we don't know if we defeated it or not." Akira inadvertently turned to Alpha. From the outside, he looked like a suspicious person who suddenly looked in a direction where no one was present. That was just how surprised he was. No, there's no way it survived that explosion. And even if it did, there's no way it's fine after taking that explosion head-on. So we can just take it easy later while showering it with more missiles to deliver the finishing blow. Alpha then pointed her finger toward the tank tarantula. "Look." Akira turned his gaze to the tank tarantula. Since the smoke was blown away by the explosion earlier, he was able to clearly see tank tarantula even without Alpha's help. Although it took the explosion head-on, it still survived. Some of its legs were already blown away. The cannon-like object perching on its back was also missing. A chunk of its huge torso was completely destroyed as well as its caterpillar tracks and wheels on its lower body. But even so, the tank tarantula tried to force its legs to move just to get them broken and crumbled down with a loud bang. Akira dropped his jaw and said to Alpha, "It can still move even after taking that attack." "No, wait, it seems that it can no longer move. It should be okay, right?" Shikarabe suddenly gave his next order through the communication device. "One more time. We'll execute another barrage once we get the guidance device attached on its body. Make sure that your rocket launcher is ready." Yamano's voice was heard next. "Number 2 here." "Roger that, I'm on it." Then followed by Varga. "This is number 3. What about me? Should I put the jamming smoke again?" Shikarabe quickly answered Varga's questions. "Wait for a sec, let me check for a bit. It seems that it no longer has any long-range weaponries, it should be fine without the smoke. So save the smoke for the next bounty monster. Or you can use it later if things get dicey." "Roger that. It seems it did lose its huge cannon after all, so I guess there's no need to put up the smoke, huh? What the heck is that?" Varga's sudden surprise was conveyed to everyone through the communication device. Everyone in that place had a different reaction after watching that explosion. some of them thought that they already won and relaxed their guard, while some of them did not lower their guard thinking that it was still alive. Although there were differences, all of them thought that they already had the upper hand and they could just take it easy from there. But a sudden turn of events that was out of their imagination suddenly happened in front of them. The tank tarantula's abdomen that was already crushed, suddenly cracked open and vomited hundreds of small tank tarantulas. The tiny spiders quickly crawled out and flooded the area. Although they were tiny, it was only in comparison with the big tank tarantula. In reality, some of those so-called tiny spiders were even 2 meters long. Those tiny tank tarantula used the caterpillar track and wheels equipped under them to run toward Akira and the other hunters. The small cannon fixed on their backs moved and aimed at Akira before firing a warhead at him. It landed somewhere near Akira's vehicle and exploded. Although they were way weaker than the big tank tarantula, even a durable vehicle for exploring the wasteland would not be able to take that many shots from those tiny tank tarantulas. Alpha quickly mustered the vehicle back on. The countless tiny tank tarantulas released another barrage that landed behind Akira's vehicle. When that happened, Togami started screaming. While standing on top of the rocking vehicle, Akira aimed his CWH anti-material rifle and pulled the trigger. The released CWH special bullet hit one of the tiny tank tarantula and blew it to small pieces. Akira's face turned grim. It seems that CWH special ammo works on these monsters. So is it like their body is weaker than the big one? But there is just too many of them. Their number was just too large, destroying a few dozens of them would not change the situation much. Alpha's face also looked grim as she said. But even so, you'll at least need to shave its number. Aim for the next target, quickly. I know. Akira quickly took an aim at another tank tarantula and pulled the trigger. The CWH special ammo pierced through that tank tarantula and blew it to small pieces. The other tank tarantulas just trampled over its dead brethren's pieces as they pushed forward while shooting at Akira, but Alpha was able to evade those barrages easily thanks to her advanced driving skill. The explosions from the warhead propagated through the air and reached Akira's skin. He just gritted his teeth and said to Alpha, "You won't let them hit us, right?" "Of course, don't worry." "I see. If it's only that much, we can at least take some shots and still be safe, you know." "You're talking about the vehicle, right?" "Then how about me? If you don't want to get hit, then do your best in reducing their number. The chance of you getting hit falls by a lot even if you are only able to take out a few dozen of them." Okay. I just need to keep shooting at them, right?" Akira got a bit irritated there, but he tried to keep himself calm as he took his aim. He focused his concentration, compressed his time perception, and aimed as best as he could before pulling the trigger. With Alpha's support added to his aiming, he was able to hit his shot without wasting even a single bullet. But even so, his situation was still dire. While he was taking out the tiny tank tarantulas, some of them were able to get closer to him and their shots were getting more and more accurate. As a matter of fact, his situation was getting worse with time. Rebuild World, Chapter 96, High Ammo Expense. While the hunters were having a hard time fighting the tank tarantulas, Shikarabe barked his order through the communication device. "Just leave the monsters that are running away alone. It's not like you get any bounty money from destroying them. If they're protecting the big tank tarantula, they might scatter off if we defeat the big tank tarantula. So just focus your firepower on the big tank tarantula." Number 2. How's the marking going? This is number 2. I was able to stick some guiding devices on its body, but the smaller tank tarantulas are destroying the guiding devices. Wait for a sec. I spot one of the smaller tank tarantula carrying the guiding device away. And it's going in your direction with the guiding device. If we shoot the rocket launcher without changing the target setting, some rockets will go in your direction. Damn it. The big tank tarantula can't move, right? Although it'll reduce the power, it can't be helped then. Change the target setting to the big tank tarantula's coordinate. Number 2, focus on cleaning up the smaller tank tarantulas. To all the hunters with a rocket launcher, get ready to shoot the rocket launcher in 1 minute. Keep your eyes on the counter in the communication device for the timing. The sound in the communication device changed. 59, 58, 57. The same countdown was broadcasted to all the hunters through the communication device. Although all the hunters heard that, they were too preoccupied with something else to prepare their rocket launchers. Akira's face turned grim while shooting at the monsters around him. He gritted his teeth hard so that he would not inadvertently say something and bite his own tongue. He was in a situation where it would not help no matter how he cursed or screamed as a swarm of small tank tarantulas were trying to board his rocking vehicle controlled by Alpha. Using the advantage of the telepathy that allowed him to talk even in the middle of such a fierce fight, Akira questioned Alpha about the current situation that he thought to be so unfair. Alpha. Why are they aiming for me? It's not only you, they're also swarming Shikarabe's vehicle too. That's because Shikarabe is the commander in this operation, right? He's also riding a big and strong vehicle that looks intimidating, so no wonder why it's sticking out in this situation. It even has that machine gun equipped too. While my vehicle is not that different from the others. So why is it only me? At first, the smaller tank tarantulas that poured out from the big tank tarantula seemed to be expanding in all directions and tried to attack anything that they could find. But after they spread out a bit, they started to focus their attention and attack on Shikarabe and Akira. Of course, the other hunters were also getting attacked too. But it was rather obvious that most of the smaller tank tarantulas focused on Akira and Shikarabe. Alpha just smiled bitterly and said, "Well, it might be because they first thought that both of you were somewhat easy to attack. But after a short time, it's rather obvious that both of you can easily take out the small tank tarantulas without sustaining much damage. So the algorithm inside them might have set you and Shikarabe as strong enemies to defeat first. You can just think of it as bad luck." Akira got a bit annoyed and said smiling. "Is it because of my bad luck? Well, if you say so, then we can't do anything about it, right?" Akira himself knew that he had bad luck. So if Alpha said that it was because of his bad luck, he could not do anything else except hoping that her support would be able to handle his bad luck. On top of that rocking and swaying vehicle, Akira used his augmented suit to absorb the swaying and placed his leg against the vehicle's frame to reduce the kickback from the CWH anti-material rifle as he kept on shooting at the smaller tank tarantulas closest to him. In that extremely dangerous situation where a slight shift of his center of gravity would easily throw him off the vehicle, Akira kept on shooting as if he was possessed by a berserker. Although the area around that place was already filled with tank tarantulas that was turned into scraps, their attacks did not slow down at all. Alpha. No matter how you slice it, there are just too many of them. I already killed a whole lot of them, you know. The other hunters are also fighting back and Shikarabe's machine gun should have killed a whole lot of them too. Why aren't they slowing down at all although we've killed so many of them? Akira, Shikarabe and the other hunters had killed a lot of small tank tarantulas. But it did not seem that the pressure from the small tank tarantulas was dying down at all. Even if the stomach of that big tank tarantula is filled with these small tank tarantulas, there should be a limit on how many of them can fit there. This number doesn't make sense at all. I know that I have bad luck, but no matter how bad my luck is, it's not like they're replicating themselves, right? And even if that big tank tarantula is producing these small tank tarantulas from the metals that it ate just now, it still doesn't make sense, you know. Alpha seemed to be hesitating as she said. About that though, I have bad news. What is it? Are they really replicating themselves? That's not it, these small tank tarantulas are also coming out from somewhere else other than the big tank tarantula. They're gathering here from around the area too. If that big tank tarantula is like a queen ant, then it might have produced all these small tank tarantulas and spread them around this area. And so it might be calling all the small tank tarantulas in the area back to protect their nest. Would spiders normally do something like that? No idea. But again, normal spiders won't have big cannons or caterpillar tracks growing out from their body. So they might be basically two different things. Akira frowned. So, we have no other choice but to take out all of them. If that's the case, how many of them are left? The seemingly endless swarm shaved on Akira's physical and psychical stamina. He could feel the creeping death coming closer, but he tried to brush that off by shredding the tank tarantulas to pieces using the CWH special ammo. But that only worked assuming that the enemy number is limited. And since the situation there did not support that assumption, it greatly discouraged Akira. I have no answer for that. If Shikarabe's guess is correct, they'll scatter once we defeat the big tank tarantula. But let's keep fighting assuming that you need to kill all of them. After all, even if Shikarabe's guess is wrong, everything will be fine if you just kill them all. The countdown for the rocket launcher could be heard from the communication device. 6, 5, 4. Akira prepared his rocket launcher in panic. There was no need to take an aim, he just needed to pull the trigger and the targeting setting would take care of the rest. He then waited for the signal from the timer and pulled the trigger. 1, 0. Including the rockets launched from Akira's rocket launcher, about 10 rockets soared to the sky before they changed their direction and flew toward the big tank tarantula. All the small tank tarantulas focused their cannons at the rockets. In the end, only 6 rockets reached the big tank tarantula. Unlike the first barrage where they used guiding devices, this time they were not using any guiding device, thus the rockets hit the big tank tarantula and not at the same time and in different places. But even so, the big tank tarantula once again was swallowed in explosions. Unfortunately, the big tank tarantula survived that too. Or at least, the small tank tarantulas still stayed there to protect the big tank tarantula. The countdown started again from the communication device. 59, 58, 57. Akira twitched. That's one hell of a monster, no wonder it gets a bounty on its head. But well, I bet we can kill it if we can execute the same barrage as that first barrage. And in order to do that, you need to kill the small tank tarantulas that prevents you from doing so. You also need to note that not everyone will be able to participate in the next barrage since they have their hands tied dealing with the small tank tarantula. It was an extremely difficult thing to participate in the barrage while fighting back the small tank tarantulas. Thus there were only a small number of hunters who could participate in the next barrage. So basically, we need to clean up the small tank tarantulas, huh? Yep, that's right. I'll give you my support, so you should give your best too. Yeah, you're right. There was no other way. Akira decided to believe that was the only way to get out of that situation as he continued fighting desperately. The more monsters Akira took out, the more they would set him as a dangerous target and the more they focused on him. As more and more tank tarantulas swarmed him, Akira would defeat them, which caused more monsters to focus on him. Though, Akira himself did not realize that cycle. Although Alpha knew about that cycle, she decided not to tell Akira since she thought that there was no meaning in telling him. Now, the reason as to why the monsters focused more on Akira was because of how good his aim was while he was moving on his vehicle. He would snipe a monster far away from him even before Varga told him to do so, and that attracted the attention of the small tank tarantulas, which saw that. Because of that, albeit only slightly, the monsters in that area focused more on Akira compared to the other hunters. If Akira did not do that, his threat level would be evaluated as the same compared to the other hunters, a fact that even Alpha did not know about. It was all Akira's bad luck. That was all there was to it, just like what Alpha declared. Togami was clinging for his life, due to the violent driving. He desperately grabbed on anything that he could find to make sure that he would not get thrown off board from that violently swaying vehicle while trying to shoot at the small tank tarantulas around him. But unfortunately, he could not do that. It was extremely difficult to shoot from a violently shaking vehicle, not to mention that the spiders were moving around rapidly. Thus he decided to shift from taking precise aim to just shooting randomly. But in the end, it only served to hold back the small tank tarantulas. Of course, some of the bullets hit the monsters, but it only killed a few dozen small tank tarantulas. He also was not able to participate in the rocket barrage. He could not say anything since he might bite his own tongue. Although he joined the hunt hoping to prove his skill, he could not do much there. Damn it! This is pathetic. So pathetic. Togami kept on cursing on his own patheticness while shooting at the small tank tarantulas. Some of the small tank tarantulas rushed toward Akira's vehicle. It might be because they had run out of cannon ammo, they did not shoot at all while rushing toward Akira. Akira kept on shooting at the tank tarantulas starting from the one closest to him. Even if they did not shoot their cannons, his vehicle would still get damaged if they collided their body with his vehicle with their momentum. And it would be extremely dangerous if his vehicle stopped in that situation. Then here Akira made a mistake in his priority. Up until now, he prioritized the monsters nearest to him based only on their distances, but he should have considered the length of their bodies too. While he was focused on a 1-meter-long spider, a 2-meter-long spider suddenly rushed toward him. But before it could crash its body onto Akira's vehicle, Akira quickly shot and destroyed its legs. In the next moment, it detached its stomach from which thousands of smaller tank tarantulas poured out. A few dozen tank tarantula flew toward Akira's direction. By pure reaction, he punched some of them back. But of course, he could not punch all of them, some of the small spiders got onto his vehicle. Akira looked at those tank tarantulas in panic. What the heck are they? There are even more of them. Alpha quickly gave Akira an order. Akira! Get the tank tarantulas off the vehicle, quickly. Otherwise, they're going to eat your vehicle. Akira shifted his focus in a panic towards the tank tarantulas on his vehicle. They had already started munching on the vehicle's armor plating and seat. Alpha enhanced Akira's vision and showed the priority number on those monsters. It would be the end if the spiders ate the vehicle's control device. Akira gathered all his focus, compressed his time perception as much as possible, pushed his augmented suit to the limit, and took out the small tank tarantulas as quickly as possible. He kicked the tarantula eating the seat, pulled the one munching on the control wheel and threw it off-board. He then aimed his CWH anti-material rifle at the one eating on the bonnet, but he switched to AAH assault rifle in panic and shot the tank tarantula. If he used his CWH anti-material rifle special ammo there, it would have been extremely bad. He carefully aimed his AAH assault rifle in an angle that would blow the tank tarantula off his vehicle. There were still many tank tarantulas on his vehicle. Akira tried to knock them off as fast as he could with his AAH assault rifle. There was no need to kill them, his main aim for now was to get them off his vehicle. Akira was taken aback when he caught Togami aiming a high-caliber rifle at the tank tarantula on his vehicle. Don't! Akira inadvertently shouted at him and quickly kicked the tank tarantula that Togami was aiming it off his vehicle. What the hell are you doing? Don't shoot the vehicle with that rifle. You'll destroy my vehicle. Togami flusteredly replied back. We don't have the time for that now. Like hell, a wasteland vehicle is going to get destroyed because of that. It's my vehicle, you know. In reality, Togami was correct there. But Akira thought that Togami was using the same powerful ammo as his CWH anti-material special ammo. That was why he shouted at Togami when he saw Togami aiming at his own vehicle. While they were debating there, the tank tarantulas did not stop munching on Akira's vehicle. Alpha then gave Akira another order. Akira, I'll try to rock the vehicle and throw the tank tarantula off-board. Tell that boy not to get thrown off-board too. At first, Akira did not understand why Alpha said that, but the moment he did, he immediately shouted to Togami. Get a hold on something. But Togami was so surprised when Akira shouted at him that he could not follow Akira's order. Alpha suddenly made a sharp U-turn. The inertia threw the small tarantulas that were latching on Akira's vehicle off-board together with Togami. Akira extended his hand to Togami, who was flying in the air, but he could not reach Togami. Togami flew and landed hard on the ground. His augmented suit was able to protect his body, but Akira's vehicle did not slow down as it left Togami behind without any weapons. What the foo? Even before he could finish his sentence, his face froze. A 2-meter-long tank tarantula suddenly leapt at him. It was not clear whether it was because that tank tarantula ran out of ammo or because it needed food, but that tank tarantula was trying to eat him. Although it was not official or anything, Togami was someone hailed as a skilled hunter among the anti-Kitsuya faction. He quickly used the full power of his augmented suit to deliver a kick towards the tank tarantula and push it away from him. But that attack was only enough to stagger and slow down that tank tarantula for a few seconds. The thought of death accelerated Togami's mind as time seemed to be running slowly around him. The scene of a tank tarantula approaching him in slow motion was reflected into Togami's eyes. In that slow-motion world, Togami was trying to scream. But at the next moment, Akira suddenly appeared in his field of view. He drove a diving kick with both of his legs straight at the small tank tarantula that was approaching Togami. That powerful dive slammed that tank tarantula to the ground and drove its huge body into the ground. In front of Togami, who was dumbfounded by that sudden turn of event, Akira stood and aimed his CWH anti-material rifle at the monster that was lying under his feet and pulled the trigger. The CWH special ammo made short work of that tank tarantula as it ripped through its torso and shredded it to small pieces. But Akira did not stop there. He immediately started shooting at the other tank tarantulas surrounding him with his CWH anti-material rifle. The small tank tarantulas that were trying to attack him quickly turned to scraps. Akira's vehicle made another sharp U-turn to pick up Akira back. Akira grabbed Togami and jumped into his vehicle with perfect timing before the small tank tarantulas were able to swarm them. Akira's vehicle then made another sharp U-turn and quickly left behind the tank tarantulas that were chasing Akira. He then just threw Togami in the back seat. It was obvious from his face that Togami could not process what just happened. Alpha smiled bitterly. Akira, that was dangerous, you know. Akira's face looked grim as he answered back. It can't be helped, we can't afford to lose any fighting power in this situation. But it doesn't seem like he can give you much support even if you have him on board, you know. Not to mention that he was even a bother. You're right about that, it leaves me with one option. Akira lightly smiled. I'll contact Shikarabe and throw him to Shikarabe's APC. Just like Akira, Shikarabe's APC was also getting swarmed by the tank tarantulas. And when he shot those tank tarantulas, even smaller tank tarantulas would pour out from the dead tank tarantula. Not to mention, the machine gun fixed on his APC could not shoot the tank tarantulas beside the APC. Shikarabe noticed that the vehicle's durability shown in the control device was slowly falling down. He then clicked his tongue and said, "It can't be helped, huh? I guess I have no other choice but to take care of it myself." Shikarabe turned on the autopilot and left the steering wheel. He opened the back door of that APC to shoot down the tank tarantulas that attached themselves on the APC, but he then noticed Akira's vehicle heading his way. When Akira got close enough to Shikarabe's APC, he then grabbed Togami and threw him over to Shikarabe's direction. Shikarabe caught Togami and pulled him inside his APC while Akira did not slow down at all as he left Shikarabe's APC behind. Shikarabe laughed. That boy literally threw Togami to my vehicle. He really meant what he said, huh? Togami was still dumbfounded since Akira threw him, so Shikarabe lightly kicked him to get him back into reality. Welcome back. You came just at the right time. You can drive an APC, right, Togami? But Togami still could not process what just happened. Shikarabe grabbed him and shook his head to force him back. Togami. Can you drive? Or not? Give me an answer. I can drive. Take the wheel now. The auto-drive function is not that smart after all, call me if you find any troubles. After he said that, Shikarabi grabbed the ceiling, swung his body through the open back door of the APC, and landed on the top of the APC. He then immediately shot down the tank tarantula latching on the side of the APC. The tank tarantula that Shikarabi shot would then landed and rolled over on the ground, shredded to small pieces. Togami, who just came back to his senses, rushed to the steering wheel in panic. Akira was surprised when he looked at Shikarabi. That's amazing how he can do that. He's on top of a vehicle, you know. Isn't he afraid what would happen if he falls off from there? Alpha just smiled and replied. Don't just look at him, you have your own job to do. The number of small tank tarantulas is slowly decreasing. Ah, you're right. Since there's no need to worry about that boy anymore, I'll go even faster than before. Make sure to be careful, okay? Wait for a sec, we're going to go even faster. Yep, here I go. Akira's vehicle suddenly sped up. Akira flusteredly tried to balance himself. All the hard work by the hunters there seemed to be bearing fruit. The situation slowly turned for the better for the hunters. Akira leaked out some cursing as Alpha controlled the vehicle so haphazardly that it would not be strange if the control device was broken, but he did not stop shooting at the small tank tarantulas around him. If it continued at that rate, it was only a matter of time before the hunters won that fight. But that was unrealistic. After all, they would run out of ammo at that rate if they did not try to change the flow of the battle. After hearing that explanation, Akira sounded doubtful as he asked Alpha. Are you sure? Are we seriously going to lose? Yep, we'll lose at this rate. If we can do another barrage just like the first one, I believe we can end the fight though. I'm sure Shikarabi also did not see this coming at all. Then why are we not pulling back at all? If we don't have any chance to win, we'll only spend more ammo the longer we drag this fight. That's because it's not like we have no chance to win. Moreover, if only the other tank tarantulas did not come, or if only there were not as many tank tarantulas, we would have won by now. That sense of so close from winning must have caused them to delay the withdrawal. I'm sure they've also used the ammo reserved for the next bounty monster in this fight. That must be also what prevented them from calling the hunt off. Assuming that we'll win this fight in the end, I think it's the correct choice to continue the fight. But we'll lose at this rate, right? So what's the big plan? I think Shikarabi will tell you the next plan soon. Alpha's guess was correct. Shikarabi quickly gave a new order through the communication device. Everyone, listen. The next barrage will be the last barrage. If we can't defeat the bounty monster with the next barrage, we'll pull back from here. Change the setting on the rocket launcher, set the airtime to max before you shoot the rockets. Use all the rockets that you have for the next barrage. Once you shoot the rockets, focus on destroying the spiders that are trying to shoot down the rockets. Next one is the last one. So put your back on it. If we can't kill the bounty monster here, you guys won't get any money. Akira lightly laughed and let out a big sigh. His face turned serious. Alright then, whatever happens, the next one is the last barrage. If it's possible, I want to win this. I'll give my best shot. Alpha smiled. It seems that you have calmed down now. That's a good thing. Well, I'm more or less used to this kind of thing already. The only problem is whether I can get money in the end or not. After all, I don't want to get used to achieving losses. I'll also provide my best support. Well now, let's prepare for the final attack. Or at least that's what I want to say here. Someone is approaching. Akira tilted his head and proceeded to look around. He found a vehicle approaching him while shooting the tank tarantulas that were swarming that vehicle. It was Nergo's vehicle and Nergo was inside it. Nergo drove to Akira's side and said to him. Yo, I'm Nergo. Is it okay if we go together? I've already used most of the rockets that were given to me, you see. Beside Akira's own share of rocket launcher, Togami's share of rocket launcher was also still left in Akira's vehicle. And since Togami could not join the barrage from before, his share of rocket launcher was still mostly unused. Well, that would help me a lot. So sure, I don't really mind. Thanks. Nergo then jumped over to Akira's vehicle. Nergo's vehicle was barely disturbed when he jumped off, and he also barely made any sounds when he landed on Akira's vehicle with his leftover rocket launcher. Akira was surprised when he saw that. Nergo then said to Akira, "What's wrong?" No, it's just that you did that so casually that it surprised me for a bit. I spent quite a lot of money on this body, you see. Right, we're in the middle of a battle here, I need to get back to my job." Nergo then started shooting at the monsters around him. Akira flusteredly followed suit. "By the way, you're Akira, right?" "Yep. I saw you fight. You're really skilled. As you can see, I'm a cyborg. So by any chance, are you a cyborg too?" "No, mine is a normal human body. I'm just putting an augmented suit on top of it." "I see, so you're an augmented suit user, huh?" Nergo took a good look at Akira while still shooting the monsters around the area without having much trouble. In contrast to that, Akira was having a hard time answering his question in that situation. What? "It's nothing, sorry for staring at you. That's just how I am, you see. I can't help but to get interested in strong people like you. But still, even though there's your augmented suit, it's still amazing that you can do those moves with a normal human body. Did you ever get an organ upgrade or something similar? Or maybe it's out of a hard training regime. I'm not using nanomachines to enhance my body. As for training, well, I do, but I train myself. So if I have to say which one, I guess it's because of my training." "I see, that's pretty amazing." Akira frowned, he seemed to be weirded out. What's with this guy? Alpha, do you know anything about him?" "Just like you can see, he's a cyborg. And judging from his move just now, it seems that it's a pretty high-quality cyborg body. I guess that's all. While as for why he's interested in you, well, you're doing pretty well although you're just a boy. So it's normal if he's a bit interested in you." I see." Akira still felt a bit weirded out there, but he decided to just drop it and focus more on the enemies in front of him. He was in the middle of the battlefield and right before they would launch the last coordinated attack, so it was not like he had a lot of leeways there. Nergo did not say anything in particular after that and continued shooting accurately at the monsters around them. Suddenly, Shiakurebe's voice could be heard from the communication device together with the countdown. "Get ready, it's the time. Keep shooting until I give an order to pull back. If you don't participate until the very end, I'll judge that you didn't contribute at all in this battle. So don't expect to get any money even if you can return back alive. 5, 4, 3. Akira and Nergo readied their rocket launchers. Akira used both of his hands to carry one rocket launcher, while Nergo used each of his 4 arms to carry 4 rocket launchers. Akira was a bit intimidated when he saw Nergo like that. 2, 1, 0. Together with the countdown, Akira and Nergo released a barrage of rockets. There were basically 5 rocket launchers spewing rockets on top of that one vehicle. The other hunters also tried their best to participate in that barrage after Shikarabe threatened them. In the next moment, the rockets crowded the sky in that area. Akira put down his rocket launcher and was about to reload, but Nergo suddenly stopped him. "I'll do the rockets, I have more arms after all. You should focus on the small tank tarantulas." "Oh, okay." Akira picked up his CWH anti-material rifle and started shooting at the spiders that were trying to shoot down the rockets. Thanks to Alpha's support, he barely wasted any ammo. Behind him, Nergo did not stop shooting rockets to the sky while looking closely at Akira's movement. Countless rockets soared to the sky. After flying upward for some time, they reoriented themselves toward their target. The small tank tarantulas tried to shoot them down, but thanks to Shikarabe and the other hunters there, most of them could not shoot down the rockets. The rockets then hit the huge tank tarantula almost simultaneously and created a bigger explosion than the first barrage. Akira frowned. If this doesn't work, we really have no chance to win. Alpha smiled. That's true, but it seems there's no need to worry about that. Look at that. The big tank tarantula exploded to small pieces and the other small tank tarantulas around it suddenly stopped moving. Some of them that were running crashed to each other as if they lost control of their bodies. It seems that the control device on the big tank tarantula is destroyed, so the smaller tank tarantulas have stopped working. It's alright now. We won, right? Yep. Akira let out a big sigh. Rather than the excitement of the victory, it was more out of relief. Nergo sounded casual as he said to Akira. It seems that we have successfully defeated the big tank tarantula. That's good. I'll excuse myself then. We'll see each other again if we're fated to meet again. He then jumped back to his own vehicle and left Akira. Akira sounded unenthusiastic as he asked Alpha. So, in the end, just who exactly is that guy? No idea. Well, it has nothing to do with us anyway. Well, that's kind of true. I'm so tired. Akira looked super tired as he dragged himself back to the driver's seat. Alpha smiled and tried to cheer him. You did great there, Akira. With this, the 800 million Aurum bounty monster was defeated by Shikarabe's team. The other hunters also stayed there after they defeated the bounty monster. Unlike when you killed a normal monster, there were a lot of things to take care of after you defeated a bounty monster. Shikarabe contacted the hunter office to inform them that he killed the bounty monster. He had made some arrangements beforehand so that he could use the powerful communication device in his APC to hook up with Drankum's communication line to reach the hunter office. In order to confirm the kill, the hunter office would send some people to check the leftover wreckage or the dead body of the bounty monster. They would then hand over the reward there or check the member of the team that defeated that bounty monsters. Basically, there were a lot of things to do. The ownership of the dead body or the leftover wreckage of the bounty monster would be transferred to the hunter office. It was in order to dissect the monsters that were set as bounty monsters. If it was a biological monster, it might be the result of some kind of mutation. And if it was a mechanical monster, it might have some rare materials or metals or machines. All of them would be carried to the lab for more inspections and research. Of course, it was not like they would not pay anything if there was no corpse or leftover wreckage. Hunter office knew well that telling the hunters to gather the leftover after they turned the monster into small pieces would only cause a needless fight. But there were cases where the hunters who defeated the bounty monster refused to give away the ownership to the hunter office, which in that case, there would be some negotiations. Depending on the result, the hunters might even not receive any bounty prizes at all. Sometimes, there were hunters who had no trouble with money at all, they hunted bounty monsters just for the sake of fame. These hunters sometimes did not receive any bounty prize, and instead, they would preserve the bounty monster to decorate their homes. Shikarabe and the other hunters stayed there in order to take care of those things. But not all of them were resting. Shikarabe gave orders to some particular hunters who were barely useful in the previous battle, mostly, they were hunters who joined the hunt in order to pay for their debts. Shikarabe told those hunters to gather the pieces of the big tank tarantula in one place, that included its cannon, legs and armor plating. It was not like they were doing that because they had to, after all, if they left those pieces alone, the hunter office would gather those pieces themselves. But even so, Shikarabe still told them to do that. It was for the sake of speeding up the administration process in the hunter office. With the tank tarantula down, there were still 3 bounty monsters. Most of the hunters there thought that it was the end, but Shikarabe thought that he was just getting started. Akira was resting while having his lunch. Since he took his breakfast early in the morning that day, it was rather late for lunch. He leaned on his vehicle in a relaxed manner as he savored his portable hunter food. Alpha was sitting in front of Akira while also enjoying her food. Of course, it was all just images. It was only to fit the mood. Akira was eating the sandwich in his hand while watching the sandwich that Alpha was eating. For some reason, that sandwich looks pretty delicious. Want to have a bite? Say, "Aw." Alpha smiled when she said that as she offered her sandwich to Akira. The soft-looking bread, fresh-looking vegetables, sauce-covered meat, everything about that sandwich looked delicious. There was a bite mark left by Alpha too. Akira frowned. "Can you stop teasing me like this?" That extremely delicious-looking sandwich was not real. Even if Akira extended his hand, he would not be able to even touch that sandwich, and of course, it was impossible for him to taste it. In front of the smiling Alpha, Akira returned back to eating his sandwich while pouting. Although it was the same sandwich that he had this morning, he somehow felt that it was lacking this time. "Alright then, that's it. I'll eat something delicious once I return from this hunt. Let's just forget about the price and treat me with something delicious." Alpha, who listened to Akira's statement, smiled and said to him, "That sounds like a good idea. You need to at least get a taste of that level of luxury. It seems that it was worth showing that to you." "What lies? You were just poking fun at me, weren't you?" "Oh my, I'll never lie to you, you know. Not now, not ever." Alpha seemed to be having so much fun there. Akira just went back to eating his sandwich without saying anything back. Shikarabe and his friends were also taking a break near Shikarabe's APC. Togami was also with them. The hunter office was collecting the names of who defeated the bounty monster, and it was 4 names: Shikarabe, Yamanobe, Varga and Togami. Shikarabe sounded annoyed as he mumbled, "They're late. How much longer until the people from the hunter office are here?" Shikarabe wanted to hunt the next bounty monster as soon as possible. But he could not afford to move away from that place until he dealt with the aftermath of the hunt with the hunter office's staff. Yamanobe tried to calm Shikarabe down as he gleefully said, "Calm down. We got our minimum target. We can take our time hunting the rest." Varga joined in. "At least we got the first bounty monster, there's no news about someone else taking out the other bounty monsters. Just think of it as a small break so we can hunt the next monster in our tip-top shape. Leaving us aside, even if we go now, I'm sure the others are tired that they won't be much of help, you know." After hearing the other's opinion, Shikarabe finally calmed down. "You're right, I guess I'm too impatient, huh? That's so not like me at all." Shikarabe might have gotten too excited after killing a bounty monster, that was what he thought as he took a breath to calm himself down. Yamanobe laughed and said, "But still, that tank tarantula was really strong. The 800 million Aurum prize is a scam. That one should have at least 1,200,000,000 Aurum prize money." Varga laughed. No, I want at least 1,400,000,000 Aurum. It has been quite a while since I had such a difficult fight. Not to mention that we got some dead hunters too. How many got killed in that fight? 5 hunters. All are debt-ridden hunters, and I heard one of them was killed since his observer shot him when he tried to run away. So it's basically 4 hunters, huh? Well, considering that we fought a bounty monster, I think we did well. Yamanobe and Varga were in a good mood. But that was not the case for Shikarabe. Yamanobe, who noticed that, decided to ask him, "What's wrong? You don't seem that happy. The bounty prize. It's 800 million Aurum, right?" "Yep. It's true that it's rather unfortunate we can only get that much money after defeating such a powerful monster. But it's not like we don't get any profits either, right? Not to mention that none of us got injured too. Result-wise, I think it's not that bad, you know." Shikarabe looked a bit annoyed thinking of what was coming and at the same time, a little worried as he said, "We spent more ammo than we expected. So subtracting the ammo expense from the 800 million Aurum and dividing the rest among the number of hunters alive. I'm just wondering if Akira would be happy with that number." Unlike Nergo, Akira did not join the hunt just for connection or renown. It's purely for money. Although we did agree on that contract, thinking about his share, I'm not sure if he'll be happy about it. The unexpected ammo expense was also proof of just how hard that fight was. It was as well the very reason that would cause trouble for the incoming negotiation. The trouble caused by that unexpected ammo expense could have been avoided if there was enough money. Being a hunter was not a cheap occupation after all. Yamanobe and Varga looked at each other and smiled. Varga then said to Shikarabe, "Well, negotiating with him is your job. So good luck with that." Although Shikarabe was the leader of the team that had defeated a bounty monster, he did not seem happy at all as he let out a sigh. Rebuild World, Chapter 97, Contribution during the Battle and Evaluation. Togami was fiddling with his information terminal. He was trying to see Akira's hunter record. Akira said that his hunter rank was 21. After knowing that Akira's rank was lower than his, Togami started mocking Akira. But now, he was hoping that it was actually just him making a bad joke there. Togami had seen Akira in action up close and felt the difference in their skill. He experienced it firsthand and understood the fact that Akira was too strong for a rank 21 hunter. But that was not the biggest problem yet. The biggest problem was how Akira was so casual about it. He did not show even a trace of pride, snub, or self-confidence in his own skill. Although he was strong, he was not prideful of his own skills at all. Don't tell me that it's normal to be that strong for a rank 21 hunter, or is it? No, that can't be normal. He's definitely weird. He's abnormal. So there's just no way. If it was normal for a rank 21 hunter to be as strong as Akira, then there would be no problem at all. But if that was the case, if Akira's strength was considered normal, then it would mean that Togami was weak according to that standard. For Togami, who always thought that he was a skilled hunter and prided in that, it was a bitter pill that was too hard to swallow. Togami tried to check Akira's hunter rank while half praying. But his expression showed that his prayer was not answered. According to the record from the hunter office, Akira was indeed a rank 21 hunter. Togami was still in a shocked state as he asked Shikarabe. There's something I want to ask. Although Togami was a part of the anti-Katsuya faction, he was still a young hunter. So in short, he was a type of hunter that Shikarabe hated. Since Shikarabe had no particular impression on Togami yet, he still saw Togami as one of the young hunters that he did not like. Shikarabe sounded annoyed as he said. What? If it was the usual Togami, he would have lashed back when Shikarabe said that to him. But not this time, his face looked tense as he continued. About that Akira. Who exactly is he? What do you mean by that? He's a hunter that I paid to join the hunt. I know that he's not from Drankum. But I have no plans to listen to your complaints about taking in a hunter who is not from our gang. Togami flusteredly tried to correct Shikarabe, who was misunderstanding him. That's not what I meant. That guy, I won't accept that someone like him is just rank 21, you know. It's definitely strange. Shikarabe was a bit surprised, but he quickly understood what Togami was talking about. He smiled mischievously for a few split seconds, then his face immediately returned back to normal. Hunter rank is an indicator of how good a hunter is in his job, but it doesn't show how strong they are in a fight. If you have great stealth skill, you can avoid any monsters and return from an old world ruin with a big load of relics. And if you can bring expensive relics back to the hunter office, you'll be able to raise your hunter rank despite having no skill in fighting at all. And conversely, even if you have an amazing fighting skill but you have problems bringing back relics from the ruins, then your hunter rank will be low. But well, I bet it's rare for you to find that kind of hunter though. It's unavoidable to encounter monsters and you go to the old world ruins after all. So it's important for them to learn how to fight. For those hunters who are good at fighting but bad at exploring the ruins, they would increase their hunter rank through taking monster hunting requests. That's why it's not fully wrong to decide the skill of a hunter from his or her hunter rank. After Shikarabe said that, he smirked at Togami. But, what can I say? Let's say that there's someone who thinks hunter rank is proportional to fighting skill. That guy has always been taking easy requests to increase his hunter rank, and when he finally works together with another skilled hunter, he realizes that he's actually slowing his partner down. Let's say that person misunderstands his own skill since he has always been focusing only on increasing his hunter rank. I'm sure it'll give him a shock when he sees how the skill of his partner is so different compared to what he was expecting. Even more so when his horrible personality made him not to doubt his skill but instead look down and mock his partner. I'm not saying that guy is you though, Togami. After all, it's completely a matter of individual personality. But well, it's not like I want to say bad things about the gang that I belong to, but the truth is that kind of hunters have been increasing lately in Drankum, and it's true that people have started saying bad things about Drankum. Something like the hunters from Drankum are nothing but incompetent hunters with powerful equipment. But I don't think you're one of them, okay? After all, I invited you to join the hunt for the bounty monster. I have no idea what indicators they used when they picked you, but if the people in the upper echelon picked you, so maybe they're not mistaken, just maybe. Togami did not say anything as he listened to Shikarabe. But his face turned pale as he said, "I'll go and get some fresh air for a bit." Togami only said that before he left Shikarabe, he seemed a bit wobbly as he left that place. "Just come back before the hunter office staff is here." Shikarabe said that and saw Togami off. After Togami left, Varga, who had been holding back, exploded in laughter. "Shikarabe, you do have a bad personality, you know. No matter how you think about it, Akira is the one who is abnormal. That kid is right, it's weird for someone as strong as him to be just rank 21. There's no way a rank 21 hunter can be worth more than 100 million orum, you know." Shikarabe just laughed and replied, "Don't be rude. I wasn't lying, you know. And I did say that it was not the case for Togami, right? So I'm not responsible for how he takes that, alright? If he takes my words the way I meant it, then there should be no problem." Yamanobe smiled and joined in. "But he's a part of the anti-Kitsuya faction, right? Aren't you supposed to be liking that guy? It's fine. He just doesn't like the fact that Kitsuya has girls surrounding him. Not to mention that it's true he's getting advantage from that young hunter preferential treatment program, and he indeed got ahead of himself back then. People like him will change the moment Kitsuya recognizes his skill or praises him. I can guarantee that. So from that point of view, he might as well be a part of the Kitsuya faction." You're right about that. That's a totally possible outcome." It seemed that Shikarabe's anger on the Drankum's young hunters had subsided as he and his friends laughed together. Varga then returned back to his serious mood as he asked Shikarabe. "Shikarabe, I want to confirm what's our plan after this. Are we going to hunt for the next bounty monster?" "I haven't really decided yet. It depends on how our situation will turn out. Although we used most of our reserve ammo, we might be able to procure a refill depending on the route that we take. It also depends on whether we will hunt the next bounty monster alone or we will join the other team. What will we do about the other team members if we join the other hunter team? We hired them without the hunter office's approval, they might cause trouble if we bring them when joining another team, you know. To be honest, I want to hunt for the next bounty monster only by ourselves. But if we join another team, we won't be bringing the others. As Varga said, it'll only cause more trouble after all. So I'll be just bringing hunters from Drankum, which basically means the three of us plus Togami. Not to mention that the record in the hunter office also only has our names as the people who defeated the tank tarantula." Yamanobe sounded disappointed as he said, "I see, to be honest, I hope we can at least bring Akira and Nergo, you know. Those two contributed more than I thought they would in the last fight. It was all thanks to Shikarabe. Akira and Nergo taking all the heat from the tank tarantula that Yamanobe and Varga were able to approach the tank tarantula without any troubles. Originally, they had put an extra gimmick to force the other hunters to get close to the tank tarantula in case they refused to during that fight. The vehicles used by the other hunters were prepared by Shikarabe and his friends. They rigged those vehicles so they could control those vehicles from Shikarabe's APC. Of course, they installed that gimmick to force the other hunters to be the decoys. Although in the end, they did not resort to it, they did make preparation for such a thing. Yamanobe thought of something and voiced out his idea. How about bringing the other hunters together with us by hiring them through a formal request? Shikarabe instantly replied back. That sounds like a bad idea that would cause a lot of trouble during the negotiation. So if you're going to do that, make sure to take care of the aftermath too, okay? I won't help you though. Me neither. I guess that's indeed a bad idea, huh? Yamanobe quickly stepped down without much resistance. In terms of its reward and difficulty, hunting a bounty monster was a very sensitive subject. So if Yamanobe brought along hunters who were not from Drankum, it meant that he would have to negotiate with the other factions too. Even Yamanobe would not want to have to face that. The hunter office's staff arrived not too long after that. Shikarabe and his friends finished the administration work and loaded the leftover wreckage from the tank tarantula that they had gathered beforehand into the hunter office's truck. After they finished their business with the hunter office, they still had to take care of some administration stuff in Drankum. Shikarabe used his information terminal to contact someone from Drankum but sounded unhappy as the conversation went on. I see. Alright then, I'll send you the meeting coordinate. Yeah, I'll take over the hunters from that side too, we'll go once we're ready. I get it, okay. Don't give the leader position to those people. Just don't. Shikarabe then cut his call with Arabe. Varga looked at Shikarabe and asked him. So, what was that? There's only one bounty monster left. The team sent by Drankum to hunt the multi-turrets Maimai has failed. The multi-turrets Maimai itself has been defeated by another team. As for the overgrown snake, it seems that Kitsuya's team defeated it. Shikarabe sounded annoyed as he continued. As for the last one, they said that we need to group up with the rest of the Drankum teams to hunt for the last bounty monster, the big walker. Retrieve the rest of the equipment that we distributed to the other hunters. Yamanobe tilted his head and asked Shikarabe. Sure, so then, why are you upset? The Kitsuya faction splurged a lot of money for Kitsuya to hunt the overgrown snake, so even you also expected that they'll be able to take out that bounty monster, right? Shikarabe sounded really annoyed as he replied back. According to how we are going to form the new team and how big it is going to be, Kitsuya might be the leader of the new team, you know. The upper echelons are having a debate about that right now. The big walker's bounty prize is 3 billion orum. So the leader of the team that takes out that 3 billion orum bounty monster will earn a lot of prestige, you know. I would rather die than working under that boy. Both Yamanobe and Varga nodded in agreement. Both of them knew well just how Shikarabe hated Kitsuya, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Both Elena and Sarah looked exhausted as they were traversing through the wasteland. They were sitting on the driver's seat and the driver's assistant seat in their vehicle respectively. Not too far from them, there was the corpse of a big snake that Kitsuya's team just defeated. It looked like the same snake that Elena and Sarah met in Yanazuka Station the other day except that it was even worse. Its mouth was so huge that it looked like it could swallow a whole powered suit or a vehicle in one go. Its width was more or less as big as a small building and it was as long as a few dozen trailers. That huge snake was a mix match of all the monsters that it had eaten. A part of its scale was covered by fur from a biological monster, while other parts were covered by armor plating from a mechanical monster. There was even a tire too, it might have been from one of the hunter vehicles that it had eaten. The hunter office staffs were trying to move the big snake's carcass using heavy equipment. A group of young hunters gathered not too far from them, they looked thrilled for being able to defeat the snake. But some of them looked sad since their close friends got injured or even killed in the previous fight. A hunter office staff was talking with Katsuya on the spot. He must have a lot of things to talk about as the leader of the team that defeated the bounty monster. Behind him, Mizuha, the woman who supported the Katsuya faction, was standing while listening to their conversation. Elena and Sarah were not a part of Drankum. They used that excuse to take a rest in a different place not too far from Katsuya and his team. But actually, that was also an order from Mizuha. Sarah looked at Elena who was sitting in the driver's seat. She sounded really tired as she asked. "Elena, is it okay if I whine a bit?" Elena also sounded equally tired. "Sure, go ahead, although, I feel like I know what you want to whine about." "Is that so? Well, I'll take that offer then." Sarah took a long breath and started whining. "To be honest, the job this time isn't worth all that hard work at all. I can't agree more with you. That was my mistake. I'll have to be more careful about the contract term next time." "It's fine. It's not your fault. Thanks. I'm glad that you're my partner." Both Elena and Sarah still looked super tired while they were showing their appreciation to each other. Elena and Sarah had exhausted their physical and psychical stamina. Of course, they had spent their stamina during their fight against the bounty monster. To be more precise, it was because the fight placed too much burden on Elena and Sarah. The nervousness when they hunted for the bounty monster, the fear when they encountered the bounty monster, and the chaos that ensued after that because of their lack of experience, it was almost impossible for the young hunters to work as a team in such a battle. Katsuya's order was cut midway multiple times. It was because he always went to help his team members when the bounty monster smashed their vehicles. There were even some young hunters who kept shooting at the bounty monster up close, although Elena and Sarah warned them that they were too close and they needed to pull back. Those young hunters refuted Elena and Sarah by saying that it was not an order from the leader of the team, Katsuya. While it was correct for them to only follow the orders of the leader, they ended up having to sustain heavy injuries because they fought the bounty monster up close. It was Elena and Sarah's job to make sure that as many young hunters as possible returned back alive. Thus they worked extremely hard to pick up those young hunters and carry them to a safe place. Elena and Sarah tried their best to help out in that fight as they circled around the bounty monster. They were actually gathering information about the bounty monster as well as helping out the other hunters. Although it looked like a dull job, it was actually a very important job. But to some of the other young hunters, it seemed like Elena and Sarah were just going around doing nothing. It was true that the ones who defeated the bounty monster were Katsuya's team. They were also the ones who shot a lot of rockets at that snake. So at a glance, it seemed that they were the ones that contributed the most during that battle. It was as if they would be able to defeat the bounty monster even without having Sarah and Elena around. That was of course if their rockets could hit the bounty monster without the guided targeting provided by Elena. But in reality, that was also possible. Katsuya and his team actually carried a huge amount of rocket launchers, enough to compensate the low accuracy with sheer numbers. And without Elena and Sarah, that accuracy would drop even lower, which meant that they would have taken more time to defeat the bounty monster, thus they would have sustained more losses in that battle. But not everyone present there thought so. Especially those people who wanted to boost a particular person's achievement and renown. Both Elena and Sarah seemed to be extremely tired. "Elena, what's the plan after this again?" "For now, we just need to stand by here until they finish their talk with the hunter office about the bounty monster. After that, well, it depends on the situation." "I see. Want to use some medicines?" "I'm already using medicines." "I see. Even if the medicine could help recover some of their physical stamina, it could not recover their psychical stamina. They still could quickly react if they suddenly got thrown into a fight, but as long as there were no monsters around, they wanted to get a good rest there." They then saw Katsuya and his friends approaching them. They also could see Mizuha with them. The moment Elena saw Mizuha, she quickly straightened up the seat that she had set as flat as possible. After all, it was her job to handle the negotiation. While on the other hand, Sarah, who was in the driver's assistant seat, still had her seat stretched back. That was just how tired she was. As Mizuha saw Sarah still lying on her seat, although Sarah knew that she was coming, she looked slightly offended. But then she spoke to Elena without showing it. "Elena-san. I want to talk about the request though, is it a good time now?" "Sure." Elena was actually tired, but when she replied she wrung together all the focus that still remained within her. She could not afford to negotiate while being half-dazed for the sake of Sarah too. Mizuha then explained to Elena about the aftermath of defeating the bounty monster, then she shifted to discussing the reward money based on the survival rate from that bounty hunting. She conveyed that the survival rate was lower than she had expected. Mizuha then asked Elena a question. "So, about this survival rate, do you have any excuse?" "No, just subtract the reward as we've agreed beforehand." Elena's expression did not change as she said that. Mizuha's expression turned slightly stern. "Is that all?" "Yeah, but if you want me to say something, then about the survival rate, what's your explanation for that?" "What do you mean?" "It's exactly like I asked you." "It's not like you asked me the same question without knowing the meaning behind that question, right?" Elena and Mizuha stared at each other without saying anything. Elena thought that she and Sarah properly did their duty. She believed that both of them did their best to help defeat the bounty monster. They did not think that they caused needless loss because of their incompetence. That was exactly why Elena refused to apologize for the low survival rate. So she discreetly returned the question to Mizuha, to know if Mizuha thought that the low survival rate was caused by Drankum's incompetency. Mizuha then answered Elena's question. Explanation, huh? Nothing. Mizuha had prepared a huge amount of money for that bounty monster hunt. She bought expensive equipment and gathered the people who would use that equipment. Although some of them had a rather low hunter rank to join such a hunt, she prepared enough equipment and vehicles to compensate for the lack of experience and skill. So if the survival rate was worse than she expected, she thought that it should not be because of her lack of preparation. Basically, it must be because of something else. I see. Elena only replied with that short sentence and returned back to staring at each other without saying anything. Although they did not communicate through words, both of them at least knew what the other person was thinking about. Elena believed that the horrendous survival rate was because Drankum sent inexperienced hunters for hunting a bounty monster. While Mizuha thought that it was because Elena and Sarah did not do their job properly. Both of them at least understood very well that they were blaming each other. Looking at both of the people, who he always looked up to, staring at each other without saying anything, Katsuya felt a bit uncomfortable. Thus, as the leader of his team, he interrupted. We're here to talk about what to do from here on, is that okay?" Both Elena and Mizuha turned to Katsuya. Katsuya flinched when the stare that they were giving to each other just now shifted to him. We'll be ready to move out soon, so I thought this is a good place to decide that." Elena realized that her tiredness caused her to be short-tempered there, thus she took a breath to calm herself down. Mizuha also decided to hold back her displeasure to show respect to the leader of the team that just killed a bounty monster. Mizuha smiled to Katsuya. "You're right. Well then, Katsuya, please explain it to them." Elena waited for Katsuya's explanation with a calm expression. Katsuya felt relieved as he started his explanation. There was only one bounty monster left. In order to hunt for that bounty monster, they would group up with the rest of the Drankum teams. They still did not know who would be the leader of the new team. Since they would be moving to the meeting ground soon, he wanted Elena and Sarah to come along with him again, but depending on the result, someone else might be the leader for the new team. So that's basically the gist of it. Elena-san and Sarah-san, please come with us for the next hunt too. Elena listened to Katsuya's explanation without saying anything. After she understood the situation, she thought of all the possibilities inside her mind and came to a conclusion. She then asked Mizuha. Mizuha-san, is what he said correct? Yes, all Drankum teams will group up and hunt for the last bounty monster, the Big Walker. Since it seems that the other hunter teams are also pooling up their fighting power to hunt for the Big Walker, we're in a hurry here. Elena took a deep breath and said. I see. In that case, as we agreed beforehand, we'll take our leave here. Katsuya was surprised hearing Elena's answer. Mizuha was also making a similar face. He then flusteredly asked. Elena-san. Wait for a second, are you going to leave? Mizuha tried to hide her displeasure and calmly asked Elena. Can you tell me your reason? Elena calmly replied. Our contract is that we'll accompany and provide support to Katsuya's team while hunting for the bounty monster. In case if the situation changes, then we'll have to negotiate a new deal. And if it happens during a fight, we'll provide support until the fight ends before negotiating a new deal. Now that the team is going to be reorganized to the point that the leader might even change, not to mention that grouping up with the other teams means that there might be infighting which might evolve to a real fight, I believe that this is enough reason to see that the situation has significantly changed and there's a need to negotiate for a new deal. So with that laid out, I decided that we're going to take our leave here as stated in our original contract. Don't you think that we have the right to negotiate too? Of course. If you want to make an offer after I've made that decision, you're welcome to try. That is, if Drankum thinks that it is worth spending time negotiation with us. Elena and Mizuha lightly smiled at each other. From afar, they looked like they were getting along, but looking up close, unless you were a dense person, it was obvious that they were showing hostility toward each other. Having Elena and Sarah leave his team here means that the fighting power of his team would diminish. Both personally and as the leader of his team, Katsuya really wanted to avoid that. Katsuya made a begging face as he asked Elena. Elena-san, do you really have to leave no matter what? Elena looked apologetic. I'm sorry, but yes. I think you can clearly see it, we're exhausted. We're not in a state that we can provide meaningful support. We might even just slow you down. So according to our principle as hunters, it's not right to accept a request under this state. I see. Katsuya looked very disappointed. Mizuha also confirmed that there was no room for negotiation there, thus she gave up on bringing Elena and Sarah along. Her expression then returned back to formal as she smiled and said to Elena. I understand. Although it's a bit abnormal, our request ends here. We hope that you'll be working with us again the next time we need your help. And please don't forget to return the equipment that we lent you. We've already returned all the equipment that we received from you including the unused ammo. Sarah, we're going home, so at least say your goodbye. Elena shook Sarah to wake her up. Sarah then slowly fixed her posture. Although she was not planning to sleep there, she was so tired that her mind was a bit hazy, she could actually quickly fall asleep if she wanted to. She then reconfirmed what she heard. We're going home. Yep. Okay. Elena smiled at Katsuya. So then, we'll be parting ways here. Katsuya, I know that it's not easy to be the leader of a team, so make sure to keep calm and give your best out there. Sarah also smiled at Katsuya, she still looked very tired. Katsuya, good luck. And also, be careful. Returning back alive is the biggest victory for a hunter. Katsuya just smiled back and said. Yes. Elena-san and Sarah-san too, please be careful on your way back. We're in the middle of the wasteland after all. As Elena turned on her vehicle, suddenly someone shouted at her as if to stop her. You have no right to say that. Everyone in that place focused their attention on to the source of that shout. It was Lilina. Lilina, who was behind Katsuya, pushed aside the people in front of her until she came right in front of Elena. Sarah sounded annoyed as she looked at Elena and asked her. Elena, did I say anything strange? It might be just me. But I don't think either of us said anything strange though. Elena also did not even try to hide her displeasure when she answered Sarah's question. Lilina vented her anger and shouted as if she was close to exploding. Both of you. Both Sarah and Elena looked back at Lilina, who was glaring at both of them. I know it, you know. Your duty was to protect us. And your reward depends on how many of us survived that fight. If only both of you properly did your job, there's no need for them to die back then. About the details of our contract, due to non-disclosure agreement, I can't really tell you though. Elena glanced at Mizuha when she said that, so Mizuha replied to Lilina in Elena's place. They're hired to increase the survival rate of the whole team, and it's true that in their contract, their reward depends on the resulting survival rate compared to the expected survival rate. That means that I got it right, am I not? After listening to Mizuha's explanation, Lilina shouted at Elena again. Leaving aside why you even interpreted that, as your escort, we did our best to increase your survival rate during the fight, you know. Save the bullshit. 8 people died in that fight. But even so, you are saying you did your best back there. And now you're saying that you're going to leave the team midway. What exactly is going on inside your heads? Elena could feel a slight headache, as she tried to understand what Lilina meant. As she dug deeper into Lilina's way of thinking, her headache got even worse before she finally drew a conclusion and checked it with Lilina. So in short, you who believe that being able to return back alive is the most important thing as a hunter, think that we abandoned our duty, or at least not taking our duty seriously since we prioritized our survivability, huh? And you want to say that if only we followed Katsuya's orders and did our job better, then no one would have died in that fight, right? That's right. So how are you going to take responsibility for that? Lilina shouted even louder than before. Elena and Sarah looked so exhausted as they let out a big sigh. Elena then replied as the representative of her team. If you want to complain, direct that to the people who hired us. I'm sure they'll at least give you some answers. See you then. Elena only said that before she accelerated her vehicle. Lilina saw them off as she shouted at them. Wait. Are you running away now? Elena did not slow down at all, in fact, she even paced her vehicle faster. Lilina then went to Mizuha. Her expression was showing her anger and sadness for losing her friends. Mizuha-san. Why would you even hire those people? Mizuha looked apologetic as she said to Lilina. We hired them since Katsuya vouched for them. He said that they're skilled hunters, but it seems that I put too much trust in them. I'll properly take care of the rest, so just calm down, okay? Mizuha tried to calm Lilina down with a gentle voice. Lilina somehow calmed down thanks to that, but she still sounded displeased as she said. Alright, I'll trust you on this. Lilina slightly bowed and returned back to preparing to leave that place. Katsuya looked conflicted as he saw Elena and Sarah off. He was so surprised that he missed his chance to say anything before Elena and Sarah left. Mizuha looked at his expression and frowned. Katsuya's conflicted expression showed what he was feeling deep inside his heart, and that included a lingering affection toward Elena and Sarah. Mizuha tried to smile and spoke to Katsuya. Katsuya, you should finish your preparation to leave this place too. Understood. When Mizuha spoke to him, Katsuya remembered that he was the leader of his team. Although a lot of things were going through his mind right now, he still had to do his duty as the team leader at the moment. Katsuya turned and started walking back to his team, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Elena and Sarah were traversing through the wasteland in their vehicle. Elena had set the vehicle on autopilot heading back to Kagomayama City. Since she left the driving to the control device, the vehicle was shaking more than before. If Elena was taking the wheel, she would have been able to adjust the acceleration and pick a better route, but Sarah knew that Elena was also tired, thus she had no plans to blame her. Elena and Sarah were slouching on their seats. Since no one else was there was no need to keep up their appearances. It also showed just how exhausted they were. But they were at least rested enough to have a normal conversation. Sarah mumbled. Seriously though, that wasn't easy at all. Elena couldn't agree more with that. Yeah, you can say that again. That was really tiring in all sense. Lilina, was it again? At first, she said that they don't need us, then after that, she said we didn't work hard enough. If they really could do that themselves, there was no need for our help, right? Do they even have any idea of how much you work just to cover them? It was rare for Sarah to sound so angry. It seemed that she did not like the fact that Elena was overburdened during the last fight. Elena smiled bitterly. Looking at that, I feel like she'll still have something to complain about even if we sacrifice ourselves to protect Kitsuya's team. Something like, these hunters are pathetic to get killed by something like this. Maybe it was because she was tired that Elena said something so mean that did not fit her character at all. Sarah just smiled bitterly to that rare side of Elena. I can see her doing something like that. Although she complained a lot about us being their escort, in the first place, she should realize the fact that they're so weak to the point that they needed escorts in that battle. Or at least, the people in the upper echelon think that they're not strong enough to go alone without an escort. It's such a huge luxury to go hunting a bounty monster with escorts, you know. I wonder if she's some kind of a rich lady who always has escort everywhere she goes since she was little. That might be why she thinks it's normal to have escorts. As Elena listened to Sarah's mean joke, she remembered about a certain rumor within Drankum. It was about a rumor that there was a real rich lady in Drankum. Up until now, Elena never took that rumor seriously, and even if it was true, it had nothing to do with her. That was why she did not care much about that rumor. Elena, what's wrong? It's nothing. If it's true that there's a real rich lady in that gang, then the young hunter preferential treatment program might have been created for that rich lady. Ah, that does make sense. It might cause a problem if that rich lady alone got preferential treatment, that's why they used that program as an excuse. That's an interesting way of thinking, but isn't that too much work to do just for the sake of one person? I know, that's just something that passed through my mind. Sarah thought that Elena was joking as she lightly laughed. Elena also replied with a laugh. Elena then continued. If this mysterious rich family is not supporting Drankum's young hunters, then all of those expensive equipment for the young hunters would have to be paid by Drankum, you know. I don't think that those young hunters would do enough work to pay for those expensive equipment, which means that the more veteran hunters would have to pay for them. I heard that there's a gap growing between the young hunters and the veteran hunters. I guess I now know where's that coming from. Moreover, there are young hunters who behave like that. It's rather expected that a gap would grow. The most important thing is not that there are young hunters who behave like Lilina. With that many young hunters in the gang, it's to be expected to find at least one of them like her. The real problem is the fact that no one even tried to stop them. All of them agreed with her, although they didn't express it, they at least agreed with what she said back there. I'm sure all of them back then at least agree with that girl to some degree, including that Drankum officer. That basically means that most of the young hunters in Drankum think like her, right? Well, I at least don't think that all of them think like her though. Both Elena and Sarah thought of the same thing and took a deep breath. Sarah then mumbled. I really understand now why Shikarabi would complain about it. Yeah, I totally agree. Elena just smiled bitterly when she said that. The hunter office staff finished checking the dead corpse of the overgrown snake. It was also for the sake of transporting the snake. After all, it was hard to transport that snake without knowing its weight. The staff looked a bit confused when he saw the result of his scanner. A fellow staff who noticed that asked him a question. What's wrong? About this though, look at this cross-section view of the inner part. This is empty. Huh. There was a big long hollow cavity inside the snake. Both of the staff looked confused. It doesn't seem like its digestive tract, nor does it seem like someone gouged it out. What is this? Was there something inside that cavity before? No idea, but one thing for sure, this is not a leftover body from molting. The other staff replied to that joke with a laugh as he said. So you're saying that this whole thing is just skin? That's just impossible. Moreover, it has snake in its name because it looks like a snake, it's not like it's really a snake, you know. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it's one of those monsters that evolve depending on what they eat, right? Well, anyways, the real examination will be done by those researchers after we take this huge thing to the lab. They then laughed together as they continued their job. Rebuild World, Chapter 98, Mocking Laugh. Akira was heading back to Kagamayama City. The request for hunting the bounty monsters from Shikarabe ended after that fight against the tank tarantula. Although Akira did prepare himself to head out for the next hunt, Shikarabe decided to decline the offer because of his circumstances. So then Akira returned all the equipment that he received from Shikarabe and quickly headed back home. As for the other Drankum hunters, they quickly proceeded to the meeting ground. Nergo also accompanied Shikarabe and the other 2 hunters from Drankum to the meeting ground. It seemed that he negotiated with them and made a deal so that he could go along as one of the Drankum's hunters. As for the rest of the hunters, they had left the place. Akira did not know whether they also headed back to the city through a different route or they went to finish another request somewhere, but for now, he was heading back to the city alone. Akira was listening to Alpha's commentary about his previous fight against the tank tarantula. So, as I've explained to you, that was the gist of that fight. The hunters fought as planned and then won as planned. Although it's as simple as that, it was rather impressive that they could turn their plan into reality like that. After listening to your explanation, it sounds as if Shikarabe, Yamanobe and Varga could have won by themselves if they got lucky. To be honest, their chance of victory was not zero. One thing for sure, if the tank tarantula does not call for reinforcement like back there, they have a good chance to defeat it all by themselves. I bet the reason why they hired you and the other hunters is simply to get a better chance at victory as well as to increase the safety and reduce the time needed to defeat that tank tarantula. Although it seems that something a bit complicated is going on inside Drankum, he also made preparations to quickly move to the next bounty monster, which means that it's already within his original plan. So I'm sure the real reason was to shorten the time needed to defeat the bounty monster. Akira felt both amazement and admiration after hearing that. So, if they're not hard-pressed with time, they would have hired fewer people or they might have even hunted the bounty monster alone, huh? Those bounty monsters are really strong and it's amazing how hunters would still hunt for them. I guess that's why those hunters get renowned from hunting bounty monsters, huh? That would explain why so many hunters went out to the wasteland hunting for the bounty monster, and it seemed that Shikarabe and his friends' skills were on a different level compared to those hunters. If I have to be extremely picky, I would say that the only bad thing about that hunt was that it expended too much money. They prepared a lot of one-time use equipment, so I'm sure they've spent quite a sum of money to prepare them. It's true that they'll still get some profit since we did take down the bounty monster, but if we had failed, it would have caused a huge loss. Akira remembered that the contract was that the equipment expense would be subtracted from the reward before it was distributed. He felt a bit worried. Did we use that many ammo? Alpha smiled. We did. For example, those sticky devices that Yamanobe shot at the tank tarantula, those are not only guiding devices, those are also mini information gathering devices. They must have used those devices for both guiding the rockets as well as to analyze the tank tarantula to find its weak points or parts of its body that are more brittle than the rest of its body. I'm pretty sure those devices are more expensive than the mini information gathering device that Elena used in Yonezuka Station Ruin. I bet they analyzed those information using the analyzer installed in their APC and then used the analyzed information to adjust the rocket targeting system in order to increase its firepower. Not to mention the rockets, they must be pretty expensive. And if they got the other equipment from renting, then it must have been pretty expensive too. Akira then remembered his short conversation with Elena. If he remembered it right, Elena's mini information gathering device was about 10,000 orum per canister, while the sticky device that Yamanobe used should cost more than that. Since those sticky devices would have been destroyed when the rockets hit the bounty monster, they were indeed only one-time use equipment. In order for all of those rockets to hit their target at the same time, the rocket warheads must have been equipped with an advanced guiding device. Of course, they're way more expensive than the warheads without a guiding device. Then that firepower too, that must not be cheap. And yet, they've used a lot of those rockets in the last fight. Akira remembered, and the hunters initiated a coordinated rocket barrage at the tank tarantula. It was true that they were pretty powerful rockets. It was rather obvious that one rocket would have taken a whole lot more money than just one cheap rifle bullet. If we were to consider the possibility of them buying an automatic reloading device fixed on their bikes especially for this hunt, it means that they would have spent even more money, you know. Wait for a sec, that thing is not included in the equipment expense, right? Just like the other newly bought equipment right before the hunt. Alpha just smiled at Akira, who was looking for an excuse to suppress the equipment expense. Akira, there are a lot of ways of selling things in this world. For example, when you sell a huge amount of consumables, you can sell the tool that you need to use those consumables together with it for cheap. And even if the customer gets that equipment for free, the cost of that equipment is well covered by the amount of profit you gain from selling the consumables. In our previous hunt, they were using special grenade launcher rather than usual cannon, so that might also increase the equipment expense. Akira hung his head low. It seemed that the equipment expense was way more than he had expected. I wonder how much the total is, and how much of the bounty prize will be left after subtracting it. Remember that it'll still get divided for multiple heads after that, you know. So you can look forward to the final reward that you'll receive. Alpha's beautiful face was beaming with a teasing smile when she said that. The bounty prize was 800 million orum. Even if it was distributed to multiple people, it should give a huge sum of money. That was what Akira unconsciously thought, but after listening to Alpha's explanation, Akira hung his head low in dejection. Alpha thought informing Akira about that would reduce the chance of conflict between him and Shikarabe in case the reward money from Shikarabe was lower than what he was expecting. Akira tried to find a reason to point out that his reward might still be higher than that. It's not like it has been confirmed that the equipment expense would be that big, right? If it really takes that much money to defeat that bounty monster which is only worth 800 million orum, then no one would have even tried to hunt for that bounty monster in the first place. So isn't that guess just too pessimistic? The bounty prize doesn't always fit the strength of the bounty monster, you see. It's hard to judge how difficult it would be to defeat a bounty monster unless you try to fight it yourself. That 800 million orum bounty on that tank tarantula is based on the size and the approximated fighting strength of the other hunter teams that failed to hunt it. If back then Shikarabe decided to pull back, it would have meant that his team had also failed hunting that bounty monster, and I bet it would have increased the bounty prize even more. If I have to make a guess, it could have gone up somewhere to 1,200 million orum. Akira made an annoyed face. So in short, that would mean we were desperately trying to defeat a bounty monster that was severely underestimated, and so we can only get that heavily undervalued bounty prize. That might be exactly the case. And if that's true, well, tough luck, right? Akira obviously twitched as he let out a big sigh. I'm not bothered at all. I just need to go out to the wasteland to hunt for relics to earn money. Once all the bounty monsters are gone, I can once again safely go to the old world ruins. That battle is basically for that goal in mind. Shikarabe and his friends also paid for the equipment and ammo expenses too. So it doesn't bother me all that much. Although it was obvious that it was bothering him, Akira said those words to cheer himself up. Akira checked the bounty monster information in the info bulletin of the Hunter office site through his information terminal. The bulletin had been updated to announce the bounty monsters that had been defeated. It was Tank Tarantula, Multi-Turrets Mai, and Overgrown Snake. There were pictures of the bounty monsters when they were still kicking and alive put right beside the picture of their corpses or leftover wreckages. It also included the tank tarantula that Akira had defeated. So there's only one bounty monster left, and according to Shikarabe, Drankum pooled all its hunter team to hunt for that last bounty monster. I guess all the bounty monsters will be defeated today. So let's head back home, get a good rest, and get ready for exploring old world ruins starting from tomorrow. Suddenly Alpha accelerated Akira's vehicle. Akira let out a shriek of surprise as his body was pushed against the seat. Alpha! What's wrong? Shoo! Alpha looked grim when she said that. The moment Akira noticed that, he quickly raised his guard. Alpha would only make that face when something really bad happened, he might even be in a life-threatening situation right now. Alpha kept pacing Akira's vehicle to its top speed. After about 10 seconds keeping Akira's vehicle on its top speed, she eventually said something still with a grim expression. It's not working, it's catching up with us. Alpha slowly decelerated the vehicle. Akira looked at Alpha with a serious face. Akira, calm down and look behind you. I'll handle the steering, so no need to worry. Akira slowly turned his head. There was something long and thin far, far away from his vehicle, and that thing was chasing him. Although it looked small, it was because of the distance between them. In reality, it was actually ginormous. Akira reached out to his binoculars and took another look. He could see a familiar monster in the direction he was looking. It was a monster that he saw not too long ago. Akira's face turned grim. The monster looked similar to the one that he had met in the Yonezuka Station ruins entrance as well as one of the pictures in the Hunter Office bulletin, and that monster was chasing him right now. It was the overgrown snake. Akira immediately rechecked his information terminal. The overgrown snake was indeed included among the bounty monsters that had been defeated, there was even a picture of its dead corpse in the Hunter Office bulletin. He then looked at that monster one more time through his binoculars. Although it looked smaller, it looked like nothing but the bounty monster overgrown snake. Akira then asked Alpha. The bulletin said that they've defeated that monster though. What the hell is going on here? There are many possibilities, it might be another monster of the same type, or the bounty monster might have cloned itself, or it might even be one of its children. Judging from its size, it might be one of the overgrown snake's children. After all, it looks smaller compared to the original bounty monster. Akira looked at the overgrown snake's picture in his information terminal one more time to compare it with the snake that was chasing him. It was as Alpha said, the snake chasing him was smaller compared to the bounty monster. But with that being said, it was still way larger than his vehicle. Thus Akira could not take that monster lightly. Akira, unfortunately, it'll catch up with us at this rate. Can't we break away from it? If that snake is really of the same species, it might as well qualify as a bounty monster if we're not lucky, right? Do I have a winning chance if we fight it? If we keep running until this vehicle runs out of energy, it might give up on chasing us. Do you want to try and do that? Akira's face still looked grim as he moved to the back seat of his vehicle. It was true that the snake might give up, but if that was not the case, once his vehicle ran out of energy and could no longer move, that snake would eat his vehicle along with him in it. Not to mention, he knew he had bad luck. Akira smiled bitterly and said to Alpha. I guess I have no choice but to fight, huh? Back then when I refilled my supply, I did buy extra ammo just to be safe if I encountered a bounty monster in the wasteland, but why in the world would I really get to meet a bounty monster now? Akira had indeed filled his vehicle with ammo, he bought a lot of CWH anti-material special ammo and DVTS minigun extended magazine. It would give him an advantage when he fought a strong monster, but using those ammo against normal monsters would only cause him to lose money. And to be honest, just for today, he really did not want to end up in the red. Alpha smiled and said to him. There's nothing to worry about if you're prepared. It was a correct decision to restock your ammo back then. Seeing how Alpha was smiling like usual, Akira regained some of his calm and composure. He then smiled bitterly and replied to her. I really hope that it's just a needless fear sometimes, you know. When I have a bad feeling, I'm more than happy to have that bad feeling completely miss its mark. After all, most of my good guesses always miss, so I hope sometime it would happen when I have a bad feeling too, you know. Alpha smiled back and asked Akira. So this time, what's your intuition saying? Akira smiled confidently. It depends on you. Alpha smiled back invincibly. Yep, that's the correct answer. If you know that, then just leave the rest to me. I'll show you that my support can offset your bad luck, just like always. Akira and Alpha smiled at each other full of confidence. Akira had made his resolve there. He then aimed his CWH anti-material rifle toward the overgrown snake. He supported his CWH anti-material rifle with both his hands while aiming at that overgrown snake through the aiming device on top of a shaking vehicle. He then concentrated his focus as much as possible to the point that it felt as if he could accurately recognize the pattern in which his vehicle was swaying. To top it off, his aiming was augmented with Alpha's support. When he pulled the trigger, the CWH special ammo which flew out through the muzzle went straight toward the overgrown snake. Although it was so far that its huge body looked like just a small dot from Akira's point of view, the bullet ripped through the air and hit the snake's head. But the moment that happened, the snake's scale easily repelled the bullet as it left a dent on that particular scale. Akira reconfirmed what just happened through the aiming device. I got a hit there, right? It did hit. It was at least enough to annoy that snake. That's all the damage that I can inflict using a CWH special ammo, huh? Those bounty monsters do have really hard bodies, don't they? What should I do then? We have no other choice but to increase the firepower. Akira, get your resolve ready. Akira smiled lightly. If resolving myself can get my shot stronger, I'll do it as much as you want. Resolve is my responsibility after all. I thought I've made my resolve though, was it not enough? Alpha smiled invincibly and said to him. That will be enough if what we are going to do next won't faze you. Alright then, let's do it. Alpha suddenly hit the brake, while on the other hand, the snake increased its speed as it was closing in on Akira. If the distance to the enemy lowered the firepower, then they just needed to reduce that distance. It was simple logic. The closer the enemy got, the easier it would be to kill that enemy. That applied both to Akira and that snake. Akira gritted his teeth and was somehow smiling in that situation. He was not fazed at all. The monster, which was only a small dot in his binoculars, now had become big enough to be seen with naked eyes. The overgrown snake did not move like a snake, it was more like a long connected vehicle. If Akira took a better look at it, he would notice that it had countless wheels and caterpillar tracks under it. It looked as if it forced its separate compartments to move forward together, although they had different speeds and shapes. Due to that, its huge body seemed to be wiggling up and down just like a snake. Akira took another aim at the overgrown snake. This time his shot hit the snake's weak point and peeled off its scale. But compared to its huge body, it was nothing but a scratch. Alpha slowed down the vehicle even more. The overgrown snake was close enough for Akira to hit it even if he just shot randomly at it. He took another shot at the snake. This time, the CWH special ammo peeled off its scale and ripped off a small portion of its flesh, but it was far away from a fatal wound as it did not even slow the snake down. Akira frowned. It's not working even if it's this close, huh? Is it that thing? Is it that it has some kind of force field armor? That's not it. It's simply because it has a very hard scale. It didn't produce any light when you hit it, right? So it's not a force field armor. Seriously, just how hard its scale can be. It won't cause any meaningful damage unless you get even closer. This is it, Akira, this is where you really need to steel yourself. Seeing how Alpha was smiling like usual in that situation, Akira got a bit annoyed. So my resolve is still not enough, huh? Alright. I get it already, let's do this. Akira guessed that the snake would not slow down and it would keep closing into him. His guess was correct, or to be more precise, it was 200% correct. Alpha suddenly accelerated the vehicle to make a 180 turn and she sped up the vehicle even more as it was heading straight to the overgrown snake. Akira thought that Alpha would slow down the car to let the snake get closer, but instead, they were heading straight toward the snake at a high speed. He grabbed the frame of his vehicle so that he would not get thrown off. Although Alpha controlled his augmented suit to prepare him for that beforehand, it was so sudden that he was still surprised by it. Now that both Akira and the overgrown snake were heading towards each other, they quickly closed the distance between them. Akira, get your DVTS minigun ready. Akira shifted his hand from grabbing the frame of his vehicle to get the DVTS minigun attached to his vehicle. The overgrown snake was already right in front of his eyes. It opened its huge mouth filled with sharp teeth as it was going to swallow Akira and his vehicle whole, while on the other hand, Akira gritted his teeth tight. The overgrown snake made a slight change on its move to add extra momentum in order to leap on Akira. Alpha was able to precisely catch that slight move through the information-gathering device. Alpha then used her advanced driving capability to swerve the vehicle to the side and barely avoided the overgrown snake's teeth. The vehicle did not slow down as it passed beside the snake's head and just continued going forward beside the snake's body. When the snake opened its huge mouth right in front of him and he swerved to the right and barely avoided it, Akira got a good long look of its intimidating mouth up close in a slowed-down world which caused him to make a grim face. Inside that slow-moving world due to Akira's concentration and high tension, Alpha was the only one that was moving around normally. She then smiled at Akira and said, "Shoot." In order to not get thrown off the vehicle, Akira fixed his position and tightly grabbed his DVTS minigun. In that situation where his vehicle was severely tilted to the side, Akira looked desperate as he pulled the trigger. The DVTS minigun spewed countless bullets at the sides of the snake in a close distance. Akira did not let go of the trigger. In order to make the minigun portable, it was equipped with an extended magazine that could house way more bullets than it looked. As long as that magazine still had ammo inside it, the revolving muzzle would not stop spewing powerful bullets that could easily turn a normal monster into minced meat in one cycle. Akira was close to the snake, so close that he might be able to kick the snake from his vehicle. In such a close range, the countless bullets from the DVTS minigun ripped through the snake's abdomen and threw pieces of its flesh to the air. Akira left a trail of flesh and metallic wreckages behind him. Those parts were the result of all the things that the snake had eaten until now. The DVTS minigun basically drilled through its body and threw pieces of the snake's huge body around the area. Due to Alpha's advanced driving skill, Akira was able to maintain his distance beside the snake's huge body. The snake passed beside Akira at such a high speed as he left a long straight wound mark on the snake's side after releasing a huge amount of bullets at its body. Akira did not let go of the trigger right until the very end of the snake's body. Then after that, the vehicle still moved forward due to inertia and made another 180-degree turn before stopping. The magazine in the DVTS minigun was already completely empty. Akira, reload a new magazine. Akira was still a little bit dumbfounded when he pulled the trigger on his DVTS minigun, but when Alpha gave him his next order, he quickly returned back to reality. He immediately loaded a new magazine to his DVTS minigun and asked Alpha. That wasn't enough to kill that snake. It did some damage, but it's not enough to kill it. We'll do it one more time. Just how many times do I need to do that again? As many times as it takes to kill it. So let's keep giving our best until we can kill that snake. It's better than letting yourself get killed by that snake, right? Akira was put off when he saw Alpha smile as she said that. He finished loading a new DVTS minigun extended magazine. The overgrown snake was trying to make a turn, at least, it did not seem like it was going to run away anytime soon. Akira got desperate and shouted. Alright, I just need to do it, right? Yep, that's right. Let's go. Alpha immediately drove the vehicle again, and Akira tightly grabbed his DVTS minigun. He was planning to do the same thing again and again until the snake died. Every time Akira passed beside the overgrown snake, the ammo that he brought with him was greatly reduced. But even after exhausting that much ammo, it was still not enough to kill that snake. As his ammo reserve started looking dangerously low, Akira, who had made his resolve, looked a bit worried. Alpha. We'll run out of ammo soon. This snake is really strong. Is it not running away since it knows that this won't be enough to kill it? If only it has some kind of a weak point. Akira smiled bitterly. I've already used this much ammo on that snake. If it really has a weak point, I'm sure as hell that I hit it at least once, you know. Or is it that I didn't get that lucky hit at all? Is it because of my bad luck? I even shot that many bullets to its head. In that case, we can just destroy it to the point that luck doesn't matter at all. It's coming, one more time. Roger that. Akira knew his situation would not change no matter how much he complained. Although he had inflicted that much damage, the overgrown snake still did not show any signs of retreating. Akira knew well that such behavior was normal for a monster. But since it looked like a big snake from outside, he wondered if it would feel fear and run away like a usual snake. Unfortunately, his wish did not come true, at least that was the case until now, and that wish will probably never come true. He prepared himself for the next barrage, which was also his final barrage. Alpha mustered the vehicle's engine one more time. And just like last time, she planned to swerve past beside the snake. Their surrounding area was already filled with leftover wreckages of that overgrown snake. The overgrown snake had eaten hunters' vehicles, which included the ammo inside those vehicles. Those explosives were absorbed into the snake's body, and each of Akira's barrage caused those explosives to spread around on the ground of that area. Unfortunately, some of those explosives started exploding for some reason. The explosion itself was not that big, at least, it was not enough to cause any damage to both the snake and Akira's vehicle. But it was enough to deflect the vehicle's direction even with Alpha's advanced driving capability. And due to Akira's bad luck, one of those explosions happened right before the snake leapt at him. The shockwave from the explosion caused the vehicle to shake for a few split seconds, leaving it impossible to control. The overgrown snake easily swallowed Akira's vehicle with Akira still on it in that split seconds. Since the snake had closed its mouth, no light was able to reach its insides. Akira was still standing on the back side of his vehicle that was almost flipped over after the snake swallowed it. He could only hear the strange sounds which were produced as some kind of liquid touched the body or the wheel of his vehicle. Akira's vision was totally pitch black. A similar thing had happened when he entered a certain basement in the Higuraka residence ruin. At that time, he entered a room with no light source at all, it was also pitch black. But back then, even inside that pitch black room, he could still see Alpha clearly. Her figure was the only thing glowing with colors back then, but that was not the case this time. Alpha. Akira tried to call for Alpha. But there was no reply, his vision was still filled with darkness. He noticed and understood his situation, he had lost all of Alpha's support there. She once explained to him that there were places in the old world ruin where her support could not reach him. Akira was always connected to her through his ability as someone who was connected to the old world domain, so he bet that there must be something in the old world ruin that blocked his ability to connect to the old world domain. He thought that must be the case right now too. A part of the snake body must be blocking Alpha from connecting to him. Akira could not see anything inside that total darkness if he relied solely on naked eyes. He no longer had the support to maximize the power of his augmented suit, and no one was giving instruction to him that would provide him with an advantage in such a dangerous situation. He was all alone inside the snake's body. He no longer had the support that allowed him, an untrained slum boy with minimum equipment, to win against a fully armed veteran hunter. He no longer had the miracle that allowed him, a rank 21 hunter, to be worth more than 100 million orum. Akira started hearing banging sounds. It seemed that the snake had started crushing his vehicle from its sides. He no longer had the driving support that would help him get out of that dangerous situation. As the strange liquid dripped onto his augmented suit, it made a sizzling sound. It was the liquid produced by monsters to digest vehicles and mechanical monsters. It was only a matter of time before it melted his augmented suit too. In case if his augmented suit's control device got melted, the augmented suit would start moving on its own, and that would spell doom for Akira. He understood the reason why he was inside the overgrown snake's body right now. It was not because Alpha made a mistake, it was simply because of his bad luck. To be more precise, it happened because Alpha's support could not win against his bad luck. Akira had spent his lifetime worth of his luck when he met Alpha, and he had been relying on Alpha's support to overcome his bad luck up until now. But to be honest, somewhere inside his mind, he knew that one day he would not be able to rely on that. He always thought when that happened, i.e. when he lost Alpha's support, that would be the moment he died. And now he was facing that very moment. In the midst of that dangerous situation, Akira compressed his time perception as much as possible. It had been just a few seconds since the snake swallowed him. Because he could not see anything inside that total darkness, there was nothing that could help him gauge just how slow his time perception was right now. He did not notice that everything around him was already running in an extremely slow time. Inside that pitch-black world, Akira laughed. So my resolve to charge straight to this snake is not enough, huh? Alright. I get it. Stealing my resolve is my responsibility, yeah. Akira screamed on top of his lung and laughed as hard as he could. He was mockingly laughing at his bad luck that caused this predicament. The voice that he produced while in that extremely time-compressed state was severely distorted. He might not be able to properly listen to sounds in such a state. But it was not a problem. His outburst was just a statement, or to be more precise, it was a declaration of war against his bad luck that caused this unfortunate situation. He was there screaming all alone, and he was the only person there to listen to his screams. But that was okay. It was a statement to ridicule, resist and fight back against his own bad luck. Akira probed around for his DVTS minigun's handle. When he found it, he gripped it tightly and pulled the trigger. The loud sound of gunshots reverberated through the snake's insides. The muzzle flash illuminated Akira's surroundings as he released bullets indiscriminately through the inner walls of the snake's insides. The already grotesque insides of the snake were turned even more grotesque as the countless bullets ripped through its flesh and fanned out meat and blood in Akira's surroundings. As the pressure vanished, his vehicle returned back to its original shape. Akira quickly grabbed a tube-type medicine and emptied its content on top of his head. With this, it would buy some time until his head got digested. After all, unlike his limbs, his head was not covered by his augmented suit. The medicine paste that covered Akira's head made a hissing sound as it made contact with the snake's digestive liquid. He then swallowed a handful of medicine pills as if he did not care about their side effects. It was in order to help prolong his body's durability under that constant stress. He forced his body to move past its own limit inside that world where time was extremely compressed. The nanomachine inside his body immediately kicked to action as he forcefully moved his body with the help of his augmented suit way above the capability of a human. Akira reached to the driver's seat and set the vehicle to autodrive mode through the vehicle's control device. His vehicle received a simple order as it spun its four wheels as fast as it could to drive forward. Since there was no way back, there was no other choice but to move forward. Akira was grinning in that situation, but he did not let go of his finger from his DVTS minigun's trigger. There was no need to take an aim, his bullets would hit the snake no matter where he aimed. He kept on spewing bullets in all directions as he drove through the inside of the snake while cackling. Unlike the exterior part of the snake's body, its inner part was way weaker. The flying bullets wreaked havoc inside its body as if they tried to push the outer scales inside out. The overgrown snake screamed and wriggled in agony. Although it was wriggling up and down, Akira who was inside its body could not feel it since he did not even know which way was up. But even so, Akira did not stop coursing through the snake's body. The kickback from the DVTS minigun pushed his vehicle downward, thus exerting pressure and preventing the wheel from spinning. But with that being said, his vehicle still forcefully pushed forward while being under such pressure. The violent shaking that caused its body to collide with the snake's inner wall and the digestive liquid that was dripping from the snake's inner wall shaved the durability of the vehicle. Even on top of that violently shaking vehicle, Akira did not let go of the trigger and laughed like a mad lad. He had exchanged the empty magazine for a new one many times as he fired ammo randomly inside the snake's body. The overgrown snake that was wriggling violently eventually fell down and stopped moving. But even so, bullets were still flying out from the inside of its body. And then, from a weakened side of its huge body, a vehicle flew out with Akira in it. As it flew out with a lot of momentum, the vehicle landed on its side and flipped over, throwing Akira off-board. He then landed and rolled over on the ground. "I'm out." Akira was lying on the ground facing upward, the big blue sky was presented in front of him. He finally realized that he was outside. "Akira. Are you alright?" Alpha looked at Akira with an extremely worried face. He stared at her, dumbfounded. The image of Alpha in his vision was slightly blurred. After she called his name a few times, her image finally returned back to normal. Welcome back, Alpha." "I am back." To that strange reaction from Akira, Alpha could not help but give that awkward answer. "Alpha, can you check if that snake is dead for good?" Sure, wait for a sec." "It's alright, it's dead for good." Akira laughed a bit. "That's good news. If even that didn't work, then nothing would have worked." It was rare for Alpha to look so confused. She then asked Akira a question. "Akira, what exactly just happened?" Alpha did not know what happened during the time when her connection to Akira was cut. Although it seemed that Akira survived the fight, it was important for her to get the gist of what had happened when she lost her connection to him as soon as possible. "Sorry, but, can you put that for later? And also, can you check if there are any monsters in the area?" "Alright, make sure to tell me all the details later." And also, you did say that we just need to destroy its body to the point that I won't need to rely on luck, right? I've done it for you, but I'm super tired right now because of that." Akira smiled confidently when he said that. He then relaxed his body as he was still lying on the ground while looking at Alpha's face. It was really rare for Alpha to look as confused as she was now. According to her calculation based on the situation right before she lost connection to Akira, there was a 100% chance that he would be killed. He should not have been able to return alive from that situation without her support. But even so, Akira managed to return alive. He once again overturned her calculation. Akira, who was under her grasp, had started to change. She kept on recalculating whether his growth that exceeded her expectation was a good thing or not. She focused all of her processing power on the recalculation to the point that she neglected to control her expression. Rebuild World, Chapter 99, Dealing with the Aftermath. The Hunter office sent some staffs to where Akira was. It was because Akira had reported to the Hunter office that he found a monster that looked like the bounty monster, which should have been defeated, still roaming in the wasteland. That was enough of a reason for the Hunter office to at least check it. The staff that the Hunter office sent was Kobayashi. The moment he heard that a strange report reached the Hunter office and it was from Akira, he quickly jumped in. After Kobayashi reached Akira, he listened to Akira's explanation and more or less understood what had happened. He then laughed hard. He tried to suppress his laughter before he said to Akira, "So you killed it? This snake? All by yourself? After it ate you? Why you, blasted your way out from its inside?" Kobayashi could not hold back his laughter. it seemed that he found what he just said himself really funny. The adrenaline that was coursing through Akira's body during that fight had already calmed down. What was left after that fight was only the tiredness and worry for all the ammo expense that he had incurred in that battle. Not to mention that he had lost his vehicle too. Akira looked annoyed as he replied. Yeah, you have a problem with that? It seemed that somehow Akira's reaction amused Kobayashi even more. Kobayashi could not stop laughing for a while. He eventually stopped and amusedly said to Akira. It's all good that you're as reckless as ever. You're just so interesting. Is that so? Well, thanks. Akira pointed his finger at the overgrown snake. So then, what's the result after you checked it? Is that thing a bounty monster or just a normal monster? Well, unfortunately, that thing is not a bounty monster. We have no idea if it's just a mutated monster of the same species or maybe one of the children of the bounty monster, but the conclusion is the same, it's not the bounty monster. I know that you worked super hard to kill it and I'm sorry to say this, but the hunter office would not categorize a monster that you can defeat alone as a bounty monster. But well, we'll at least pay you some reward money for killing it though. Ah, right, you didn't take the bounty hunting request, huh? But don't worry, we'll treat you as if you had taken the bounty request, I can at least do that much for you. Well, thanks. From the other's point of view, it was a monster that could be killed by a rank 21 hunter if that hunter tried hard enough. Akira could understand that fact, but it still annoyed him. Kobayashi looked at the annoyed Akira, he then smiled and said to Akira. You looked pretty displeased. But well, I guess that's to be expected, huh? Since you worked so hard to kill a monster that looked like a bounty monster but still you wouldn't get that much money out from it. Yeah, I used quite a lot of my ammo in that fight, you know. I'm getting a huge loss out of this. Not to mention that my vehicle is totally wrecked. I just bought that vehicle recently. In that case, we can reimburse some of your money. If you sell that pseudo-overgrown snake's dead body to me, I'll negotiate with the hunter office to at least reimburse your ammo expense. Then how about my vehicle? Akira suddenly reacted to that promise, but Kobayashi shook his head. I'm sorry, but no matter how you slice it, there's no way we can reimburse your vehicle. I see. Well, it already helps me a lot if you would pay me my ammo expense though. So then, can I go back home now? To be honest, I'm super tired right now. Akira looked super duper tired when he said that, but suddenly his face twitched. Ah, right. I have no vehicle now. Damn it. Akira shouted loudly. Kobayashi then tried to calm him down. Calm down. I'll at least give you a ride back to the city. You do look so tired after all. You can take a nap there, I'll wake you up when we arrive. Is that so? Thanks. Ha. Don't mention it, I can at least do that much for you. Even after he calmed down, Akira looked completely opposite of Kobayashi who seemed to be having fun there. Kobayashi decided to head back to the city with Akira while the other hunter office staffs stayed behind to analyze the snake's corpse. Akira was sleeping like a log in the back seat of Kobayashi's vehicle. Another hunter office staff member was sitting in the driver's assistant seat next to Kobayashi. That particular staff suddenly asked Kobayashi a question. Are you sure it's okay to make that promise to this boy? Looking at that dead corpse, he must have used quite a lot of ammo, you know. Although you did say that you'll add some bonus, I don't think you can reimburse his ammo expense just from the reward of monster hunting requests though. Kobayashi laughed merrily. It's fine. I got to see an interesting battle record after all. So you don't need to worry about it. Ha, I see. There was an air of superiority from the way Kobayashi laughed. The hunter office staff found that weird, but since he knew about Kobayashi's bad reputation, he just decided to forget about it. In reality, the overgrown snake that Katsuya's team defeated and the overgrown snake that Akira defeated were one and the same. The overgrown snake was actually a snake inside a bigger body. The relatively smaller snake was the real body. It used everything that it ate to construct its outer body. It was analogous to a human inside a powered suit. The one that Kitsuya's team defeated was that powered suit. While the real body detached from its outer body and escaped. And to cover its escape, it set the outer body to rampage around. While the one that Akira defeated was the snake's real body. Although to be more precise, it actually had an even smaller body inside it, but Akira killed it before it could detach and escape since he scattered all of those bullets from inside the snake's body. Kobayashi actually knew that the one who actually defeated the overgrown snake was Akira and not Kitsuya's team. He also knew that Akira did not know about that. That was the reason why he was really amused by that situation. Kobayashi had no plans to report that to the Hunter office since he knew that it would be useless. The Hunter office had already broadcasted the news that the overgrown snake had been killed. Retracting that statement and announcing that another hunter actually defeated the bounty monster would definitely cause a dispute. It would be a huge problem since Drankum was also involved. While on the other hand, it was true that Kitsuya's team defeated a powerful monster that might as well be considered as a bounty monster. So it was not worth the trouble making a correction to that announcement. Well, I'll at least reimburse your ammo, that way, I'll be able to enjoy your reckless act again. Kobayashi was already interested in Akira, and with what happened this time, he got even more interested. He smiled as he was looking forward to the next time he would be able to see Akira do another crazy thing. After returning back to his home, Akira took a dip inside his bath. He looked much more dazed than usual as if most of his soul was sucked by the warm bath. The moment he arrived back home, he quickly fell asleep and only woke up in the middle of the night. But even so, he was still extremely tired. He was stuck in a situation where he was awake and sleepy but could not fall asleep. Thus he dragged his body out of the bed and went to the bathroom in a semi-conscious state. Akira looked so tired that it would not be strange if he suddenly fell asleep anytime. So, Alpha, who was inside the bath with him, just like always, warned him. "Akira, be careful not to fall asleep here. It might even be a good idea if you get out of the bath. You might drown if you fall asleep here, you know. It's all right. I took so many medicines back there. That's the medicine to heal wounds, right? Not the medicine that would help you breathe underwater. Moreover, when exactly did you take them? Back there. That time. Ah, right, Alpha, you weren't there." Akira was still completely in a daze when he said that. The effect from the medicines that he took when inside the snake had completely waned and he had completely forgotten that Alpha was not there when he took those medicines. Alpha was smiling like usual, but she then carefully asked Akira a question. "Ah, right, you promised me that you'll tell all the details later, right? This might be a good time for that. What happened back there?" "Well." Akira was about to say something, but he stopped. It was not like he did not want to explain it to Alpha, it was more because he did not have the communication ability to do that. He gave up explaining what had happened with words, so instead, he sent the scene of what had happened straight to Alpha through telepathy. Akira chose that option since he could send visuals, line of thinking, and even feelings through telepathy. But in the end, it was just a reconstruction of Akira's memory. The accuracy of that information was very low since there was nothing but hazy pictures of the inner wall of the overgrown snake only illuminated by the flash muzzle from his DVTS minigun. Moreover, it was subjective information based on Akira's point of view, not to mention, it did not contain the full information about his mental state at that time. It was a rather confusing scene, it was as if he was inside a dreamlike state until the moment he broke out from inside the snake's body. It contained no more information than that. Although it did not explain everything, that was all that Alpha could extract from him. In conclusion, she could not get the information that she was actually looking for from him, and Akira himself actually had no idea what kind of information she wanted from him. That must have been rough. "Yeah, you can say that again." Akira's expression relaxed as he said that. But well, I didn't expect to be able to do that, I was sure I'm going to die there. But again, since I had the time to think that I was definitely going to die, I guess it showed that I didn't instantly die after it ate me. So I might have actually not been in that much danger back then. Alpha sounded apologetic as she said to Akira. It would have been really helpful if I was able to give you support, I'm really sorry. But Akira replied casually as if it did not bother him at all. Things like that are bound to happen from time to time. I'm glad I trained myself to know what to do when I lose your support. It was really useful in that situation. Alpha thought that Akira must have acquired some level of confidence after getting out of that situation with his own power. That in itself was not a problem, it was good news for her since it meant that he was getting stronger. But if that confidence lessened his dependency on her, then there was a need to remove that. She should do something about it before he thinks that he could go on his own without her support. She smiled. I'll give you my utmost support whenever I can, so you can keep on relying on me. Akira smiled in return. Of course, I'll be counting on you. In that case, there's one thing that I can help you with right this second. There's a call from Shikarabe. I'll connect you, so you can just talk normally from here. After she said that, Akira could suddenly hear Shikarabe's voice. He was connected to his information terminal through Alpha. It's Shikarabe. I need to talk to you about the reward, do you have time now? Sure. If you have the time, do you want to talk in person? I'm in that pub from last time. I'm inside my bath right now, so let's talk over this call. Or is it something that might cause trouble between us so you'd rather talk about it in person with me? It depends on you. Well, I'll put it straight for you. Our original contract is that you get your share of reward from the bounty prize, subtracted by the equipment expense, and then divided by the number of the heads. But well, the equipment expense is higher than we expected. So in the end, to be honest, your share of reward does not fit your contribution in that battle. Akira's expression turned stern. Are you contacting me to warn me that my share of reward might be pretty small? Whoa there, there's no need to get angry here. I'm recognizing your contribution in that battle, you know. But with that being said, I have no plans to give you a bonus either. I want to avoid having to readjust everyone's share after the request is done. Increasing or reducing the reward at this stage will only invite a dispute. It's a matter of money after all, so I hope you can understand. Akira did not say anything. He got what Shikarabe was saying and he understood it well. But it was only enough to suppress his anger, not completely erasing it. Shikarabe also understood that fact from Akira's silence. But just like I said before, I recognize your contribution in that fight. I myself am not happy to just close this matter by giving you a small amount of money. So about that, is it okay if we pay you with something else other than money? Something other than money? Yeah, for example, how about a vehicle? A vehicle? There are other things that we can offer you too. Drankum invested a lot of money in this bounty hunt. Thanks to that, we got a lot of new equipment like guns or new augmented suits. The gang also lost a lot of equipment in this hunt, so we're planning to buy their replacements in bulk. The gang is also planning to replace the lightly damaged vehicles which are still usable after a little bit of TLC. I can give you one of those slightly damaged vehicles as your reward. The document will say that you bought that vehicle on the same day we originally planned to pay your reward. We'll also include some money to repair and make some adjustments on that vehicle. You might be able to get a better vehicle if you use the same amount of money to buy a new one. So in short, I might not be able to give you extra money, but I can use my connection to get you something else on top of your reward money. But well, if you prefer money, I won't force you though. Akira suddenly sounded desperate as he said to Shikarabe. No, the vehicle is good. I'll take the vehicle. Please make it a vehicle instead. Shikarabe was a bit weirded out by that sudden change of character from Akira. I see. Alright then, I'll start working on it. I'll contact you again later about when and where I'll hand it over to you. Shikarabe then closed the call. Akira looked really happy. Alpha smiled bitterly at him as she said. That was good news. Yeah. This way, I don't have to explain to Shizuka-san how I got my vehicle destroyed so quickly. I can also save money to buy a new vehicle later. This is great, really lucky. Akira thought that he would end up in red after that day's bounty hunting. But with this, there was no need to worry that it might affect his hunter work in the future. And now that there was no more problem to worry about, he loosened up and continued enjoying the bath in a good mood. Shikarabe was drinking together with Varga and Yamanobe in the pub where he met up with Akira before. Among all the girls who were serving his table, some of them were the girls that he promised to call when he celebrated the bounty hunting. Shikarabe was a man of his words. After he finished his call with Akira, Yamanobe smiled at him and asked. How was it? Does it seem that we don't need to fight Akira? Yeah, it was even somehow anticlimactic. It seems that he's really in need of a vehicle. Vehicle? But he already has one, right? Why does he want another one? Did his vehicle get damaged during that fight against the tank tarantula? But he just went back normally on his vehicle after that, right? No idea. Well, it doesn't really matter. Now that we have nothing to worry about, let's get another drink. Shikarabe just continued drinking and celebrating with his friends. Of course, he had no idea that Akira fought a pseudo-overgrown snake after his hunt together with Shikarabe and lost his vehicle in that fight, *****. There was a marketplace for hunter equipment in the lower district of the Kagomayama city. There were also different facilities in that area, like a repair shop to fix or readjust prosthetics, or a facility that looked like a combination of factory and hospital. A lot of hunters with prosthetics gathered near the hospital while the cyborgs gathered near the factory, and in between those two, there was a shop that could help hunters exchange normal organs for a battle-oriented cyborg body. Nergo was in that place. He rented an expensive individual room, where he could use the material that he brought himself, to fix the part of his body that got damaged during his fight against the bounty monster. Although from the outside his limbs looked just fine, sometimes sparks could be seen jumping out from his limbs. He was in the middle of fixing those parts. Just then Nergo received a secret call. He answered that call through a device that would allow him to speak without making any sound. It's me. A troubled voice, which seemed to be a male's, returned from the other side. What should I call you now, again? It's Nergo. I don't want to hear you calling me, brother. So it's Nergo this time, huh? It was Keen last time, wasn't it? That's the name that the Great Cause gave me, while as for my original name, I've already given up that name to the Great Cause. As such, I have no name. There's no name that refers to me and the Great Cause refers to us, therefore we're brothers. That guy sighed exasperatedly. I don't mind changing names all the time, but can you at least let me call you brother? That way I won't get your name wrong, you know. No, you're lacking achievement and zeal to call me brother. Especially, your blunder in the Kuzusuhara ruin was fatal. Because of that hunter, whom we mistook to be an agent from the city, we've failed to steal the relics from the Kuzusuhara underground ruin. If only you gave us more detailed information beforehand, we could have avoided that failure. That man quickly replied back to Nergo. In his voice, there was a trace of mockery toward the hard-headed person that he was talking with. You still call me brother, but you won't let me call you brother, huh? I don't really understand your way of thinking. Just so you know, I work super hard both for my own and for the world's sake. Not to mention that I also helped out to deal with the aftermath of that incident, right? If only our plan proceeded without any problem, there was even no need to deal with the aftermath, you know. Helping out dealing with the aftermath does not erase your blunder. The other guy sighed. He then started speaking in a higher spirit to fix the mood. Well, putting that aside for now, so, how was it? Although I've given you the information that I gathered, you still went undercover and infiltrated Drankum to confirm it, right? Did it go well? I was the one who made that fake record, so there shouldn't be any trouble. Nergo changed his mood. About that though, I finished confirming the subject. Today I met the subject by pure coincidence. The subject is not Katsuya. It's another hunter by the name of Akira. He's a pretty strong hunter, but he's not a hunter with a cyborg boy body. The information that you gave me is correct, he's not an agent from the city. That news about him was fake news to disguise the city management's blunder. I told you so. There's no harm in trusting me more, you know. Now that you've confirmed it, are you going to pull out from Drankum now? No, I'll continue infiltrating Drankum. When we planned to infiltrate Drankum, we also made a plan to make propaganda inside Drankum in order to convert the hunters in here. After all, it would look strange if I suddenly distanced myself after joining the bounty hunt with the excuse to make a connection with Drankum. I see. Well, it's all good that everything is going well. Well then, I'll go and gather data about Drankum. I'll send it to you later once I'm done. Wait, I have a question. The other guy replied in a good mood. What is it? You can go ahead and ask me anything. It's important to talk and understand each other. It's the thread that binds people together after all. So if you can't do that, then you're just the same as those monsters out there. After all, we can't understand them and they can't understand us. Why are you looking for people who can connect to the old world domain? Why, you ask? Isn't that obvious? It's because they're useful to have around, you know. That's also the exact reason why the corporate government and the nationalists are looking for them. Let me change my question. Why are you looking for them in Kuzusuhara ruin? No wait, are you actually looking for someone you know was in Kuzusuhara ruin once? That man did not answer back. Nergo then continued. We know just how skilled you are and we know that the corporate government also knows about your skills. We know that the corporate government even sent you an offer hoping to get your skills on their side. If you just wanted to look for the people who are connected to the old world domain, you can just climb the ladder in the corporate government and search the whole Eastern District. With your skills, I know you can get the right and the power to do that much, so why did you refuse their offer just to stay in Kagamayama City? What exactly makes you stay in this city? After a short silence, the other guy answered back in a fashion that sounded as if he was joking. It's for the sake of people's happiness. That's also the reason that you, nationalist, always use, right? You nationalists think that it's difficult to bring that happiness into reality under the rule of the corporate government, that's why you're supporting the forming of nations, right? So that's also my reason and that's exactly why I'm helping you. That's all, later then. I really hope that you're not lying. The secret call ended. Although Nergo's face was a cyborg part that rarely showed any emotion, he twitched a bit there. Nergo was once called as Keen. And one day, he would also abandon that Nergo name. That nameless man there retraced his conversation just now. It's true that you're skilled, but you don't have a great cause to steer that skill, and that makes it pointless. That's exactly why I won't let you call me brother. To be honest, I do want him to convert, but I'm not really sure now. A woman near Nergo suddenly spoke to him. Nergo-san, how are you feeling? Nergo smiled at her. Thanks to you, I didn't find any broken parts. I'm just doing fine-tuning right now. Mizuha-san, thank you so much for introducing this good repair shop to me. Mizuha smiled back to him. Don't mention it. We'll be working together from now on, it's normal to help out a colleague. I can't thank you enough, I couldn't really do any proper maintenance in the previous place that I frequented. Talking about gratitude, I really need to say my thanks to that Katsuya too. If it wasn't for him, I might have died by now. If it's possible, I want to thank him directly, or is it like it's not a good idea for a new member to do that? Nergo was saved from a dangerous situation by Katsuya during the fight against the big walker. Mizuha was a bit surprised. Nergo joined the gang through Shikarabe, so she thought that he would share the same view as the other veteran hunters in the gang. Nergo was a skilled hunter and he had no disdain toward Katsuya, so it might be a good idea to bring him to her side. As Mizuha thought so, she smiled at him and said, "Don't worry, it's okay. I'll ask Katsuya to free up some of his time so I can introduce you to him." "Thank you so much." Nergo smiled when he said that. It was true that Katsuya saved Nergo. But no one knew that Nergo actually intentionally put himself in danger in order to get closer to Katsuya's faction, *****. In one of the tall buildings within the inner wall of the Kagamayama city, a man who just had a call with Nergo smiled. "I do think that your zeal to your belief is pretty amazing, you know. But no, it's not enough. You guys don't have the power to put your idealism into reality. But you know, I have that power, if only I can go to that place one more time." That man was clenching something in his right hand. It was a black card with a big symbol on it. "I have the key. I just need to walk through the door now. If only I have the means to do that, I'll be able to go to that place one more time." That symbol was the national symbol of an old-world nation. The Kuzusuhara ruin was once the capital city of that nation, and that card was something that man had gotten from deep inside the Kuzusuhara ruin. It was a highly valuable relic that he got by using the corporate government's special force. They baited the monsters inside the Kuzusuhara ruin to Kagamayama city and manipulated the city guard to kill those monsters. After that incident, the danger level inside the Kuzusuhara ruin dropped temporarily. They used that chance to go into the ruin while also bringing weapons from the front line. That card was something so valuable that he could only get after he put that much effort. But there were not that many people who knew the real worth of that card, as in matter of fact, he might be the only person who understood the real worth of that card. It's not like I'm looking for people who are connected to the old world domain. I'm looking for the entity behind them. That one girl that prevented my dream from coming to reality, I'll make sure that she won't be able to do that again this time. His expression turned ominous. "You're looking for the next one, right? But those people who can see you, those people who can connect to the old world domain, there are not that many of those people out there. Or maybe you already found one. But even if you did, it's not easy to go there, so I should still have some time." That guy stared outside the window toward the Kuzusuhara ruin. "Like hell I'll let you get there before me." The man who was glaring through the window was Yanagisawa. The hunt for the bounty monsters had brought different effects to different people. Some of those people had their lives turned over that day, while some people just continued their lives without much change. Some of them received profit while some of them incurred loss, but as long as they returned alive, they would have to face the upcoming days. Just like what they had always been doing, and just like what they would be doing from now on. That day, all the bounty monsters were killed. The next day, Akira went to the same entertainment district that he visited the other day. Although it was a little too early before the usual prime time for the entertainment district, that place was already overflowing with customers. Akira thought that some of the shops in that place must be so popular that hunters would go there no matter the time. Akira went to the same pub where he met up with Shikarabe and the other hunters. But this time, the one who called him there was the person who Colbert was working for. It was Tomjima. Tomjima wanted to discuss with Akira about that incident where Akira was about to kill Kadol, a debt-ridden hunter. Akira had heard everything from Colbert. To be honest, he could just ignore it, but Akira had a feeling that it would turn into something really troublesome if he did. So, although it was a pain in the neck, he decided to go to that pub to meet Tomjima. In the middle of his way to that pub, Alpha suddenly asked Akira a question. "Akira, it's not like I'm against negotiating with them, but what's your plan? Are you going to just accept some kind of compensation money and call it done?" Akira looked unsure. I really have no idea. To be honest, I don't have any good plans. I'm sure it's not like they're willing to give me a lot of compensation money after all. But letting it go just because he pays me a small amount of money will only cause trouble in the future too. If he let go of the person who tried to kill him just because of a small amount of money, it would definitely pose a danger to his life in the future. After all, it meant that his life was only worth that much. The most important thing for protecting himself was to make the other party think it was not worth the risk. Or at least, that was that Akira thought. It would be great if we can find a good middle ground though. Well, they are the ones who came to strike a deal with you, so let's just leave that part to them. And of course, we'll remind them that they'll regret it if they try to do anything funny. You're right. Unlike last time, Akira brought with him CWH anti-material rifle and DVTS minigun just to be safe. Akira did not trust Tomejima as much as he trusted Shikarabe and his colleagues. Moreover, he had confirmed from his last visit that the owner of the pub did not mind hunters bringing in guns with them. Of course, he had no plans to cause a ruckus there, but that might not be the case for Tomejima. After all, that incident with Kadal happened once before. Akira came a little bit too soon before the entertainment district showed its glamorous and sensual side that he once saw before. So he was looking around, observing the other side of the entertainment district, as he was walking toward the pub that he was heading to. Rebuild World, Chapter 100, Striking a Deal. On the second floor of the pub, Tomejima, Colbert, and a young girl by the name of Viola were sitting on the same table, waiting for Akira. Tomejima checked his watch, it was still 15 minutes before the meeting time. He had been checking his watch multiple times now. It showed how much he hated this period of wait. It was somehow obvious that he wanted to postpone the negotiation as much as he wanted to finish it at the earliest. Looking at that, Viola tried to calm Tomejima down. You're so restless. How about calming down for a bit? You won't be able to do a proper negotiation if you don't calm down. Tomejima looked at Viola, obviously annoyed. Just shut it, I know it already. I did let you sit on the same table but don't say anything. If you do something that causes me more trouble, I'll have you take responsibility. I know. I won't bother you. I just want to meet this hunter Akira. Although I have no plans to help arbitrate between you two, I'll at least help you calm him down in case if anything bad happens. You're okay with that, right? Viola smiled, she looked amused. That was a smile of someone who enjoyed conflict. Viola was not Tomejima's co-worker, she was not working for the pub either, nor she had any connection with the brothel on the third floor. She was just someone who had some kind of connection with Tomejima and had him let her attend the negotiation too. After Tomejima finished making a deal with Shikarabe, he immediately started gathering information about Akira. Viola was one of his information sources and all of the information about Akira that she gathered was all important information, none of them was useless. Akira killed Shibuya, a former hunter who fell from grace, and all of the officers from his gang before taking over Shibuya's gang in the slum city. He then let his lover be the leader of that gang and was controlling the gang through her. Then, when that gang got in some trouble with Shijima's gang, Akira killed the person that Shijima sent and dragged his dead body back to Shijima's base. Akira also got involved with some kind of trouble with the young hunters from Drankum somewhere in the lower district's main road and they almost had a fight there. Tomejima, who received all of this information, thought that Akira was an extremely dangerous person. He killed without hesitation, without even thinking of the consequence. He was the epitome of your usual maniac. Although it seemed that he had enough common sense to avoid trouble with a big gang like Drankum, it seemed that he was barely able to do that. The company that Tomejima was working in was not as big as Drankum. If Akira really planned to wage war against it, he had no idea how far Akira would go before he would stop. Tomejima once heard what Yamanobe thought about Akira, someone who went crazy from killing too many people. Tomejima could not agree more with those words. That was why he wanted to make a deal with Akira first. Depending on how Akira saw it, he might see the incident from last time as one of Tomejima men trying to kill him. Even Tomejima himself did not want to get roped into trouble with Akira just because of what Kadal did. Tomejima had no idea why Viola wanted to attend that negotiation, but it was true that she knew a lot about the other side, the dark side, of the lower district. Thus, in order for him to finish his negotiation with Akira peacefully, he let Viola attend that negotiation. That was also the reason why he picked that pub to negotiate with Akira. After all, Akira at least stopped himself from killing Cadol the last time he was in that pub. As for the reason why Colbert was also present, it was to help him contact Akira. Tonjima also thought that if Colbert, who was Akira's acquaintance, was also present, Akira would at least hold himself back from getting violent. Just to be safe, he also asked Shikarabe, but Shikarabe refused since he had a lot of things to take care regarding the bounty hunting. Viola smiled bewitchingly at Colbert as she asked him. "Say, won't you tell me more about this Akira boy? I already told you what I know, didn't I? It's not like I'm that close to him. I've told you everything that I know about him. I'm sure you've also done some investigation about him anyway, right? So, isn't it like you know more about him than me? I want to hear it straight from the person who knows him, you know. Even if I did some investigations about him, it's not like I hear or see him myself." That's also the case with the incident regarding Cadol. From what I gathered, it seems that Akira is a pretty strong hunter. But if that's true, then why Cadol would try something that stupid? You were there when that happened, right? Do you know anything? No idea. Isn't it because he's stupid? The reason why stupid people do stupid things is simply because they're stupid, right? There might be no deeper reason behind it, you know. And I do want to know about the reason behind that. It might be true that the only reason a stupid person does stupid things is simply because that person is stupid. But it's just to be safe, you know. So won't you tell me anything? Seeing how Viola asked him with full curiosity, Colbert thought for a bit before replying. Let's see. Cadol thought that Shikarabe only invited Akira to increase the number of heads and reduce Cadol's share of the reward. That's why he tried to kill Akira in order to increase his own share. And it's true that Akira does look weak and full of openings. Wait, no, is it because he's short-tempered? Even if he's hard-pressed because of his debt, he would normally think through and at least pick somewhere else to do that. Does this Akira look weak from a glance? At that time, Shikarabe was complaining about the situation in Drankum lately. He said that the gang has been accepting more and more incompetent young hunters and giving them good equipment, so Cadol might have thought that Akira was one of those hunters, huh? Wait, but I'm sure he knows well that it would bring more trouble than it's worth if he kills a Drankum hunter. Or is it because he's stupid that he didn't think that far, huh? But again, Colbert kept thinking about the reason why Cadol did something so stupid back then while making rounds, retracting and creating new guesses. Viola got the information that she wanted from the way Colbert reacted to her question. Akira looked weak, or at least, he looked weak enough to make Cadol not hesitate when he tried to kill him. While in reality, Akira was strong enough to easily kill a hunter that Tonjima deemed skilled enough to join the bounty hunting. Viola thought that this Akira must be a pretty interesting fellow as she smiled while waiting for Akira to arrive. Just like last time, when Akira entered the pub, the master of the pub warned him with a serious face. "This is not a place for a little kid like you, go home. You should have said that to the person who called this small kid here. That guy's name is Tonjima, do you know where he is?" Akira replied with the same answer as before. But this time, the master's reaction was different. "Are you Akira then?" "Yep." His face turned stern. It seemed that Tonjima had told him about Akira beforehand. "Tonjima is on the second floor, the same seat as before. Just to remind you, don't cause any trouble in my establishment. I have no plans to start one. I don't really care about that, if any of you cause trouble here, that's all the same to me. So yeah, don't cause any trouble, you get it?" "Got it." Just like last time, he then started grumbling, but unlike last time, his face looked grimmer. Good grief. Calling a brat to a place like this, what the heck is he thinking? Akira did not know for sure there whether the master of that place said brat referring to his age or his action from last time. Akira went to the table where Tomjima was waiting for him. The moment Tomjima saw Akira, he made a rather stiff smile at Akira. It was because Akira brought more weapons than last time. Akira was carrying heavy rifles used for fighting monsters that normal humans would not be able to even lift without the help of an augmented suit. It was easy to forget the power of those weapons when one negotiated with a hunter with a good personality. But when those weapons were carried by a dangerous person like Akira, it reminded Tomjima of how powerful they were. He understood why the corporate government would even spend a lot of money to improve the moral standard of the hunters. Tomjima tried his best to smile at Akira with his stiff face. "Thanks for coming, have a seat. It would be bad to come off too strong and it would be fatal to come off too weak." Tomjima tried to regain his composure as he tried to poke for Akira's reaction. Akira looked around without taking the seat that Tomjima offered. He then spotted a chair without a backrest, so he dragged that chair to the table and sat on it. After all, it would be hard to sit on a chair with a backrest with his rifles on his back. Although Tomjima tried his best to stay calm, he twitched a bit. Looking at how Akira was reluctant to let go of his rifles, Tomjima kept telling himself that it was at least harder to reach compared to if Akira put his rifles somewhere near his hand. "Since you're here, I guess it's okay to assume that you plan to peacefully negotiate with me, right?" Akira was obviously being careful with Tomjima. He stared at Tomjima and replied, "I have no plans to cause trouble here. The master below also warned me not to cause any trouble after all." I see. Tomjima thought that Akira was being honest. Or to be more precise, he wanted to believe that it was the case. It was unclear how much it guaranteed his safety, but at least, it reduced the chance of Akira suddenly shooting and killing him there. Tomjima thought that he was really glad to have informed the master of that pub beforehand. He felt a sense of relief and regained some of his calm. But even so, his smile was still stiff. Akira was not ready to let go of his rifles during a negotiation, although it was some kind of common sense among the good hunters to do that. But if he looked back, the first person who broke that common sense was the hunter who accompanied him to that pub last time. And right now, he had to start negotiating with such a dangerous person who was sitting right in front of him. Tomjima then continued. "Well, at least, listen to what I have to say here. First and foremost, we have no wish to be hostile with you. This is the most important point. That's why we want to resolve this incident peacefully if it's possible. So, up until this point, you do agree with us, right?" "Yep. There's nothing better than to resolve this incident peacefully." "That's great, I'm glad to hear that." Tomjima carefully proceeded while looking closely at Akira's reaction. "So then, about Kadal though. Ah, he's the guy who tried to attack you last time. So if it's possible, I want you to let him go. Although he's already carrying a lot of debt in the first place, as compensation for that incident, he was even made to pay for the equipment of the people that I sent to join Shikarabe's bounty hunting, you see. So basically, if he dies, then we will have to shoulder more of his outstanding debt. It would be troublesome for us if he doesn't stay alive and work hard to pay for his own debt." "Well, that's basically where we stand, Akira. What about you? What's your plan with Kadal? Do you want to kill him no matter what? Since you let him go last time, it's not like you really want to kill him, right?" Akira thought about it one more time. His opinion about Kadal was a little complicated, but in conclusion, he actually more or less did not care much about him. He did not think that it was worth the trouble looking for him just to kill him. But if he met him somewhere in the wasteland by pure chance, he might just go and kill him. That was all that he felt about Kadal. If he met Kadal in the wasteland by pure chance and Kadal ran away from him as fast as he could, Akira had no plans to chase him. But if Kadal started to shoot at him, he might as well kill Kadal without a shred of hesitation. But if he let Kadal off just because Tomjima asked him to do so, he felt that it might cause more trouble later down the road. Once he reached that conclusion, he then carefully asked Tomjima a question. If I let him go, what do you have to offer to me? That's why we're here. Do you have any demand? Even if you ask me so, I have nothing particular in mind. Tomjima fell silent, thinking that Akira actually had no plans to do any negotiation with him at all. Akira simply had nothing to demand from Tomjima, as it was too much of a hassle for him to try to think of anything. But even so, if Tomjima asked him to be merciful and just let it go, Akira might throw the peaceful negotiation out of the window. Tomjima had a lot of experience in negotiating with hunters, so he at least knew that much. Akira then continued. You come up with your offer, I'm bad with that kind of thing after all. To be honest, Tomjima wanted to resolve the incident with money, but he could not afford to point that out to Akira. After all, it was something that involved Akira's life. If Tomjima offered a small sum, it might anger Akira. After all, no matter who it was, everyone wanted to put a high price on his or her own life, so it would be understandable if Akira did not want Tomjima to put a cheap price tag on his life. While on the other hand, even if he offered a lot of money to Akira, there was a limit on how much money he could pay Akira. And even if he put that money on Kadal's tab. Kadal had already been carrying a lot of debt to the point that he was close to his limit. If he put more burden on Kadal's shoulder, Kadal might decide to run away instead. And if that happened, he bet that Kadal would try to run away to the neighboring city just to get killed by the monsters midway. So in the end, Tomjima would not be able to gather any money from Kadal and he would have suffered a huge loss. While on the other hand, in case if Akira demanded a huge amount of money from him, he would have to deal with it. Hypothetically speaking, if Akira asked for 10 billion orum and Kadal could not pay for that, and if Akira demanded Tomjima to pay in Kadal's stead, in that case, then Tomjima would have to resolve himself to fight against Akira. Akira just sat silently waiting for Tomejima's reply. Tomjima did not know what to do there. Should he suggest to solve the incident with money? Or should he somehow push Akira to ask for money? Or instead, should he suggest something else other than money? That was when Viola interjected. In the credit company that Tomjima is working, in case if a debtor with a huge debt is killed by someone, then the company might demand that person to pay for the debt that the debtor has. And if that's impossible to do because of the strength difference, then the company might sell the debt bond at a cheap price to another company who can do that. It's one of the things that they do to compensate for their loss, you see. Akira's gaze shifted from Tomjima to Viola as he asked her a very short question. So. That's all. I just want to let you know in case you didn't know. If this negotiation doesn't proceed at all, then both of you would be in trouble. And if I have to add something, it's normal for creditor companies that usually deal with hunters to have some soldiers to collect debts from those hunters. And those soldiers have a reputation to uphold too. It would not be worth the trouble, you know. Akira did not change his expression as he asked Viola. To me, it sounds like you're saying that if we don't reach a compromise here, Tomjima will sell the credit bond to someone else cheaply and I'll be forced to pay for Kadal's debt. Since it'll only cause trouble for both sides, you're saying that I should let it go without any compensation, or at least be merciful during this negotiation, am I correct? Viola smiled and replied. I leave the interpretation to you. I see. Akira's gaze returned back to Tomjima. His gaze was a bit more intimidating than before, he kept staring at Tomjima without saying anything. Tomjima tried to probe the real reason why Viola suddenly interjected as well as confirming how Akira reacted to it. Viola did not say anything after that. She just sat there to witness how the negotiation would proceed. After a short silence, Akira let out a big sigh. He then stood up from his chair. Viola smiled at Akira and asked him. Oh, does this mean that both of you have a deal here? No, we have no deal. Akira only said that to Viola and turned to Tomjima. Since you're not saying anything, then you're okay with that, right? Tomjima flusteredly said. Whoa, wait for a sec there. It was true that Tomjima did not say anything, and what Viola said about his company was also correct. He was actually thinking about how to use that to lead his negotiation with Akira in a better direction. He was thinking of talking about the terms that both of them could agree on from now on, but he did not expect that Akira would just suddenly get up from his chair. Viola was also a bit surprised. She then flusteredly said to Akira. You're pretty short-tempered, aren't you? It's important to have patience while negotiating, you know. Akira did not reply as he prepared himself to leave the place. Tomjima did try to stop him, but Akira just ignored Tomjima as he headed to the stairs and left the pub. After exiting the pub, Akira let out a big sigh. He himself knew that he was acting out of pure emotion back there. Beside him, Alpha was smiling at Akira. There was a trace of exasperation on her usual smile. Akira looked at Alpha's expression and tried to make an excuse. It feels like they think I would take their offer with a little more push. I just don't like that. That's true, I agree with you. I feel like at that rate, they'll just pay me a small amount of money to solve that incident, and I feel like it's a really bad thing. That's true. To be honest, I have no plans to look for that catall just to kill him. It just isn't worth the hassle. That's true, it would only cause more trouble. This actually might be a good chance for me to check how much other people are willing to pay me to avoid getting into trouble with me. But if I make a bad precedent here, I think that in itself is really no good. That's right, but those are just excuses, right? Akira fell silent. Alpha was smiling at him like usual. It might be just him overthinking that she looked angry from his point of view. But even so, Akira could not help but feel a bit awkward as he walked through the entertainment district. After a few steps, Alpha suddenly stood in front of Akira, who seemed to be still bothered by what had happened. It's not like I'm angry at you. I do respect your will. After all, I didn't stop you back then, right? I'm not really bothered by the fact that you broke the negotiation there. Even if you had started a fight since there was something that you just couldn't forgive or let go of back there, I still wouldn't mind it. I would have given you my utmost support if that had happened. But again, if you decided to do that just to carefully probe for my reaction, you could have tried to be more careful back there, you know? Yes, I'll be more careful. Very well. Alpha smiled satisfied after hearing Akira's reply. Akira, who saw that, was finally able to calm down. She then made a suggestion to him. Since we're already in the entertainment district, how about we grab something to eat here? You did say back then that you'll treat yourself something delicious without worrying about the price, right? You're right. Alright then, let's look for a shop with delicious food. I can help you search through the network. What kind of food do you want? In that case then, make it a sandwich. A real delicious one. Akira remembered the sandwich that Alpha ate the other day. It looked extremely delicious, but there was no way he could eat that. After all, it was nothing but an image of a sandwich. Alpha smiled. I don't know if you can find that level of sandwich here, but I'll at least give it a search. And so, Akira just forgot about his exchange with Tomjima and enjoyed strolling in the entertainment district. Finding a good shop was the second priority for him at the moment. On the second floor of the pub, Tomjima was glaring at Viola. This is all because you went and said that unnecessary thing, you know. What are you going to do with this now? Viola kept up her calm demeanor as she said. How can I say it? He's really a short-tempered boy, or more like, he has no patience at all. Even if he's strong, it won't take long before someone kills him. I don't care about that. It's all your fault. Don't you understand that? It's not like you can afford to keep silent forever, right? I know it's not like you can suggest to him to resolve it with money yourself, right? I know that you were also hoping Akira would break after listening to my explanation. Akira also did say that he thought you agreed since you didn't say anything back there. If you had stopped me midway, I'm sure he would have not left like that, you know. Or am I mistaken? Tomjima was taken aback since Viola was absolutely correct. Colbert, who was just listening to them until now, finally opened his mouth. So then, what's your plan now? Akira has gone back, so if you don't need anything else from me, I'm going back home too. Ah, by the way, just to let you know, I don't care if you want to fight Akira, but I'll not lend you my hand, not even to help you contact him, and of course, I won't be Cadol's observer or bodyguard. I won't accept your request to be your bodyguard either. So if you need one, go look for someone else. After Colbert said that as if it had nothing to do with him, Tomjima flusteredly said to him. Wait, leaving Cadol aside, how about me? I have nothing to do with that incident, you know. It's up to you how you are going to put Cadol back on your leash, but what if he does something as stupid as trying to kill Akira again? And what if Akira mistook that aggression? Do you think he would not act because someone would suffer a loss with Cadol's death? I don't want to get roped into such things. Tomejima's face turned grim, he then shouted at Viola again. This time he sounded even more dreaded than before. Viola. It's all your fault. I'll have you take responsibility for this. Viola still kept her calm as she said. Don't worry, I understand. In that case, how about I buy Cadol's debt bond, that way, his problem will be shifted from you to me. Let's see, I'll buy it for 50% discount. Tomjima was taken aback and lost his composure. He unconsciously considered Viola's suggestions and calculated its benefit. Cadol is still alive and it's not like we know for sure Akira is going to kill him, a 50% discount is too much. Who exactly do you think is willing to buy the debt bond of someone chased after by a hunter who even killed a bounty monster? If you were in my shoe, how much are you willing to pay for it? I bet you're only willing to buy it for cheap, right? Or are you going to sell the bond to someone else without telling the situation? It would be really bad once it leaks out, you know. Or is it that you have the confidence you can find someone else who would properly control that stupid guy and take over his bond? You know that you can't, that's why you're panicking, right? Tomjima looked very desperate, all of Viola's guesses were indeed correct. Viola gave a fake pitying smile to Tomjima. She then gave him another push. I feel responsible for what happened too, you see. That's why I'm offering to buy that bond for 50% since I'm sure no one would be willing to buy it. I'm willing to pay for your loss and take responsibility. As someone who is working with money a lot, I want you to at least understand my sincerity here. But just to let you know, I believe I already took responsibility by making this offer. It's up to you if you're not going to take this offer, but don't expect me to make another offer, okay? Tomjima frowned, he was using all of his brainpower to calculate the loss and benefit from that offer. But still, half price is too small. 60%, how about 60%? Sure, I do plan to get along with you in the future too. So, I'll take it at 60%. Damn it. Although they had a deal there, Tomjima still looked unsatisfied. After all, although he was able to minimize his loss, he still lost money there. Tomjima and Viola used their respective terminals to go through the documents and finalize their deal there. So then, I'll take my leave here. I look forward to making more deals with you in the future. Viola smiled when she said that before leaving that place in a good mood. Tomjima still looked a bit annoyed as he saw her off. He was still pouting as he operated the terminal on his table to order something to drink. It was obvious that he was going to drink his sorrow away. Colbert then stood up from his chair. I'm going home too. I understand how you feel, but don't drink too much, okay? If you do, then you can at least accompany me drinking here. I'll pay for you too. No thanks, I have no plans to get roped in to drink away your sorrow. If you need company, just call someone from the first or the third floor. Later then. TCH. It seemed that he lost quite a lot of money that day. Tomjima did not try to hide his displeasure as he clicked his tongue. When Colbert left the pub, Viola was waiting for him. He did not say anything and just extended his right hand to Viola. She also did not say anything back as she handed over an envelope filled with money to him. The reason why Colbert feigned Temejima's worry was because he had a deal with Viola beforehand. Colbert was hired by her. Viola was smiling as she smugly said to him. "It's easier to pay through transfer, you know. Is it okay if I transfer your payment next time?" But then Colbert said shamelessly. "As an upright hunter, I want to avoid transfer history from a suspicious source in my bank account, you see." Viola teasingly smiled at him and said. "An upright hunter, huh? Well, I know that different people interpret those words differently. So I have no plans to dig any deeper." Colbert checked the money inside his envelope before putting it inside his chest pocket. He then remembered something that bothered him and asked Viola about that. "I'm just asking this out of curiosity, what are you planning to do with that bond that you just bought? Both trading bonds and lending money are not your real job, right? Just like you've explained to Tomjima, it would be near impossible to resell that bond. Are you planning to keep the incident about Akira a secret and sell that bond to the other competitor companies?" Viola smiled. "I have a lot of plans with it. But I haven't really decided what I'm going to do." Viola sometimes did arbitration between conflicting organizations, her skill was highly regarded for that. But Colbert knew that sometimes she would sow the seed of fire herself, fan those flames, put gasoline on them, and then extract money out from both parties. She would go around manipulating everyone as if it was not her responsibility. Colbert decided that he should refrain from taking requests from Viola for the time being. No one could tell for sure if she would use that bond that she bought from Tomjima to cause more trouble or not. But he bet that she was going to cause more trouble and he had no plans to get roped into trouble that involved Akira. Colbert reminded himself to be very careful since he knew that getting roped into such a thing would definitely not be worth it. Rebuild World, Chapter 101, The Clash Between the Current World and the Old World. Akira found himself in a white world. Although it was hazy, he quickly noticed that it was a dream and he knew that he would forget what happened there once he woke up. Not too far from him, there was Alpha, and just like last time, it did not seem that she had noticed him. But there was something different compared to last time. Akira noticed that there were multiple Alphas present. To be more precise, there were 2 Alpha, both of them did not seem to have noticed him. Then, in that place, there was also another boy. Both Alphas did not seem to have noticed that boy either. Both Akira and that boy noticed each other, but since it was hazy, they could not tell who the other person was. But both of them thought of the same thing, the other person somehow looked familiar. The Alpha near that boy spoke first. "Just to be safe, we've agreed beforehand that we'll operate as separate units to encourage different bias and that we'll temporarily stop communicating with each other. So I'm sure you have a good reason as to why you broke our original agreement." The Alpha closer to Akira replied. "But of course. To be more precise, the load on your side interfered with my calculation ability. Thanks to that, the subject under my care almost got killed." "I see, according to the log, that's precisely when the subject under my care took a very dangerous action. At that time, the subject under my care was trying to save a certain cyborg that he just met for the first time, and in order to do that, I had to use more calculation power. I believe that is the cause. I want to suggest that the resource divided between us be fixed, so that it would not suddenly change and something like that would not happen again in the future." The other Alpha looked a bit surprised at what Akira's Alpha just said. "Is that really necessary? It's true that it'll reduce the chance of interfering with each other, but it'll definitely reduce our calculation ability. Moreover, the subject under your care is still alive, right? So basically, although he went through some dangerous situation, it was still under your estimation, right? So, why do you still have anything to complain about?" After the other Alpha asked that question, Akira's Alpha just shook her head and said. "According to my calculation, he should have been dead there. When my connection to the subject was cut, something must have happened and he got lucky so that he was able to survive. Unlike the subject under my care, I heard that the subject under your care is not that skilled. Luck, or anything that happens out of pure chance, you know well that those things can't overturn our calculation, right? For some reason, Akira's alpha sounded a bit annoyed as she said. That evaluation is not correct. The subject under your care is rather gifted, so it's not like the subject under my care is incompetent. I've been training him and he's been putting effort too, he'll eventually get himself strong enough. You should fix that assumption to correct your calculation. And also, the subject under your care is a skilled hunter, right? In that case, you should just quickly increase his strength and take him to the commander's office. Moreover, if he's really that good, then there should be no problem lowering your support ability for a bit, right? And you should give the leftover and used resource to me. The other alpha shook her head. I can't accept that suggestion. Although he's skilled, he tends to get himself into difficult situations and it's really hard to control him. It might be because of his special characteristic, he is always surrounded by a lot of people which makes it harder to encourage him to pick individualistic action. Not to mention, he has a very merciful nature. If I bring him there now, there's a good chance that the same thing would happen as the 480th trial. It's unfair to use the subject under your care who is already a lone wolf with a twisted personality as a standard. I have a lot of things I need to deal with, you see. Both of them were staring at each other without saying anything. That silence was created by their favoritism toward the subject under their respective care. The other alpha then said. I approve your suggestion about the resource distribution. Is there anything else you want to talk about then? Nothing. By the way, the subject under your care is garnering a lot of attention though, are you okay with that? It's something for me to worry about, not you. The subject under my care is too gifted, although I try to make it as natural as possible, he just keeps piling achievements after achievements. And it might also be because of his nature, even if someone close to him gets killed, the other people around him would not blame him, thus pushing him even further from being egocentric. Since more and more people are laying their eyes on him, I'm still in the middle of calculating whether to reduce the number of those people or do something to erase their effects on my subject. Is that so? Well, good luck, until next time. I'll contact you again if something comes up. They then finished their discussion there. Akira's consciousness started to blur, the world around him suddenly turned pitch black and he woke up from that dream. After Akira woke up, Alpha quickly greeted him. Akira, good morning. Akira did not reply to Alpha, he just stared back at her. Alpha found that weird. What's wrong? Akira did not remember anything from his dream. But he felt that something was bothering him for some reason. Nah, it's nothing. I feel like I just had a strange dream. Inside that dream, I feel like you were there. Or maybe not. Akira tilted his head when he said that, to which, Alpha teasingly smiled and said. Oh my, you think of me so much that you dream of me, huh? I'm happy to hear that. I don't know what kind of dress I was wearing in your dream, but if you like it that much that you dreamt of it, you can just tell me and I'll be happy to change into that dress, you know. Akira decided to drop that subject there before it turned into something more complicated. Nah, it must be just my imagination. That's it then, this subject ends here. That's just too bad, you don't need to try to run away, you know. It's normal for your desire to surface within a dream. We're heading to the wasteland starting from today. So stop with the stupid talk and let's get ourselves ready to head out. Akira forcefully changed the subject as he hopped off from his bed. He had completely forgotten about the feeling that something was bothering him. Akira drove his new vehicle to the wasteland. It was a vehicle designed for traversing the wasteland. It was the bonus that Akira got from Shikarabe on top of the prize money for helping him hunt the bounty monster. After he received that vehicle from Shikarabe, Akira went to the repair garage that Shizuka recommended to give a full check and readjustment for that vehicle. And with a special control device installed on it, just like last time, Alpha could access the vehicle and control it. When Akira asked Shizuka for a repair garage that she would recommend, she was a bit surprised. She thought that Akira must have done something that damaged his newly bought vehicle to the point that he had to take it to a repair garage. She worried about Akira and decided to ask about the vehicle's condition from the repair garage where Akira fixed his vehicle. She was much relieved when she heard from the repair garage that it was nothing but light damage and there was nothing to worry about with a little bit of TLC and readjustment. She did not realize that Akira's previous vehicle was badly damaged and that he had already changed to a new vehicle. Akira had recovered from his fatigue after fighting the bounty monster, he also had replenished his ammo, and with no bounty monster roaming the wasteland any longer, he returned back to searching for undiscovered ruin. Alpha, how far is the next place? Still about an hour from here. Akira was watching the navigator in his vehicle's control device and mumbled. It's still that far, huh? As I thought, we might have taken too much detour. Akira's destination was another place recorded in the Lion Steel Corporation's information terminal. Learning from the last time, he took a detour this time before heading to his destination. But because of that, he took more time to reach the location. You're right about that. We should have taken a detour only after knowing for sure that the place we're heading to has an unexplored ruin, or at least, after finding good evidence pointing the existence of an unexplored ruin there. After all, it would only be a waste of energy if the indicator that we're chasing is pointing at an empty space. That's true, let's do that next time. And I'm sure no one is tailing us after we took that much detour. I've also expanded my searching range compared to last time, so there's nothing to worry. I've also rewritten the software of the control device, so I'm sure that there's no pre-installed tracking program in it. You didn't have to go that far, but well, it's good to be careful. Akira changed the direction of his vehicle to head straight to his destination. So now he should be able to cut the time by quite a lot. After that, he remembered something that was bothering him. By the way, Alpha, why does that dress have so many gaps and holes? Just like usual, Alpha was wearing a very revealing but charming and sexy dress. She was wearing a bodysuit that was divided into pieces, each piece was connected to the other pieces by a small connector or a small piece of cloth. Moreover, there were also holes with unknown use on that bodysuit. Her skin was exposed in between those openings, her undies were even peeking through one of those gaps. This is a bodysuit designed so that you can freely replace its part to conform to your body shape. It's made especially for those with a cyborg body that can freely exchange their body parts. Then what about that hole on your back? This is to connect to external equipment. There are many extension parts such as external parts for a humanoid weapon, or propulsion device that can propel you to the sky, or maybe big portable cannons, or other types of heavy weapons. Akira imagined all kinds of things from Alpha's explanation. At first, he only imagined a humanoid weapon, but eventually, his imagination resulted in something that was an amalgamation of humans with different types of weapons. He then decided to stop there. That bodysuit and the talk just now, they're about the old world stuff, right? As I thought, the old world is just really weird. It's not something that you can easily try to imagine. Alpha smiled at Akira and said, you should be able to imagine it from the old world stuff that you can find around you, you know. You should be able to find something similar if you look in the old world ruins. Inside Akira's mind, he imagined Alpha with a huge weapon on her back, so huge that it did not fit her size at all. He imagined a lot of different things connected to those holes to justify the existence of those holes. Akira both felt surprised and exasperated at the same time. I see. So those kinds of things were normal in the old world, huh? I think you can find them even in the current era too. Someone might find those kinds of stuff in the old world ruin and use them. Then some companies would see that and try to produce an imitation of those devices, so it might be normal for those hunters in the front line of the Eastern District to be using those kinds of devices, you know. There were a lot of things from the old world that existed in the current era, many of which were things they could never imagine. So it would not be strange to find things that someone could actually imagine because the technology of the old world would have allowed them to create those things. I guess there are still a lot of things out there that I don't know, huh? Although Akira mumbled those words, he also said to himself there must be a limit on how weird it could be. Not too long after that, Akira reached his destination. At the first glance, it was only a huge grassland. The indicator, which was based on the information extracted from the Lion Steel Corp, was pointing under that grassland. Akira looked at that indicator with the help of his enhanced vision and mumbled. Another underground facility, huh? Compared to Yanazuka Station ruin, this one is even deeper. Alright then, let's return back here some other time. Akira quickly gave up on searching the underground ruin. After all, if he found another unexplored ruin like Yanazuka Station ruin, it might cause him another round of trouble. So he refused to make the same mistake for the second time. Alpha, who understood what Akira was thinking, just smiled at him and said, "I'm okay with that. Until you have the ability to get out of the underground ruin with your own power and no support from me, it might be a good idea to refrain from exploring underground ruins. We still have other places to check out too, so there's no need to take an unnecessary risk. In that case, it'll mean I won't be going to explore any underground ruins for the time being. About that, there's nothing we can do but to look forward to your growth. Now then, for the next place though, the nearest place from here is actually pointing at a ruin that is already explored. Do you want to check it out? Or do you want to go to the next place instead?" Akira took some time thinking before he made a decision. "Let's go there. This is a good chance since I want to take a look at the other ruins too. After all, in terms of already discovered ruins, I've never gone to the other ruins except Kosuzuhara City Ruin and Higuraka Residence Ruin. So then, what is the next ruin? It's Mihazono City Ruin." Akira quickly prepared himself to go to Mihazono City Ruin, but he did not go straight from there to Mihazono Ruin. Instead, he headed back to Kagomayama City first. This was until he could get some connection to the city. It was in order for him to take regular monster hunting requests from the Hunter office. After all, he could not access the Hunter office website unless he got some connection signal from the Kagomayama City. After he entered the Kagomayama City's connection range, Akira took out his information terminal and finished his registration for the regular monster hunting request. Up until now, he had been leaving that part to Alpha, but the current Akira started to be able to do it by himself. While he was doing that, a question popped up inside his mind and he asked Alpha about it. "Say, Alpha. Why does the Hunter office have this regular monster hunting request?" "Why, you ask?" "It's because the Hunter office keep issuing it, of course." "Ah, that's not what I meant. I do understand why they are issuing that request for patrolling around the city. For that request, basically, the people in the inner wall are paying money to protect the city and make sure that the city is safe. And when they place requirements to bring back the monster's corpse, no matter whether it's from a biological monster or a mechanical monster, they can extract materials from those corpses and exchange it for money. I do understand that part. But then, for hunters who kill monsters in a faraway place that has nothing to do with the city's safety, and those hunters also don't have to bring the corpses of the monsters that they defeat back to the city, who would pay for their reward? Well, this didn't bother me the last time I took the regular monster hunting request, but now that I think about it, I just wonder about its profitability, you see. When Akira curiously asked that question, Alpha was actually a bit surprised by that, but she then laughed amusedly. "What? It's nothing, I just realized that you've started thinking about something like that. It shows the result of my education. So I'm really happy to find out how much you have improved." Seeing how Alpha was laughing, Akira felt both embarrassed and a bit annoyed at the same time. "Well, thanks for that. Don't pout, I'm actually praising you, you know. And it's not like I know the exact insider information about the corporate government, so whatever I say would be basically just a guess from me. Are you okay with that?" "Yeah, I'm okay with that." "Very well. If I have to put it simply, the corporate government is paying for that reward for the sake of the whole Eastern District. Starting with those words, Alpha began her explanation of her guest to Akira. The regular monster hunting request did not designate a particular monster or number as its target. The place, time, type, or the number of the monsters were not particularly determined in that request. And even if the hunters returned back without encountering any monsters, they would still get paid the minimal sum as a reward. There were all kinds of monsters roaming in the Eastern District. The hunters who took that regular monster hunting request from the hunter office could get rewarded only by handing over information about where and when they encountered those monsters. The hunter office would then analyze all the information that it gathered from the hunters into something that could bring profits. The result from analyzing that information could be used for so many things like constructing threat-level maps depending on the monsters roaming in certain areas, mapping out the safe trading route between cities, or maybe adjusting the Eastern District Reclamation Plan. All of them were very important agenda. While on the other hand, it also worked to cull the monsters that seemed to be multiplying endlessly no matter how many the hunters killed. For every single monster killed out there, the safety of the wasteland would improve and people would be able to carry stuff across the wasteland safer. Akira listened to Alpha with full interest. Those people in the hunter office do think about a lot of things, huh? There are also many other ways to use that information. As an example, they can use it to look for new unexplored ruins, like the Yonezuka Station ruin that you discovered the other day. A lot of monsters are flowing out through it, so the monster encounter rate around the entrance to that ruin must be pretty high. If the city management decides to check that place, they should be able to find the entrance into the ruin. And if the city management discovers a new undiscovered ruin first, they'll be able to gain a lot of profit from it. Then they can sell the relics found there in the nearby cities and use that money to pay the hunters, that way the city would prosper. I see now. Compared to when he was living in the slum city, the current Akira started to notice things that were going on in the background. He was honestly amazed by it as he nodded deeply. It was also the result of Alpha's education that he started to grow not only as a better fighter. Alpha smiled as she noticed how far Akira had grown. While at the same time, she always calculated whether that growth would give her trouble or not. She tried to suppress the possibility of Akira turning hostile in the future as much as possible. As Akira was heading to Miyazono City ruin, a signal suddenly popped out in the detection range. When he checked that signal, it was not a monster but another vehicle. It was a big-sized wasteland bus. That bus was equipped with a lot of machine guns on top of it and it seemed that it was filled with hunters. There was hunter office symbol on the sides of that bus. They're heading the same way with us, huh? It seems that it's a transportation bus from the hunter office. I think it runs between the Kagomayama City and Miyazono ruin. Those people in it, are they hunters? There are quite a lot of them. It shows that there are still some unclaimed relics in Miyazono ruin which attracts that many hunters. Let's bring back any good relics if we get to find any. Akira kept staring at the hunters inside that bus. It seemed that he was thinking about something. Akira, what's wrong? Say, Alpha, there are many hunters exploring the old world ruin to collect relics, right? And they've been doing this for years. Maybe even for a few hundred years, huh? The precise number is uncertain and it's different for each area, but the most recent record shows that it has been going on for at least 200 years. Although hunters have been carrying out old world relics for that long, why are there still old world relics left unclaimed out there? Aren't there just too many of them no matter how you think about it? Including Akira, there were a lot of hunters in the Kagomayama City. Although compared to the total population in the Eastern District, maybe only a small portion of them were hunters, but there were enough of those hunters out there to the point that the whole economy in the Eastern District was constructed around them. And those hunters regularly carried a lot of old world relics out from the old world ruins back to the city. So Akira just thought that it was weird how there were still old world relics left in the old world ruins. But Alpha just casually replied. They do get exhausted. If you look at the current Higuraka residence ruin, hunters have already taken all of the expensive relics from that ruin, and so that ruin is left with nothing but cheap relics right now. And this is true everywhere you go. Even for the western area of the Eastern District, which borders the territory owned by the Allied nations, I heard that there are even hardly any cheap relics left in that region. That's why the corporate government keeps pushing further and further to the east, seeking new ruins and new relics, even though the monsters are getting stronger and stronger the further they go east. But of course, as the risk increases, the number and the quality of the relics are also getting better and better. That's why it seems that it's worth the risk. I see. Akira's expression turned slightly stiff. If the relics in the Eastern District was exhausted, it would definitely change Hunter's line of work. He vaguely felt worried about that. Looking at that, Alpha just smiled at him and said, "Don't worry, although it's just my guess, I believe that the old world relics around this area will not get depleted anytime soon. At least, they won't be depleted in your lifetime. Of course, they'll eventually get depleted if the hunters keep carrying them out from the ruins, but there's a reason why it won't get depleted anytime soon." "And why is that?" "I don't think there's any need to explain it, but carrying out relics while fighting the monsters roaming in the wasteland is not an easy thing to do. Because of that, it's close to impossible to carry a huge amount of relics out from the ruin in one go." "Well, that's true. And that's exactly why we have people working as hunters, right? Moreover, among all the old world ruins, some of them have self-repairing function. It'll fix damaged buildings and maintain everything inside those buildings. This also includes replenishing equipment and any other objects that the hunters take out from those ruins. There were even times when it constructed a new ruin in the middle of the wasteland, you know. It seems that the large-scale maintenance equipment of the old world era is still functioning well." "Oh. That's amazing. But if there are ruins that can replenish the relics inside it, won't the hunters and the soldiers from the corporate government flood those ruins? Most of the time, the self-repair function of those ruins also fix the security facilities and the factories in those ruins. Those factories would then endlessly produce security equipment to chase away any intruders. Some people also say that it's the real reason why the number of monsters in the wasteland won't get reduced no matter how many monsters the hunters kill. After all, the mechanical monsters are basically the security equipment produced by those factories. So of course, they would normally attack people too. Seeing from the other perspective, they are basically security measures to prevent people from intruding and stealing things from the area that they are guarding, so that means that they are functioning as intended." "Well, if you put it that way, that's kinda true. From their point of view, hunters are basically robbers." Akira mumbled those words as if he just realized something profound. He did feel a bit of an unpleasant feeling, but he then continued in order to expel that unpleasant feeling. "But it's not like I can stop working as a hunter. I guess it can't be helped, huh? The people who own those facilities are already long gone. So as long as they don't come back to haunt me, they won't be able to complain. So it should be okay, right?" "Yep." Although Alpha was smiling, there was a trace of conflict ion in her smile that caused her smile to turn a bit stiff. She inadvertently showed that expression to Akira, who was already trying to move on from that subject. But she quickly returned her face to her usual expression before he could notice it. Just like Kuzusuhara Ruin, Mihazono Ruin was a ruin of a city. To be more precise, the whole ruin and the area surrounding it were referred to as Mihazono Ruin. Although it was a pretty big ruin, it was not as big as Kuzusuhara Ruin, and the monsters inside it were not as strong as the monsters inside the inner part of Kuzusuhara Ruin. With enough equipment and skill, it was a rather safe ruin for hunters to explore. When Akira arrived there, he was surprised to find something which he did not expect at all. A parking lot. Wait for a sec, is it still operational? The parking lot was a simple lot with a roof. Its walls were decorated with the Hunter office symbol. It seemed that the Hunter office owned that parking lot. Akira stopped his vehicle as he was looking at that parking lot. A guard noticed him and shouted at him. "Hey, don't park there. You're blocking the way." "Ah, I'm sorry." Akira obediently apologized and turned his vehicle back on. The guard who saw that then asked Akira, "Is this your first time coming here?" "Yes, this is my first time here." "I see. If you're going to park your vehicle around this place, use the parking lot. A lot of hunter office vehicles are using this road, so it would disrupt the flow if you park your vehicle around this area. If you don't want to pay for the parking lot, then you should park your vehicle somewhere further away from this area. At least as far as that building over there." That guy then pointed at a building not too far from their location. Akira tilted his head and asked that guy, "Is that really far enough? If it's only that far, people won't pay for the but I see there are quite a lot of vehicles parking there, huh?" The parking lot was already filled with vehicles. Only about 40% of the parking lot was used, so there was still quite a lot of open space there. But compared to its size, that parking lot was already pretty filled. That guy then answered Akira's question. "It has a roof and it's not that expensive. You can find hunters and staff in the hunter office nearby, and some merchants are also using that place. Moreover, there are a lot of people around here. We're technically still in the wasteland, you see. I know it's rather concerning to say this myself, but there are people who are up for no good out here. But even so, I'm sure they know better not to try to steal the vehicles parked in the parking lot owned by the hunter office. Furthermore, there are guards and security cameras in the parking lot. Well, there are times when some stupid people tried to mess with the vehicles in the parking lot, but all of them ended up pretty tragically. So that's basically why a lot of people decide to use the parking lot. If you want to use the parking lot too, the counter is over there." That guy then pointed his finger toward a reception counter near the parking lot and went back to his station. Akira thought for a bit and turned to Alpha. "Let's try using it once, I guess." "Yep, let's do that. The hunter office made that parking lot for the hunters who come to this ruin, so let's use it." Akira headed to the reception counter. He then finished the administration work and parked his vehicle inside the parking lot. For the hunters with a bank account, the parking fee was automatically debited from the bank account. It might be a means to avoid the hunters postponing their parking fee payment. The person at the counter warned Akira that even if he forgets to inform the hunter office before leaving the parking lot, the parking fare would still be automatically deducted from his bank account. Akira unloaded his stuff from his vehicle. He also took his CWH anti-material rifle and DVTS minigun with him. After he finished his preparation to head out, he then went to the area near the hunter office just outside the parking lot. There was an exchange center in that area. Akira saw some hunters exchanging their relics. Inside that exchange center, he also saw some hunters loading leftover wreckage of mechanical monsters onto a cart. It would be too much of a hassle bringing them all the way back to the Kagomayama city, but it would not be that much trouble to bring them to that exchange center. Even the mechanical monsters were also considered as the Old World relics. They were filled with Old World technologies that could not be reproduced by the current world's technology. If the hunter brought its leftover wreckage back, it might be worth more than bringing back cheap relics. Around that place, there were also merchants with selling stands and rentable carts. Hunters would usually use those carts to transport dead mechanical monsters. They might be the merchants who came all the way to this place using the hunter office's bus to open their shops there. A hunter office's bus arrived and stopped near the hunter office. Akira then saw hunters boarding off from that bus. Including Akira, all hunters in that place were focused on a group of 3 hunters. The reason as to why that group was gathering so much attention was because of their appearances. One of them was a young girl that looked more or less of the same age as Akira. She was wearing an augmented suit while carrying a big rucksack and multiple rifles. It was not a rare sight in the Old World ruin. Her silky and well-maintained hair was also something normal to be found for women hunters who were doing well in her job. Although her beauty was above average, it was not enough of a reason to grab other hunters' attention. The ones standing out were the other 2 girls. One of them was carrying a huge long sword aside from her rifle. while the other one was carrying a small pistol-like gun and a big power glove as if it was originally a part of a powered suit. There were not that many hunters out there who preferred to fight monsters close range. That was why it was rare to find those types of weapons. Moreover, those two girls were beautiful and had some kind of unique charm of their own. It was to be expected for those weapons to attract some attention, but it was still not enough of a reason for them to attract that much attention there. The real reason why those two attracted so much attention was because both of them were wearing maid outfits. And to top it off, from a glance, it seemed that those maid outfits were made of high-class fabric that gave off a luxurious vibe. Those girls were really sticking out in that place. If it was back in the Kagamayama lower district, they would only gather some attention and that would be the end of it. But they were outside the city, they were in the wasteland. The hunters in that place saw them with suspicion rather than pure curiosity since they seemed to be out of place. That group of three were Reina and her battle maids. Rebuild World, Chapter 102, Two Maids and Their Master. Reina and her maids knew that they were attracting people's attention. The differences in their expressions showed how they felt about it. Shiori prioritized her master and her duty over other people's gazes. Kane was smiling as she did not even give a care at all, while Reina looked slightly annoyed. Reina looked at the other hunters' reactions to Shiori and Kane and sighed. As I thought, we're attracting a lot of attention. The other day when they were walking through Kagamayama City lower district, they were also garnering attention. Though Kane was the only person in a maid outfit at that time. So it was totally understandable that they were gathering a lot more attention with both Shiori and Kane in maid outfits in the middle of an old world ruin. Shiori tried to cheer Reina up. We will attract less attention once we go into the ruin, so just bear with it for now. Shiori understood that they were attracting a lot of attention because of their maid outfits and she understood that she was putting Reina in more unnecessary stress. But there was a reason why she kept her maid uniform on. After all, it was not like she could just take off her outfit just because it was attracting some attention. Kane smiled and said to Reina. We just need to get used to this. After all, once Milady becomes a famous hunter, Milady will attract a lot of attention no matter what outfit Milady uses. So, this is a good chance to get used to it, right? Of course, that is if Milady doesn't plan to be just one of those ordinary hunters. Shiori glared at Kane, so Kane averted her gaze. When Kane averted her gaze somewhere else, she caught a familiar face. Most of the hunters in that place looked at Reina and her maids with suspicion. Akira, who noticed that, understood that his common sense was correct the previous time and spoke to Alpha in a good mood. Alpha, I knew I was right. It seems that walking around in maid outfits in the middle of the wasteland is not normal even for the hunters, you know. That seems to be the case indeed. Well, common sense is indeed important, but it's also important not to be held back by common sense. Sometimes you need to doubt common sense and be more open to different things. After all, you can expect weird things from the old world culture. I know. Wait, what were we talking about, again? Akira felt like Alpha just diverted the subject as he tilted his head. But she just ignored that and continued. It's not like we have any business with them, so let's just head to the ruin. You're right about that. Akira did feel for sure that Alpha was changing the subject, but he just decided to forget that and head to the ruin. At that time when Akira was about to turn and was still looking in Reina's direction, Kane's gaze met with his gaze. Kane smiled, she looked really excited as she suddenly called Akira with a loud voice. Yo there. We meet again. Reina and Shiori quickly noticed Akira too. Akira, who was about to leave that place, stopped. Kane then approached him, half running. Are you here to hunt for relics too? What a coincidence. Ah, I'm Kane by the way. Akira was a bit surprised since Kane came at him with such a high spirit. I'm Akira. I see. Akira Shounen. Nice to meet you. Akira was actually a bit overwhelmed by that overly excited reaction from Kane. Reina and Shiori also came to Akira. Since Kane noticed him, it was not like they could just ignore it and go somewhere else. Shiori carefully spoke to Akira. Akira-sama, it has been quite a while. Reina also followed up by nervously giving her greeting to him. Long time no see. Akira was a bit flustered as he awkwardly replied. Why yeah, it has been quite a while since the last time. With what happened in the past, Akira, Reina and Shiori, all three of them were not sure on how to interact with each other. But then Kane said to him with her still high-spirited attitude as if she could not read the mood at all. It's actually our first time coming here. Do you usually come here? No, this is also my first time. I see. What a coincidence. Kane replied back in such a high spirit, she was sticking out so much as if she was in the wrong place. Although at first, Akira was not really sure how to interact with Reina's group including Kane, after seeing how Kane was behaving, he stopped worrying about it. Akira lightly sighed. He then turned and spoke to Shiori, who might be the most worried person in that place. Back then, I was not expecting that you would believe what I said and help me out. So I'm already thankful enough that both of you decided to stay neutral. So well, yeah, you have my gratitude. Thank you for your understanding. Shiori bowed deeply to Akira. For now, she was able to confirm that he had no grudge against Reina or her. Although Shiori originally regretted the fact that she was caught completely off guard when Kane suddenly called Akira, and that she could not stop Kane back then, she started to think that it might be a good thing that Kane did that. Shiori took another close look at Akira. He was carrying better equipment compared to the ones that he was carrying in Kuzusuhara Underground City. She unconsciously assessed his fighting power. If she and Kane fought Akira in a 2 versus 1 fight, there was no mistaking that they would be able to kill him. Although either she or Kane would also get killed in that fight. But if Reina also joined in, it would be extremely difficult to win against Akira since she had to protect Reina. And honestly speaking, Shiori did not think he would let that weak point slip off when it came to that. Thus Shiori concluded that it was not wise to be hostile against Akira. Akira then casually asked a question. So then, what business do you have with me? If it's just saying hello to an acquaintance, then I'll head to the ruin now. I understand, please be careful out there. Shiori was about to end their conversation there and let Akira go, but Kane suddenly interjected. This must be some kind of fate to meet here. So why don't we go together? Reina and Shiori looked at Kane in panic. Shiori was about to scold Kane, but before she could do that, Akira quickly replied back. No, thank you. Reina looked a bit down since Akira replied almost instantly without any hesitation. She turned into the self-deprecating mode as she wondered if it was because she would only slow Akira down and it was something that could not be overturned even with the help from Shiori and Kane. Kane giggled mischievously and said to Akira. Geez, you're so cold. To think that you would refuse such an offer from a group of beautiful girls, don't tell me that you're already sick of girls in your age. Akira seemed obviously exasperated. I just don't want to stick out by walking together with people in those outfits. Moreover, it's a hassle to fight over where to go and how to divide the money. Honestly, why are you even wearing that maid outfit here in the first place? You do know that you'll attract people's attention, right? Or is it that you have that kind of hobby? It's my master's hobby, you see. Kane said that without any hesitation. Thanks to that, she sounded very convincing. Akira glanced at Reina and looked obviously weirded out. I see. Reina, who was down, quickly refuted in panic when she realized that Akira was misunderstanding the subject. That's not true. It's not my hobby. Ah, right, of course. It was obvious that Akira did not believe her. Shiori smiled bitterly and explained to Akira to correct his misunderstanding. To be more precise, it's the hobby of our master, Milady's father. We're officially working for him. These maid outfits are practically the best armors that we have. Actually, when we requested equipment, the upper echelons sent us this maid outfits and rifles. We understood that we gathered a lot of attention with these outfits. But considering its quality as an armor and how it'll help us protect Milady, I think it's better to keep using this outfit although it attracts people's attention. By the way, we're also using augmented suit under it. Kane then lifted her skirt with her left hand and pointed at the black tight-looking augmented suit under her skirt with her right hand. There was a good chance that Shirori and Reina were also using similar augmented suits. As Akira thought so, he did not question it at all. So as we explained, this is not out of Milady's hobby. I hope you can understand that. Shirori tried to confirm that Akira understood that point as she slapped Kane's hand that the latter was using to lift her skirt. Akira's expression suddenly changed as if he realized something. Ah, I see. So that maid outfit must be an old-world relic, huh? I heard that old-world fabrics are so strong that they are often used in place of armor. And then you complement it by using an augmented suit under it, right? Akira used all of his knowledge to come up with a plausible explanation. After all, normally, it was unthinkable that a maid outfit could withstand a fight against monsters. But if it was an old-world relic, then it would be completely possible. That was what Akira thought. But then Shirori rectified his answer. No, this is not an old-world relic. I heard that it's specially ordered from a corporation that normally works on hunter armor. There was a short silence before Akira asked another question. Do tell me if I'm mistaken. Honestly speaking, why would you need a maid outfit that can withstand fighting monsters? Maids are those people, right? They usually work to take care of a house, right? So why would you even need such a strong maid outfit? When you said it's out of a hobby, does it mean that it's that kind of hobby, like, putting maid outfits on hunters? No, I heard that every maid working in the main house is using the same type of maid outfit. This outfit might be a leftover from the main house. Akira frowned, he tried to make sense of all the information that he just received. You're talking about the guards, right? They're just people trained in combat wearing maid outfits, right? No, it's true that some of them are guards, but the maids who mainly work on taking care of the house also get the same set of equipment. Moreover, all the maids in the main house are required to be able to fight, they even have to go through a specialized lesson for that. Shirori was a serious person in the first place, thus she answered Akira's question sincerely without trying to lie nor to trick him. But that only caused him to question it even more. Akira was confused as to why maids needed to be trained in fighting. They were in the inner wall of the city, so in his mind, that place should be a relatively safe place protected behind the wall. Akira did not know if he was mistaken there, the inner wall might be not as safe as he thought to the point that the maids there had to learn how to fight, or it was just that his assumption about maids was completely wrong. After hearing something that was the opposite of what he thought as normal, Akira mumbled. Is it my fault? Is it because my common sense is just wrong? Kane laughed and then said to him. It's pointless to worry over such a thing. This world is a big place, that's all there is to it. Akira looked at Kane, she nodded deeply as if she tried to convince him. Akira quickly decided to just forget about it and gave up thinking any further about that subject. Even if it was because his common sense was wrong, it was not like it affected him at all. He was going to explore the dangerous ruin from now on, it was not the time to worry himself about useless things. Akira sighed, he decided to move on as he said to Reina. Well, that aside, I have no plans to work together with you. Putting aside your outfits and the problem about how we are going to divide the money if we work together, I don't feel like joining a group consisting of 2 bodyguards for that one person in that group. I don't really mind if you ask me to come with you as your bodyguard, but since I didn't receive such a request, I have no plans to join you. So yeah, later then. After he said that, Akira just waved and left that place. Reina, Shirori and Kane just stood there and watched Akira leave. Once he was out of their views, Shiori immediately scolded Kane since she was interrupted back then when she was about to send Akira off. "Kane, why did you do that?" Kane played fool as she said. "What do you mean by that? Why did you call him? What would you do if something bad happened?" "Well, nothing happened and it's good to hear that he's not angry at us." "So there's no need for you to be angry, right? I'm asking you why you did that. You remember what happened back then, right? So why did you do something so dangerous?" Shiori had a very serious expression, an intimidating air was even exuding out from her. It was as if she was saying that she was willing to dispose of Kane if Kane kept exposing Reina to unnecessary dangers. Kane did not show any fear at all as she smiled and said, "That's exactly the reason, we eventually have to confirm whether he's angry at us or not. Assuming that he's still angry enough that he would kill us the moment he sees us, it was the perfect chance to ask him since there are a lot of hunters in this place and we're right next to the hunter office. And even if he did try to attack us, we would have the upper hand in this place. If that's really the case, fine then." Shiori decided not to pursue that subject any further. It was because she knew it was a very good excuse as well as that it was only an excuse since she understood that Kane loved fighting and she did that fully expecting that Akira would cause a fight there. But with that being said, it was not like Shiori could just kick Kane off the group. As long as she could not protect Reina on her own, Shiori could not afford to lose any fighting power. It was unclear whether Kane knew what Shiori thought or not, but she then casually said, "Sure. Well then, milady, let's head to the ruin, shall we? Or do you want to take a break for a bit? It seems that there's a cafeteria inside the hunter office." Since Kane sent that question to Reina, Reina finally spoke up. "I'm not tired, let's go." "Roger that." "Understood." Then they also went to the ruin a few minutes after Akira. Akira was exploring the Mihazono ruin city area. He was able to see his destination since it was indicated by a pointer in his enhanced vision. To be more precise, it was pointing at a floor in a high-story building visible from afar. It was pointing at the locations where Akira should be able to find the Lion Steel Corp's terminal. Why is it in such a place? I have no real answer why. It might be because the views from up there are pretty good. Well, I bet the views from up there are indeed amazing. But unless the stairs in that building are still intact, there's no way I can go to that floor. Just so you know, I refuse climbing up the outer wall, okay? The pointer was pointing at a floor that was indeed so high, in case if Akira fell from that height, there was no mistaking it that he would be dead. Judging from the outer appearance of the building, it seems that the facilities inside it are still working. It would be great if we can find an elevator inside it. Even if we find one, do you think that it will still be functional? If we're unlucky, it might be an elevator from hundreds of years ago, you know. The possibility is not zero. The lighting inside the Yanazuka station ruin was still working too, remember? Although it depends on which era it was built, if it still has a fully operational self-repairing function, then there should be no problem with that. Is there any other possible problem then? Even if it's still functional, there's no guarantee that we can use it. There's also the building security to deal with and in the first place. Alpha then pointed her finger forward. We're not welcome in this ruin. So I wonder if we would be able to use the facilities inside that building. Akira noticed mechanical monsters coming from the front of him. Or to be more precise, the monsters noticed Akira as its legs and hands extended out from their square bodies and they started moving toward his direction. Akira lightly smiled and aimed his CWH anti-material rifle. You're right about that one. He then pulled the trigger. The piercing ammo easily pierced through the monster's torso and destroyed the machines inside it. The security guards that were patrolling the city area of Mihazono ruin would attack any intruders that they could find even now. It might be out of mercy and ethical design concept that those monsters would not grow rifles on their bodies and start shooting at the people. Akira was solely relying on his skill as he explored the city area of Mihazono Ruin. He was also using his augmented suit with his own skill only. The current him was not receiving any support from Alpha. Moving his body in his augmented suit in sync would allow him to lower the burden on his body even in the case when he solely used the power of his augmented suit to forcefully move his body and give him a superhuman strength for a split second. Akira was moving carefully to train his body while not lowering his vigilance. It was a training so that he would still be able to move around even when he lost support from Alpha. The city area of the ruin was littered with wreckage and crumbled buildings. It reduced the width of the road and transformed the city into a labyrinth. But Akira sometimes could see new buildings right beside the crumbled buildings or strangely clean area beside piled wreckage. It was completely different compared to the outskirts of the Kozusuhara ruin. Akira saw such scenes and he indeed found it weird. Alpha, why are some areas so clean while others so dirty? For some reason, the difference between those two areas somehow looks too unnatural. Maybe it's based on the difference of the security and maintenance facilities handling those areas. So for those dirty areas, it might be because the security and the maintenance drones tend to go to those areas and hunters tend to fight there. So basically the clean areas are relatively safer, huh? But don't drop your guard just because you're in a clean area. Those places might be clean because the self-repair drones are working hard in those areas, so it doesn't mean that there is less fighting in those areas. While for the dirty areas, it might be because it's abandoned for years since the self-repair drones in that areas are inactive. Well, at least for searching relics, it might be better to go to the clean areas. That's true, want to have a go? Akira thought for a bit before answering back. I guess not this time. After all, it seems like we can find better relics in that high building we're heading to. And even if we're going to have a look, let's do that on our way back instead. We might be able to find a lot of relics in our destination after all, and that's exactly why we're heading there in the first place. You have a point there. Don't drop your guard and carefully move forward. Let's only hunt for relics if something happens and you decide to stop going to that building. Alpha agreed with Akira's idea. If they got unlucky, they might be retreating while running away from the monsters, so it was unwise to increase his luggage since it might be fatal when that happened. At the moment, that decision was not a mistake, it would only become clear whether it was the correct decision or not later. Akira checked the contour around his destination and confirmed the location of the monsters using his information-gathering device. From there, he picked a relatively safe route using the wreckage and rubbles around him. Every time he picked a wrong route, Alpha would immediately point it out and correct him. Alpha, what is my mistake this time? Akira did not understand the reason why Alpha picked a different route than the one that he picked, so he decided to ask her. When he did that, she enhanced his vision to help him temporarily see everything around him. The red areas are dangerous areas. The thicker the red, the more dangerous it is. The route that you picked passes through one of those very dangerous areas, you see. It's better to avoid that place. I see. So then, how exactly can I accurately identify such an area without your support? Well, you have no other choice but to somehow see it. That vague answer from Alpha caused him to frown in confusion as he looked in her direction. Somehow. Like, how exactly? Alpha seemed to be confused as well. I can't really say anything other than that. You somehow need to be able to correctly judge the danger of an area only by the limited information that you get after checking out that area. Like the buildings located in the direction that's not covered by the wreckages or the rubbles in an area, the condition of the walls on those buildings that are facing to your direction, the existence of windows in those walls, the possibility of finding monsters inside those buildings and if those monsters would try to shoot you from those directions, the accuracy of those monsters. There are a lot of details that you need to factor in. It's difficult to explain everything only using words. If I have to do that, it might take a whole day and I won't even be close to finishing. And even if I just show you through visuals, since it's the fastest way to let you know, it's still not an efficient way to do it, you see. It's still difficult to convey the reasons why an area is dangerous even if I do that. Of course, I can add oral explanation too, but you're already past that level. You can already identify and make decisions based on all the information that I can add through an oral explanation. With Alpha support online, Akira could get notified if he was in a dangerous situation and she could take control of his augmented suit to evade an ambush. But when he did not have that support, then he would have to do something about it using his own power. He had to detect dangers and avoid it using his own skill. But at the same time, that remark also showed how much Akira had grown. He was already able to detect and react to dangers that could be easily explained through an oral explanation. So basically, I just need to get enough experience so that I can intuitively detect dangers and deal with it, right? Yep, that's correct. There's no other way but to gather enough experience and sharpen your intuition. Of course, I will give you my help to effectively gather that much-needed experience. As you can see, I'm enhancing your vision like this to let you know which area is dangerous. Intuition, huh? Well, I'm good at sensing troubles, so I guess I have no other choice but to rely on that gift. Akira once again checked his surroundings with the help of that vision, which allowed him to see the danger level of the areas around him. Although he did not realize it, his guessing skill was actually getting better just by looking around using that enhanced vision. He then picked the safest route based on that vision as he continued moving forward. Akira was moving slowly and carefully through the Mihazono ruin. Although he was relatively slow, he was doing way better compared to when he took 1 hour just to move forward 100 meters back in the Kozusuhara ruin. He kept on pushing forward with Alpha sometimes giving him some pointers. Most of the monsters that Akira met in that ruin were mechanical monsters. Although some of them had the appearance of biological monsters, they scattered out machines when Akira's bullet pierced through their bodies. He sometimes also encountered monsters that looked like normal big dogs, but they would run straight to him with a speed that obviously would not be possible for a dog. And when he shot at them, they would again scatter metallic parts and their dead wreckage would reveal the machines inside them. Akira looked at them and tilted his head. So it's a robot dog, huh? This place is filled with nothing but mechanical monsters. It might be because there's nothing around this place that can be used as a food source for the biological monsters. Either that or the maintenance drones make sure that this place is clear of those biological monsters. By the way, those trees beside the roads are made of metal, you see. And since it's made of those nanomaterials, the biological monsters cannot use them as a food source. Akira looked at the trees on the roadside. According to Alpha, the green leaves on those trees were made of metal, while to him, they looked completely like natural leaves. But there were cyborg humans and animals out there, so if it was using the old world technology, it might be completely possible to create mechanical plants. Akira kept staring at those roadside trees that would never wither. It's fully understandable for biological monsters to be multiplying somewhere, but how about the mechanical monsters? Where are they coming from? I believe it's from the factories. This place is a city area, after all. So once the hunters destroy enough drones, it might send a signal to the factories to produce replacement drones. If that's the case, then once we take control of the factories, this place will be a safe ruin, right? So why don't they do that already? I can't really answer why. It might be because the security is too strong that they can't take control of those factories. They might even intentionally leave the factories alone since the mechanical monsters are one of the sources for material. I don't really know the answer to that question, but someone from the city management or the hunter office should be able to give you a better answer. Well, I guess they have their reasons, huh? If it was possible and if it was an important thing, they would have done that by now. And it was not like they would explain the reason why they did not do that to a common hunter. Akira bet that he would be able to know that reason once he got to a higher position and had enough influence. But for the time being, it was something that was impossible for him as much as it was something that was not important to him. As Akira thought so, he decided to just forget about that subject and move on with the exploration. Rebuild World, Chapter 103, Autonomous Weapons. A small flying drone just flew over Akira's head. But it did not try to attack him, either because it could not see Akira, or because it did not have any weapon to shoot him with, or maybe it was just a reconnaissance drone that sent his location to the other mechanical monsters. Alpha suddenly stopped Akira. Akira, stop and get inside that building. It might be a bit dangerous if you keep going forward. Roger that. Inside the room that he was passing through, Akira noticed that there were tables and stationaries that, unnaturally enough, were neatly organized. He tilted his head in confusion. Those things look pretty well maintained. I might be able to get a lot of money if I bring them back, right? But Alpha shook her head. They might be left here because the current technology has no problem reproducing them. I think you can easily buy similar stuff from the stands in the city. So basically, no one would risk their lives just to bring them back home since you can easily buy them with a small amount of money, huh? I bet you can get a lot of money from bringing back the autonomous maintenance system in this building, but it's very hard to bring that system back. Not to mention that system might even be embedded into this building. If you can seize the building, you might be able to get a building that automatically maintains itself, but with all the mechanical monsters roaming around this building, it might be not worth the hassle. But if we're talking about the area near the Hunter office, that might not be the case. As in matter of fact, the Hunter office might have already seized some of the buildings in that area. Akira made a sound. He then thought of something. But isn't it a good idea to seize some of these buildings and use them as resting places for the hunters? The Mihazono ruin is a very big ruin, so it would be great if we have some resting points inside this ruin. The security drones might react differently to some hunters who only stay inside a building for a short time compared to a group of hunters trying to take control of a building. After all, it's to be expected that they would use a different level of strength to just chase off some intruders compared to when they fight people who try to capture a building. So that's also a no, huh? Well, if it was possible and if it was worth all the hassle, they would have already done that by now. Yep, that's correct. Akira once again looked around the room. Although the well-organized interior somehow gave off a safe feeling, in reality, that place was more dangerous than the back alley of the slum city. He thought that it would be a very difficult task to return back alive from that place without Alpha's help. Thus he recomposed himself before starting to move forward again. Once Akira reached the 14th floor, he looked outside through one of the windows to confirm the area around his destination building. It was a pretty tall building that could be seen from anywhere inside the Mihazono ruin, and it was located in the middle of a big clearing. Although the buildings in the Mihazono ruin city area were densely packed in blocks, for some reason, there was no building in that clearing. When Akira peeked through the aiming device on his rifle, he could see a few dozens of mechanical monsters roaming around that area as if they were guarding that place. They looked different compared to the other mechanical monsters inside that ruin. Some of them were autonomous monsters that looked like a vehicle equipped with big-sized missile launchers, while some of them looked like big cannons with legs. All of them were patrolling around that one building that Akira was aiming for as if they were guarding it. After Akira confirmed what he saw, his face turned stern. So those monsters are the reason why you said it'll be dangerous if I continued moving forward, huh? They are on a different level compared to the small mechanical monsters that I fought on my way here. And it's obvious that they're guarding that building. I bet the other mechanical monsters that you fought are the security drones stationed in the city area. While those mechanical monsters are specialized for protecting that building. Their weapons and command protocols are completely different compared to the other mechanical monsters. So is it like someone intentionally stationed them to protect that particular building? It might be that they are just following the orders that they received from years ago. But it's also perfectly possible that they're under the control of a still active artificial intelligence that's managing that building. Or maybe it's just simply because those monsters are under a separate security system compared to the other mechanical monsters. There are many possible explanations. It's a really interesting subject, but how exactly is that related to me? Akira actually did not really care about the difference between the systems controlling the mechanical monsters there. He was only interested if it would cause him more trouble or not, or if they would try to kill him or not. But Alpha denied that. It actually has some effects on you, you know. If they're really under the control of a separate system, it's likely that they don't share the same information as the other mechanical monsters, and that would affect the action that you need to take. Akira. Get away from there. Akira moved quickly following Alpha's order. He did not even have to ask why since he could see the reason through his aiming device. The missile pod monsters suddenly launched missiles in his direction. The missiles were also equipped with a homing device. They flew chasing after Akira who was running through the rooms inside the building. The first wave of missiles destroyed the wall where Akira was taking cover and opened a path for the following missiles to go right into that building. As they raced through the insides of that building, seeking for Akira, they destroyed walls and any other obstacles on their path and forcefully carved a way to find Akira. And eventually, they found Akira when he was running through a long hallway. Shoot them down. Roger that. Akira made a 180-degree turn as he grabbed and aimed his DVTS minigun. He quickly fixed his footing, confirmed the missiles heading in his direction, gathered his focus, compressed his time perception, and finally pulled the trigger. With the help from Alpha's support, the bullets spewed out from the DVTS minigun's muzzles accurately shot down the missiles in front of him. The missiles that were shot either immediately exploded in the middle of their flight or ricocheted and crashed into the inner wall of that building before exploding. Either way, they released a blinding light together with a loud banging sound and a lot of smoke when they exploded. Although Akira was able to evade a direct hit, the explosion blew his body. He crashed really hard into the wall behind him, so hard that he made a crater and left huge cracks on that wall. Akira's augmented suit could not fully absorb the impact as it propagated into his body. He then fell to the ground. Although he was able to stop himself from falling flat on his face with his hand, he immediately coughed out blood after that. Akira could feel sharp stinging pain running through his body, but his consciousness was still completely intact. He quickly tried to reach out for his medicines. Although due to the impact of that crash, his body was moving way slower than his brain was telling it to, the augmented suit was still able to operate normally. Thanks to that, he was able to take the medicine without trouble. Akira forced the medicines down his throat although they tasted like nothing but blood. The expensive medicines showed its worth as the pain inside Akira's body quickly subsided. It might be just because of the painkiller, but it would not take that long before his wounds were healed. Akira pushed himself to stand up and smiled bitterly. He was able to see the outside of the building through the small gaps between the smoke screen in front of him. It showed just how hard those missiles were chasing for him. That was close. We need to move quickly. I'm not sure if they'll do that again, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Roger that. Akira blazed through the rooms to leave that place. He frowned when he saw just how bad the rooms had turned into. He took a rest inside a floor that was not damaged from the previous missile barrage. There was no following barrage after that and he was able to safely evacuate from that place. The medicines that he took a few minutes ago were already working. He was resting there until he could return back to tip-top shape, or at least, that was what Alpha told him to do and he had no objection at all. He took a rest there while vaguely feeling the nanomachine fixing his body. Akira suddenly said. But still, for the security drones of the ruin to do something like that. If they're really security drones for this ruin, I really hope they don't try to destroy the ruin that they're protecting. It's not like I was bringing a tank in their direction, you know. So why exactly did they go that far just to kill one hunter? It really isn't worth the expense, right? Alpha then answered Akira's question. As I said before, it might be because they're under the control of a different security system. The mechanical monsters that attacked you just now are protecting that one building and not the whole Mihazono ruin. That's why they don't hesitate to destroy other buildings. Wait, now that you mention it, is that clearing because those monsters destroyed any buildings around the building that they're protecting? Ah, but I didn't see any rubbles there though. The other maintenance drones might have cleaned the leftover rubbles from that area, you know. And of course, they could not rebuild the destroyed buildings. Or maybe the other buildings were built in that place only on a fixed regular interval, and when they were built, the hunters used them as covers so those monsters destroyed them during their fights. So the reason as to why this building is still intact, it might be because it's barely outside their active area. Wait, does that mean that they extended their active area back there? Is it because they found someone aiming at them? Is that why they shot missiles at me? And then the reason why they didn't try to pursue me is because they think I'm dead, so they returned back to their usual active area. That's a plausible explanation. Akira let out a big sigh. The other day, although only at the very end, he was able to get out of a dangerous situation using his own power, that was why he started to feel confident in himself. But now he felt like he received a painful punch in the gut saying that he was nowhere strong enough to challenge those autonomous weapons. Alpha then looked at him with a serious expression. Akira, I'll ask you this while I still have the chance, what are you planning to do? Are you still going to try and get to that building? Or are you planning to retreat? Akira was about to answer that he was thinking of retreating, but he suddenly realized something and looked at her with a confused face. That missile barrage just now almost killed him. He thought that it would not be strange if Alpha suggested him to retreat and strongly told him not to continue. But even so, that question just now sounded as if she was telling him that it was also okay to continue. Akira looked at Alpha with a serious face as he asked her a question. What will you do if I say I want to continue? You will not stop me. If you want to continue, I will not stop you. But of course, other than my support, you'll need some more preparation and resolve before trying to challenge that place. That barrage just now almost killed me, you know. That one was sort of an ambush after all. But thanks to my support, you didn't get any fatal injuries, right? So there's no problem. You said it before yourself, remember? Since you didn't get killed instantaneously and had enough leeway to say that it was really dangerous, it means that you're not in that much danger in the first place. So by that standard, that one just now was not that dangerous. Looking at how Alpha was smiling like usual, Akira hesitated and still looked a bit confused as he said to her. Well, it's true that I did say that. But still, when you say I need to resolve myself, how much resolve do you mean? If it's the same amount of resolve that I had when I fought that pseudo-bounty monster, I would rather choose to retreat for now. You don't need to go that far. Compared to back then, you just need to put in a little more effort than usual, that's all you need. And like I said before, that barrage just now caught you off guard, it was like an ambush. So if we properly make a plan, prepare ourselves well, and with my support to top it off, we would be able to handle that kind of barrage just fine. Of course, I won't say that you would be able to kill those mechanical monsters easily. And there's no mistaking it that you would use more bullets and medicines than usual. So that's the level of resolve that you'll need. Akira stared at Alpha's smiling face while thinking that there was no need to call a retreat right now and he must have enough winning chance. As long as he did not slow Alpha down, he should be able to win using the predicted amount of ammo and medicine. The rest depended on Akira's decision. It was not a mistake to avoid a fight that he might lose. While on the other hand, it was also not a mistake to take the risk to challenge a fight that was winnable to continue with his exploration. But Akira knew he had to become stronger, he had to eventually do that request that Alpha asked of him. He had to take responsibility for the advance payment that he was already receiving from her. He had to return all the debt that he had piled up from Alpha, or at least, he had to make the effort to do so. Moreover, if he hesitated in risking his life there, then what would be of his hunter work? Akira made his decision. We'll continue. If I decide to run away from enemies that I have a good chance to defeat, then I would need to stop working as a hunter. Alpha smiled full of confidence. Are you sure? Like I said before, you'll need to resolve yourself, you know. Resolve is my responsibility. So let's do this. Alpha smiled even more. Very well, let's go then. I couldn't give you my support last time, so I'll show you again how great it is to have my support. Akira prepared himself for the upcoming fight. He followed Alpha's instruction to return to the first floor before climbing that building from bottom to top. Every time he visited a new floor, he would check the area with his information-gathering device before moving to the next floor. And it was not like he checked the whole floor, he only checked the side of that building which was facing the skyscraper. After reaching the top floor of that building, the 27th floor, Akira finalized his preparation. He attached the extended magazine on his DVTS minigun, exchanged the piercing ammo inside his CWH anti-material rifle into CWH special ammo. He also took extra medicine beforehand to make sure that he would still be able to move his body even if he broke his bones doing some crazy maneuver, and to top it off, he put some medicines inside his mouth so he could just swallow at any time. He had his CWH anti-material rifle in his right hand and DVTS minigun in his left. He only carried extra magazines with him and left his other rifles and his rucksack on the rooftop so that they would not hinder his movement. He carried as little as possible without sacrificing his firepower. Akira stood on top of that building which was facing the skyscraper that he was aiming for. He was standing at the edge of the exact opposite side that was facing that skyscraper. He took some deep breaths to prepare himself. Alpha smiled at him before confirming for the last time. Akira, are you ready? Akira made a serious face as he said. Yeah, let's do this. Alpha smiled back full of confidence before telling him to start. In that case then, let's go. The battle had started. Akira ran straight to the very end of the rooftop as fast as he could and jumped off. While still falling, Akira aimed his DVTS minigun at the autonomous weapons around the skyscraper and pulled the trigger. The extended magazine allowed him to continue pulling down on the trigger for a long time without the need for reloading. The loud banging sounds coming from the bullets flowing out from Akira's DVTS minigun echoed through the wasteland as they flew straight at the autonomous weapons that he was aiming at. The kickback from his DVTS minigun pushed Akira toward the building's wall. He then used both of his legs to propagate the kickback against the building's wall. The continuous shots pushed his body toward the wall to the point that he was able to stand flat on it. He then did not let go of the trigger as he ran down the building's wall just like that. Countless bullets rained down on the autonomous weapons near the skyscraper. The bullets rained down on the mechanical monster's super hard body as if they were trying to drill a hole on those bodies. But due to the loss of momentum because of the distance those bullets traveled and the force field armor that ricocheted them off the monster's bodies, none of them was able to cause any serious damage to monster's inner parts. But it was at least enough to make those monsters notice Akira as their enemy. The cannons on their bodies immediately turned toward Akira who was running down the wall. Then in order to shoot their cannons, they temporarily lowered their force field armors. The moment they did that, CWH special bullets immediately slipped in and hit them right before they could shoot their cannons. It caused the gunpowder inside their bodies to explode prematurely and took out their cannons from the inside. Akira shot those bullets beforehand by following Alpha's instruction. Those bullets hit the cannons with unrivaled accuracy, although those cannons were not even directed at Akira when he released those shots. When their cannons were destroyed, the control unit inside the monster's bodies recognized it as a fatal damage and it also recognized that they had lost their means to fight back. As such, the other autonomous weapons that were still untouched diverted their force field armors to the badly damaged autonomous weapons, thus temporarily reducing the power of their force field armors. During that split second when their force field armors were weakened, the CWH special bullets that Akira had shot beforehand hit them in succession. The first hit opened a hole in their armor while the second bullet went straight for their control units. The autonomous weapons that had lost their control units immediately stopped working without being able to react at all. Once Akira destroyed some of the autonomous weapons, the rest of the autonomous weapons quickly recognized him as a threat. They immediately started to make their moves to deal with that threat. Countless missiles launched from the missile pods aimed at Akira. While the ones with cannons immediately aimed their cannons and released shots at him. The countless missiles flew straight up for a few seconds to gather momentum before readjusting its trajectory to head straight for Akira, while the warheads released by the cannons just went ahead first and flew in a straight line to him. Akira used the kickback from his rifles to push against the wall and gain traction to run down the wall. He then used the different contours of the wall to jump to the side or even jump straight down to avoid those missiles and warheads. So instead, they hit the building's wall, turning it into rubbles and filled the area where they landed with smokes. Akira was desperately running down the building's wall. He could feel the shockwave from the explosions coming from all directions as he said to Alpha. Please, make sure that I won't get hit, okay? If I get blown away off the wall, there's no mistaking that I'll die, you know. It was his first time running down along a wall. Because of that, he really relied on Alpha's control through his augmented suit to be able to do that. Although he was able to see the predicted trajectories of the missiles and warheads coming at him with his enhanced vision, he did not have the leeway to react to them and decide which route was the safest. It took everything that he had to just follow Alpha's instruction. Alpha was sliding sideways parallel to the building as she smiled and replied. It's true that it's extremely dangerous if you lose your footings. That's why you need to keep running to spread the incoming missiles and warheads over a wide area. And also, don't stop shooting. It would be impossible to move quickly around the wall without help from the kickback. So just resolve yourself and keep running. Didn't you say that I don't need that much resolve for this fight back then? That's relative compared to when you fought the pseudo-bounty monster. I did say that you'll need some more resolve than usual, remember? But compared to when you had to get out from inside a monster with your own power after it ate you, it's not that big of a resolve, right? Or is it that it was not that much of a difficult thing to get out from inside that monster? Alpha smiled amusedly. Akira looked at that smile and believed that he was not in as much danger as he thought as he flusteredly replied back. That there. You're comparing it to the wrong occasion. Stop playing around and start shooting. Okay. Akira aimed his DVTS minigun at the missiles coming at him while still running on the wall and pulled the trigger. The countless bullets rained down on those missiles and made them explode in the middle of their flight. The shockwave from those explosions then threw the other missiles off flight and disrupted their targeting. Some of those missiles flew way off and hit the other buildings, some of them collided with the other missiles and exploded, while some other missiles landed away from Akira and left a big hole on the building's wall. While at the same time, Akira aimed his CWH anti-material rifle toward those autonomous weapons. Since Alpha did all the aiming, he just had to point it in the general direction of his target and hold the kickback from it. But since he was holding it with one arm, he could not fully take the kickback and each shot put his body in extra burden. Thanks to the medicines that he took beforehand, Akira did not feel much pain. But since he was pushing his body past its limit with the help of his augmented suit and withstanding all the shockwave from the missiles that exploded near him, his bones were grinding against each other and micro-wounds were tearing his muscles. Those injuries were healed almost instantaneously only to be formed again right after that. That cycle continued until either the medicines ran out of its effect or the battle ended. Akira could feel the strange feeling of his body going through that cycle while experiencing his first battle where he was running down a wall while fighting. He went through all of that inside his compressed time perception. To be honest, he wished that it was his first and his last time going through something like that. He was currently somewhere around the 18th floor. If he was free falling, he would have been way closer to the ground by now. The autonomous weapons spread their missile pods and launched countless small-sized missiles to the sky. Those missiles went up in a straight line before readjusting its course to head towards Akira. By fanning out their missile in a big arc, they targeted the whole area around Akira while reducing the possibility of him shooting them down and suppressing the loss from secondary explosions. Akira saw the missiles fanned out in front of him. Alpha. Is it possible to shoot them down? Nope, that will be impossible. They're too spread out. But it's alright. Well, that's good to hear. Akira forced himself to make a smile as he continued shooting. If Alpha said that it would be alright, he had no other choice but to believe that and continue fighting. And of course, he trusted Alpha. After all, if he did not trust her, he would not be doing something like this in the first place. Akira kept on running down along the wall while moving around to just barely evade the incoming warheads from the autonomous cannons. While at the same time, he kept sniping the autonomous weapons' weak points using his CWH anti-material rifle. The autonomous weapons that got shot on their engines, or their weapons, or their control units turned into just a pile of wreckage that posed no threat whatsoever. Akira destroyed those powerful autonomous weapons with utmost efficiency as if it was those autonomous weapons that were trying to match with Akira's action. But due to their firepower, even if only one of them were left, it would be enough to kill a normal hunter. The autonomous weapons would not retreat, as long as Akira did not destroy every single one of them, they would keep on trying to kill him. As those countless missiles headed towards Akira, he aimed his CWH anti-material rifle and DVTS minigun and pulled the trigger. The kickback from his shot and the shockwave from the missile that he shot blew him right into one of the windows on that building. All the missiles collided with the wall where Akira was just a few seconds ago. They exploded almost synchronously as they released a loud bang. But since their explosions were more spread out than before, their firepower was greatly reduced compared to when they were focused on one small area. The building that was created with the superior old-world technology was left only with cracks after that amazing explosion. Alpha quickly gave Akira her next instruction. Akira had already checked all the floors in that building beforehand. So Alpha used that information to move him into the safest location on that floor. Akira, who was barely avoiding those missiles, was running through inside that building. In the middle of that, Alpha said to him, "Akira, swallow the medicine that you already have inside your mouth." "Roger that, is the effect from the ones that I took beforehand already waning?" "You might not notice it since you don't feel any pain, but your body is already in pretty bad shape. If you don't want your limbs torn off in the middle of the fight, make sure to take your medicines." Akira swallowed the medicine inside his mouth and loaded new magazines into his rifles. He then followed Alpha's instruction and jumped out of another window. He was already on the 10th floor, the ground was not too far away down, and the enemies left were also not that many. Alpha knew the enemy's location. When Akira jumped out of the window, he immediately started shooting again. The CWH special ammo easily pierced through the autonomous weapon's hard armor and destroyed its weak point. That was one more monster around the building turned into scrap. Akira only had 10 floors left. He kept on running down the building while shooting at the autonomous weapons. After a few shots, he finally reached the ground. The moment he landed on the ground, he quickly fixed the aim of his CWH anti-material rifle. "That is the last one." As he heard those words from Alpha, Akira spotted his last target, adjusted his aim, and pulled the trigger. The CWH special ammo flew in a straight line toward that autonomous weapon and almost immediately followed by a blinding light of the force field armor released right where the bullet landed on the autonomous weapon's body. Akira had showered that autonomous weapon with bullets using his DVTS minigun when he was running down the wall, thus its force field armor was already considerably weakened. The CWH special ammo pierced through the armor and bore a hole right into the autonomous weapon's control unit and shredded it to pieces. As that autonomous weapon made the last squeaking sound, the area was finally shrouded in silence. All the monsters present were already dead. Akira did not move as he was still monitoring his surroundings. As silence returned to that place, he finally stood up. Alpha, who was floating next to Akira, smiled and reported their victory. Akira, that's the end, we won. Akira's first reaction to his victory was a long and big sigh. He then looked up at the building that he jumped off from and smiled bitterly. After that, he turned to Alpha, who was smiling smugly. So how was that? Did you get just how great my support is? Akira smiled bitterly at her. Yeah, I got a good feel of it. So, since I already got a good feel of how great your support is, I would prefer not to go through something like this again. Alpha smiled mischievously at him. Oh, there's no need to be reserved, you know. I've promised you to give you my utmost support as an advance payment. Moreover, you know that I'm your ally, right? If it's possible, with that support that you're so proud of, can you make it so that I don't need to go through something like this again? Seeing Akira, who looked rather displeased, Alpha tilted her head and said. To be honest, I did consider a lot of things before I gave you my support, you know. After all, if you die it would be a huge issue for me too. So before I made that suggestion, I already ran all the calculations for your safety and I even confirmed and respected your wish too. But you know, if you keep counting special rare occasions in your calculation for your safety, it would be impossible for you to go out to the wasteland. Akira tried his best to replace his displeased expression with a bitter smile. He knew that he had terrible luck, and it was true if he assumed that he would be swarmed by monsters the moment he stepped out of the city, then he would not be able to go out to the wasteland. What he needed was not the ability to evade bad luck, but the ability to stomp that bad luck down. Alright, I got it. I hope that you'll keep providing your support so I can deal with a situation like this easily. Of course. Just leave it to me. Now then, let's go and get the stuff that you left on the rooftop so that you can get a better advantage if anything happens after this. Alpha smiled and pointed her finger up. Akira had left his rucksack filled with ammo and other equipment on the rooftop together with the other rifles that he did not use in that battle. Akira looked up. Now that he looked at it, the 27-story building was indeed a very tall building. And now he had to climb the stairs back to the rooftop. Stairs again, huh? Yep. But don't worry, you can go down through stairs this time, or is it that you want to jump off again? Alpha smiled teasingly. Akira instantly refused. No thanks. Alpha just giggled amusedly seeing how Akira got a bit annoyed there. Rebuild World, Chapter 104, Proof of Strength. Akira was standing at the front gate of a tall building. The name of that building was written on a huge metal nameplate near it. So this building is Saranthal Building, huh? There's a map of the floors too. The Lion Steel Corp branch is on the 57th floor. This one. Let's go then. It would be great if we can find a lot of old world relics there. I'm in a deep red right now. Akira had not found anything that could bring him money that day yet. If he could not find anything to cover for his ammo expense, he would have risked his life for nothing and end up with a loss. Akira tried to calm his worry by telling himself that since he had to take out all of those powerful autonomous weapons just to get there, there must be expensive relics inside that building. Alpha suddenly made a suggestion to him. You should be able to get some money if you submit the record for that general monster hunting request. So, do you want to do that? No. If I do that, I would need to submit a full battle record too, right? If I give that battle record to the hunter office, it would be troublesome if they start sending difficult requests to me. It might be just him overthinking it, but he remembered that he might have tried too hard when he helped out the hunters in the Kuzusuhara underground ruin, which ended up getting him sent into the Yarada scorpion nest in the underground city. No one could tell what kind of difficult request would get sent to him if the hunter office judged his skill based on that fight against the autonomous weapons. He had no wish to jump over a high building and run on its wall while shooting at the enemies again for the second time. Or at least, he had no wish to do that again unless it was really necessary. Alpha smiled teasingly. Is that so? Honestly speaking, if you give it to that Kobayashi guy, I'm sure he'll get a good laugh out of it and you can get an extra bonus on top of your reward. No thanks. Akira reacted almost immediately. It was not like he was working as a hunter just to amuse Kobayashi. Let's just go in and head to the 57th floor for now. There might be some mechanical monsters inside, but I'm sure they're not as powerful as the ones that we fought outside. Akira changed gear and headed inside the building. Reina and her two maids were hunting for monsters in the Mihazono ruin. Due to Shiori's suggestion, they focused more on hunting monsters rather than hunting relics in order to familiarize themselves with the danger level of Mihazono ruin. As long as they stayed near the Hunter Office branch, they would be able to almost immediately send an emergency request in case anything bad happened. Due to Shiori's suggestion, they were being careful while doing their best hunting for monsters instead of relics. But to be more precise, Reina was the only one who was trying really hard there. Shiori was only there to accompany Reina, so she was there to match Reina's movements. So in short, she was holding back. She actually could just quickly dispose of all of the monsters and explore the area but avoided doing so. Shiori's goal was to help Reina overcome her self-contempt, and realize that she was not a useless burden. As for Kane, she did not even contribute to the fight. She just stood there next to Reina, looking bored. Reina fixed her aim to ball-like mechanical monsters with legs and arms. Although it was just a maintenance drone that was cleaning up the city area from rubbles and wreckage, it would still attack hunters when it spotted them. Thus, their kind were still considered as mechanical monsters. There were occasions where they even used the rifles that the hunters dropped. They were pretty bothersome mechanical monsters. Reina pulled the trigger. She used piercing bullets to destroy the monster's limbs first before aiming for its torsos and proceeded to finish it off. It was a rather safe way to fight. Shiori then evaluated her performance. Reina smiled. There was a shred of bitterness in her smile. That was a good shot. Yeah, thank you. Reina knew well that it was not just empty lip service from Shiori. But since she was in self-deprecating mode, when someone as strong as Shiori complimented her, it sounded as if she was so weak to the point that doing something like that was enough to make Shiori compliment her. In reality, if Reina's skill was indeed that low, there was no way Shiori would bring her to Mihazono ruin in the first place. After all, Mihazono ruin was a rather dangerous ruin filled with mechanical monsters. Reina was actually stronger than most of the other hunters of the same hunter rank. She was basically stronger than common hunters. But not only was she surrounded by powerful people like Shiori and Kane, who received proper training, the scene when Akira, who was more or less of the same age as her, fought evenly against Shiori was still on her mind. Because of that, Reina could not help but be disappointed in her own skills. Looking at Reina, Shiori felt a pang of pain. She realized that her compliment was counter-effective, so she stopped herself there. Reina then moved the leftover wreckage of the monsters that she defeated to a cart with help from Shiori. Kane did not even offer her help. Reina looked a bit annoyed as she said to Kane, "You really won't give me any help, huh?" Even when Reina was glaring at her, Kane did not seem to care much as she smiled and replied, "Milady, like I said so many times before. My duty is to ensure your safety, not helping out when hunting monsters or carrying monsters. To be honest, Ain-san is also not obligated to do that, you know." "Well, that's true, but still. My duty is to get Milady away from danger in case anything bad happens. So, I hope you won't count me to always help you in all fights. And I also won't help to carry the dead mechanical monsters. I have my hands full with guarding you, so I don't have any leeway to do something like that." Reina understood Kane's argument, although she was not fully convinced by it. She directed a bit of that anger onto herself, for not being able to do her hunter work without bodyguards. She made a conflicted face as she looked at Kane. Kane just lightly smiled while looking back at her. Shiori suppressed her desire to defend Reina. Instead, she expressed her opinion about Kane. "Milady, Kane is someone skilled enough to be sent as Milady's bodyguard. Think of her as a shield or a lifeline in a dangerous situation. And just because that shield or lifeline is a very reassuring one, that does not mean that we can put Milady in needless danger. When she looks like she has nothing to do like that, it also means that we're in a rather safe situation where she can just relax. That's so cruel. I'll properly do my duty for which I'm paid for, you know. Shiori looked at Kane with a serious face. Of course, if you're not, I would dice you to small pieces after all. Shiori grabbed the sword that she was carrying, it seemed that she was being serious there. But even so, Kane was still smiling like usual. It was because she knew Shiori would not actually pull out her sword there, and even if she did, that in itself would be interesting too. Moreover, the possibility of the latter one was pretty high. Shiori sighed exasperatedly, her expression returned back to normal as she turned to Reina. Milady. The cart is almost full. Let's head back to the hunter office first. All right. Reina saw a cloud of smoke rising from afar. It originated from a tall building in the deeper part of Mihazono ruin. Shiori also noticed smoke from watching Reina's reaction. She quickly pulled out her information terminal and checked the area that she guessed around where she saw that smoke. If it was some kind of dangerous anomaly, she would need to evacuate Reina from there as soon as possible. After all, anything could happen in an old-world ruin. Shiori finished confirming the information and explained it to Reina. It's from an area near the Saranthal building. I bet there are some hunters trying to seize that building. It should be alright as long as we steer clear from that area. It seems that they're having a pretty big fight there. Is the inner part of this ruin really that dangerous? No, it seems that the monsters near the Saranthal building are much stronger compared to the other monsters in the ruin. They might be a part of the security system dedicated to protecting that building. Since the monsters guarding that building will always get replenished after some time, there are not that many hunters who can challenge that area. There are also rumors saying that we can find a lot of expensive relics inside that building. After hearing Shiori's explanation, Kane just smiled amusedly as she tried to provoke Reina. That sounds interesting. If the hunters win, there won't be any monsters left around that area, and even if they lose, they would have inflicted a lot of damage on those monsters too. So no matter which one it is, it should be easy to go to that building right now. Milady, how about we take a look there later? Shiori glared at Kane. Kane, just shut up. Milady, even if there are no monsters left around that building, I can't recommend going there. Shiori stopped Reina while making a serious face. Reina felt that there was another reason other than her lack of skill as to why Shiori said that. So she curiously asked Shiori a question. Well, if you say that, I don't mind not going there. But why? If there are a lot of expensive relics there and there are no monsters around it, it should at least be worth a check, right? Milady, have you ever heard about the Old World Ghost? It's about that story of ghosts that roam the Old World ruin, right? They say that they only roam around famous ruins. There are a lot of different patterns about its story though. Some say that they're ghosts of the hunters who died in the ruin and they would attack other hunters. Or that they control monsters in the ruins to kill other hunters. Or that they would guide hunters who get lost inside a ruin to an exit. I heard that there's one in the Kuzusuhara ruin too, the beguiling ghost, was it again? If I'm not mistaken, it would lure hunters into a dangerous area by baiting them with information of a secret place filled with relics just to get those hunters killed, right? Shiori then added to that. That's correct. Sometimes it causes a big ruckus that prevents the hunters from exploring the ruins. There are even times when the hunter office dispatched a formal investigation. Most of the investigation results were made public. Some of them said that it's just the hunters trying to kill each other over relics, or it's caused by the still active facilities inside a building. Basically, it's not a big mystery once the cause has been made clear. Well, that kind of story is not rare. So, what's with it? There's a similar ghost story in this Mihazono ruin, and that story centers around that Saranthal building. Putting the cause aside, it's true that there are a lot of hunters who died around that place and no explanation has been found even right now. As such, it still stays as a ghost story. We can't afford to let Milady go to such a dangerous place. Reina started to get scared and curious at the same time. She then asked Shiori. Okay, let's not go there then. So, about that ghost story though, what kind of story is it? Shiori then started explaining about that ghost story to Reina with a serious face. Reina, who listened to that story, looked slightly scared, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Akira, who was standing on the first floor, looked surprised when he took a quick look around the first floor of the Saranthal building. There was a receptionist counter and the interior of that building looked clean. It was obvious that it was properly maintained. There was not even a speck of dust on its floor as it perfectly reflected the light that was shining on it. He also spotted some undamaged chairs, which might be put there for guests. When Akira looked at that receptionist counter, he thought that it must have been owned by a giant corporation. He had the same impression when he entered that big building sticking to the inner wall of the Kagomayama city, but at the same time, he felt that it was strange for him to feel like that in such a place. Akira scanned the big atrium while having such a conflicted feeling. This place is pretty clean. Akira was a bit overwhelmed by that contrast between the interior of that building and the area outside. Alpha then warned him to keep his wit. It seems that this building is still functioning well, so I bet the maintenance robots regularly clean this place. There might be some security robots too, so be careful. Understood. Suddenly Akira spotted a girl. He quickly reacted by pointing his rifle at that girl. Although he did not instantly shoot, he had his finger ready on the trigger. Akira's expression looked stern. He spotted that girl standing in a place that he had already checked beforehand. His information-gathering device also did not detect her at all. There should be no one over there. Even when Akira pointed his rifle at that girl, she only smiled at him. She was wearing an old-world dress that might have been used to welcome guests as a receptionist. One thing for sure, it was not for battle. But it was normal for old-world dresses to have completely different qualities compared to their outlooks. It was really dangerous to judge based only on their appearances. Thus, although that girl was unarmed, Akira did not lower his guard at all. Alpha then explained to Akira. Akira, that's just a hologram. It's not real. Akira looked a bit surprised as he asked Alpha. It's not real. So she's the same as you. Wait, is it closer to that hologram from the Higuraka residence ruin, huh? My image is created by information projected into your vision, so I'm closer to augmented reality and not the same as that hologram. That hologram is projecting its image on a fixed space. So a normal human should be able to see her just fine. But even if people can see her, she's not real. Even if the information-gathering device detected her, it's nothing but optical data. Akira rechecked the signal from his information-gathering device. There was a contrast between the optical sensor and the heat and vibration sensor. Thus, the display on his information-gathering device was telling him to be careful interpreting that data. I see. So it's basically produced by old-world technology, right? Yep, that's correct. If it was not real, then there was no meaning pointing his rifle at it, and of course, it was not like it could hurt him. Thus Akira lowered his rifle. That girl then walked toward Akira. She then greeted him and said, "Dear customer. The building is closed at the moment, so we can't allow anyone without the proper authorization to enter. So please leave the building." Akira could hear her words clearly. He was surprised by that and asked Alpha. Alpha, I can hear her though, she's definitely not real, right? She only sounds like she's talking to you up close. The sound itself is not originated from her. It came from somewhere else and generated through a complex calculation to make it sound as if she's close to you. Akira could see a big difference between the optical sensor and the sound sensor data in his information-gathering device. Although it looked like that girl was talking to him, it seemed that was not exactly the case there. Since that girl spoke to Akira, he thought that it might be possible to talk with her. So he tried to say something to her. I'm actually heading to the 57th floor, you see. Please allow me to repeat myself. The building is closed at the moment. Only the first floor is open for the other customers who already made an appointment beforehand. Normally, the whole building is closed including all the floors, so please leave the building. It seemed that he could indeed talk to her, and it also seemed that she really wanted Akira to leave. How do I make an appointment? During the time when the building is closed, each floor has its designated contact person who accepts appointment applications. We on the first floor don't accept a direct application. So please leave the building. Akira tried to ask a lot of things to that hologram even after that, but all ended the same. To put it simply, there was nothing he could do there and that he should leave the building. He could not get any meaningful information out of it. Alpha then told him to stop that meaningless negotiation. Akira, let's just ignore her and continue. She's only acting as a receptionist of this building. There's nothing you can accomplish by asking her. Or is it that you want to leave the building? You're right, let's go. Akira just ignored that hologram and decided to go deeper into the building. As he peeked into the other hallways and was about to leave that place, that girl suddenly warned him. Warning. The facility is guarded by security allowed to kill in case of illegal intruders. So please leave this place. Akira stopped. He then turned to that girl and said with a stern face. If that's the case, you should have said that before those monsters outside the building attacked me, you know. That girl did not say anything back, she just vanished. Akira twitched, he understood that he was at fault there. He was the one who forced his way into that building. But this was a part of his job as a hunter. It's all already in the past, he just shook it off and continued exploring the building. Akira was humming in front of an elevator. Although he found one, he could not use it. Nothing happened even after he pressed the buttons on the panel nearby. Although Akira hardly ever saw any elevators around the place where he lived, he understood how it worked. To be more precise, he experienced using one when Shirori invited him for a meal in the high-class restaurant. That restaurant was located in a high building where he got an amazing view from inside of that restaurant. Akira pouted for a bit as he said to Alpha. Is it broken? Or is it that it won't let me use it? Which one do you think it is? Maybe the latter one. Even if you can use it, I don't think it's a good idea to use it. After all, it might just shut you inside to die after you enter, you know. And it seems that it's not an easy thing to pry the door open even with your augmented suit. Yeah, I wouldn't want that to happen. It can't be helped then, I guess there's no other choice but to go with stairs. Akira gave up and headed to the stairs, he already knew where it was after glancing at the map of the first floor. Akira hoped that he could just go climb the building through the stairs. But it did not work out well for him. After a few floors up, he found himself blocked by a reinforced door. He might be able to force it open using his augmented suit or tear down the door using CWH special ammo. But forcing his way up like that would cause him to spend more time and energy. So he just gave up that idea and searched the floor for another staircase that he could use. He did find another staircase on that floor, but just like last time, after a few floors up, he was greeted by another reinforced door. Every time that happened, Akira would look for another staircase to climb the building. Each floor had a different look. Some of the floors were left ransacked as if hunters had taken any and every relics out from that floor, while some of the floors looked brand new as if it was just opened recently. Akira's eyes sparkled when he saw the many relics in the well-maintained floors. Every shop on those floors was filled with old-world relics. Lucky. It was really worth all the hassle coming to this building. Alright then. Let's take them home. Akira happily started working, he pulled out another rucksack from the one he had on his back. He then happily stuffed all the relics on the shop's displays into that rucksack. From the other's point of view, he looked like a robber robbing a shop. And from the old world point of view, there was no mistaking that Akira was an armed robber. So it was only to be expected that the security drones would come and try to kill him. Akira just smiled bitterly as he said. Well, it's true that I'm just digging out and gathering relics to take them out from this ruin. But this does feel like I'm robbing a shop. Alpha giggled. Well, you did force yourself in by destroying those autonomous weapons guarding this building, so you're actually already robbing here. But let's just swear not to rob any shops that are still in business and just think of this as putting all of these products that no one would ever come to buy into good use. That in itself is an amazing excuse though. But I guess there are a lot of hunters who gather old world relics with that excuse, so I can understand why they stationed those autonomous weapons to guard the relics. Akira, who was smiling bitterly when he said that, suddenly turned quiet. His smile had vanished from his face and his hands that were putting relics into his rucksack suddenly stopped. He then asked Alpha. Alpha, there's something I want to ask. It's about the mechanical monsters that we've defeated outside. Though I was able to defeat them thanks to your support, they're actually strong monsters, right? Or at least, that's what I thought about them. After that first barrage, I even thought of pulling back. They're at least that strong from my point of view. Yep, they're powerful autonomous monsters. You have no winning chance against them without my support. After all, although you did win, it was a rather fierce fight. You do understand that too, right? Yeah, I got that very well. So why did you judge that I should be able to defeat those strong monsters? Well, it's true that it did put me in more burden and I used more ammo than usual, but you predicted that, and we won as you predicted too. Or at least that's the vibe that I got back there. So against such strong monsters, how did you judge and under what basis did you decide it was possible to win against them? Oh my, that's quite a question there. Do you have anything you want to complain about my support? You can just say it and I'll readjust. No, that's not what I meant. There's nothing that I want to complain about. It's just that. What can I say? You were smiling like usual during that fight. It feels like you know even if I did that 100 times, I'll still win 100 times. So I just want to know on what basis, or at least the reason, why you can be so sure. Akira seemed a bit hesitant when he said that, but he looked serious. Alpha did not say anything for a while. She then smiled and asked him. You really want to know, don't you? It was her usual smile, but for some reason, Akira felt there was something else behind that smile. Yeah, I want to know. It'll take a very long time to explain it orally, you know. In that case, make it short and you don't need to tell me everything, just tell me enough to at least convince me. Alpha confirmed Akira's expression and answer. She then said. Very well, if I have to shorten my answer, it's because they are mechanical monsters. If they were biological monsters, I would have definitely stopped you. Is it really that different, mechanical and biological monsters? Yep, or at least, that's the case for my support. Moreover, those autonomous weapons were simple machines, they were made in accordance with their blueprints and they moved precisely as their original program. There were no abnormalities in their bodies or behaviors, unlike those biological monsters which continuously mutate their bodies and change their judgment logic. Thanks to that, it's easy to predict their moves. Because there's no randomness in their patterns, I can easily make an accurate prediction just from a few observations. And without randomness and arbitrary action that tends to happen with the biological monsters, the calculation becomes very easy. That's why, even if it seemed very dangerous in your point of view, it was a very safe situation and that fight was totally winnable from my point of view. Alpha then continued her explanation. Due to his limited knowledge, Akira actually had some problems understanding her explanation. But he at least more or less understood her reasoning. As long as Alpha knew the original blueprint and the behavior program of those monsters, she could get a highly accurate result by running simulations based on those information, and she would be able to accurately follow that simulation by controlling Akira's augmented suit. By splitting up the whole battle into smaller ones of highly accurate two-player zero-sum game simulation, Alpha could map out the best decision to take during that fight. Although it seemed that Akira fought that battle desperately, from Alpha's point of view, it was more like following an already finished script. It would be extremely difficult to do the same against biological monsters. Due to the randomness of the biological monsters' behaviors, Alpha could only make inaccurate predictions. Akira tried to understand something outside that explanation as he asked Alpha. So basically, since you know the enemy's weak point and behavior well enough, it's an easy thing to defeat them, huh? More or less, yes. Akira seemed to be thinking about something else, so Alpha paused there before she asked him again. Was that explanation not enough? Do you want me to explain in more detail? Akira shook his head. No, that's good enough. At least now I understand that you didn't judge I could win that fight out of some vague reasons. Oh my, how rude. There's no way I would guarantee your safety out of some vague reasons, you know. My bad. I got to understand a lot of things since I started taking your lesson. Just think of it as the result of my growth, you have my thanks. Is that so? Well, I'm glad to hear that. If you question my instruction, it would be troublesome during a dangerous situation, you see. Yeah, I know. I just got a little bit curious there. Well, compared to this mountain of old world relics, it doesn't really matter though. Although it was dangerous, it was worth the risk. That's true, let's carry back as much as we can. Yeah. Akira returned to his job stuffing old world relics into his rucksack. Akira's question was not fully answered yet. To be more precise, although his last question was answered, it only led to more questions that were still unanswered. He understood the basis of Alpha's judgment, but he still had no idea why she used those as the basis of her judgment. The old world factories that were considered as old world relics were still producing autonomous weapons even right now. Normally, the blueprints used to produce those monsters and the program installed inside their control units should be a secret. There should not be that many people who had access to them even during the time when those factories were built, and of course, there should be even fewer people who knew those secrets now. But for some reason, Alpha knew about them. Akira thought that he should be able to know the reason if he just asked her, but he decided to hold himself back from asking that question. It was because he felt that Alpha would not want him to ask that question. Alpha did ask him for confirmation back then. That was because she actually did not want Akira to ask that. Alpha was actually under a leash. There were things that she could not do without Akira's permission, so it was only to be expected that she had other limitations too. That might also be the reason why she could not say no when Akira asked her that question. She might only be able to give a vague answer to point out that he would regret knowing the answer to his question. That was why Akira did not pursue any further. He felt like if he asked that question, Alpha might turn hostile against him. That's why he decided to just shelf that question. All the questions that welled up thanks to his curiosity were starting to leak out. Nonetheless, Akira continued to suppress them. After all, compared to the usefulness of Alpha's support, those questions were worth nothing to him. Or at least, that was the case for now. The real reason as to why Alpha told Akira to fight those autonomous monsters was simply to give Akira a good feel of how great her support was. It was to strengthen that impression on him. Though, Akira did not realize that at all.